I have learned that the 3-minute ad break is almost like the perfect space to fit my vocal warm-ups in. Oh, hello, hi. Oh, well? One moment, chat. I'm experimenting with a new feature, which you might be seeing right now. We do, in fact, now have closed captions, which you should be able to, like, enable and disable at will. Alright. I'll talk about that in just a moment. Give me a moment to turn it off on my side of things. There we go. Cool. Alright. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Welcome on in, everybody. Welcome on into Wasteland Radio to Mannequin of Theseus, Dove Bleeding Heart. Congrats to Turtle for the first. Hello. Gremlin Transmian, Astro Arts, Zelda Player, Crocodile, Good Humored Gaming, Lycanthropic, Noivrin, Lorekeeper, let's see, Hikari, wonderful to see you. Hello, Josephok, welcome on in, Barber Bite Bite. How is everyone? Maddie? Don't you desire a human shell as well? Said the Evil Flesh Sword from the Evil Flesh Dog. Hello, Pyro. We have some cool stuff going on, chat. You may notice, depending on how your settings are, that we now have closed captions. They're not the most accurate, but I finally found a solution to closed captioning, which allows me to have captions on the screen that are not baked into the VOD. It is currently having trouble understanding me. I don't know how to make that better. Gonna be perfectly honest. Don't know how to make them better. We'll figure it out. But at the very least, we have closed captioning. I've been told, apparently, that I have a voice that's very easy, or at least above average easier for, like, tools like this to understand. This is my first time messing with them. It could very well straight up just be an issue of my microphone being too quiet. We'll figure it out. If you keep having trouble, I can give you my captioner. It's pretty good. Which one do you use? Because I specifically want one that is not baked into the VOD and that viewers can enable and disable at their own will. Because I use my footage for a lot of things outside of streams, so I can't have the captions be on screen. Bark, you lousy fob, how's tonight? I've had a very good day. I'll be getting into that shortly. But how is everyone? Yeah, I'm doing my best to make the stream a little bit more accessible. It's literally just a matter of I needed to have captions that would not be baked into the stream and were to some extent customizable by the like fucking individual watching. Hello, Mortails, bark, bark, bite, bite. Big tail indeed. Big tail indeed. My hope is to have ones that are like relatively easy to understand. I'm using an OBS plugin. Mine is also an OBS plugin that saves. Okay, one sec. Let me check which one I have. Cause that'll tell me if it's just an issue with my microphone. I got it off of GitHub. It's made by Rat with a compiler. It's OBS Captions plugin. Is that the one you're using? Hello, Ollie be lovely to see you. Mortail Shepherd, It's lovely to see everyone. I hope everyone's doing absolutely incredible. Might be the same one. It probably is the same one. So fun fact about my setup, I have a notoriously, I have a notoriously quiet microphone because I run a Shure SM7B, and I also vary my volume a lot when I talk. Hello, Burt Cake! Mods, can we get a shout out? Hello, everybody. Rah. Mods, if we get a shout out, that would mean the world. Hello, folks. Hi, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream not queer virtual games and do art here on Twitch.tv, but currently we're just yapping. I am a loud bastard who talks about punk issues, queer issues, leftist issues. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. How are you tonight? But yes. We're currently testing out my new closed captioning plugin that I just installed. It is worth noting that I have a notoriously quiet microphone. It is a Shure SM7B, and the issue with the Shure SM7B, again, is that it is just notoriously quiet. Which means that I need to boost the gain manually, and that a lot of software gives it issues. Yeah, it's hallucinating a lot of shit. It is hallucinating a lot of stuff. I want to see what happens if I'm quiet for a second. Hello, Carbonic Draconic. Lovely to see you. Okay, so it's not... The background noise is not the issue. The background noise is not the issue. Hello, Belladonna. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Stardew music indeed. I need to figure out what the problem is, because in some capacity it's having trouble hearing my microphone. Because it's really... The transcript that it is generating, the captions it is generating are quite bad, and I don't think I speak that unclearly. When I do my captioning for my YouTube videos, I have an auto transcript tool that generates those extremely cleanly, so I'm not sure what the issue is here. Had my consultation appointment for my testosterone today. Congratulations! I hope that goes well! I hope starting testosterone goes amazing for you. All the best, genuinely. I am very, very happy for you. Let me see if I can open up the tool. Hello. Hi, you're currently running my Focusrite Scarlett. Is it using the raw audio source though? I wonder if I could download a separate provider for that. You actually speak quite clearly. It may just be a problem with the plugin. Apparently the same plugin works great for other people. It's probably that the gain on my microphone is so low because I have to artificially raise my gain a lot, and it might be getting my raw input and not my my boosted input. Got a secret in mind, but I'll behave at least this time. All right. Welcome on in. What did you have to ask? Hello. Have to get a few tests done, but I have scheduled Saturday. Should be able to get it shortly after that. Congratulations, genuinely. I'm so proud of you. Imagine like doing testing before starting HRT. Lol, Lamau. Today was as high as 18 Celsius or 64 Fahrenheit. A really warm day to the point where I'm sweating in my jacket. Jesus Christ, good luck. It was very cold today. It's currently only 62 out, which as far as I'm concerned is quite cold. I am a warm-blooded animal. I'm going out asking random VTubers what age is one up to be to start VTubing on Twitch. Okay, I believe on Twitch you can start streaming at the age of 16 with parental permission. However, I would very heavily recommend that no one start content creating under the age of 18. Like I would this is something that like for your safety and privacy I'm going to heavily recommend, because like it is extremely easy, especially in the VTubing scene, to be targeted with serious harassment, to end up getting a lot of negative attention on you, to be unnecessarily exposed to NSFW content, to have people, you know, flirt with you, etc., etc. I know there are a lot of people who, you know, give content creation a try when they are a teenager because they love it in some capacity. I very heavily recommend that people do not get into content creation under the age of 18. What about join Niji Sanji? So with Niji Sanji or other, first of all, do not join Niji Sanji. They have a horrible reputation within the VTuber sphere for abusing their talents. But yes, for most VTuber corporations, they are going to require you to be 18. And also be able to, like, you know, prove a lot about your identity. It is a job. If you are joining a VTuber corporation, in most cases, that is a genuine form of employment. So you need to meet all the requirements that are necessary to hold a job, and also most actual, you know, noteworthy and reputable VTuber corporations will not allow you to join if you do not already have a successful content creator platform. So they usually will not hire you if you are not already a VTuber or some other form of successful content creator. If you look at like any major talent with Niji Sanji or with any of the other major companies, we try not to talk about past lives in the VTuber community because it's generally seen as disrespectful. Most of them have past lives as some kind of noteworthy content creator. Some of them were Vocaloid producers, some of them were like, you know, just popular internet shitposters, some of them were VTubers. In any case, though, like, if you are trying to get into a VTuber corpo, good luck, unless you have, like, existing, you know, background in creation. Thank you so much, love the model, it's peak, thank you, I made it myself. I do all my own art and rigging, well, most of it. I didn't do my background, but, like, that's about it. It was clear sky and sun out, I'm too vampiric for this shit, it was very scary. That's real as shit. I am not ready for the outside. In general, I would very much make the argument that, like, as a kid, you should not put yourself in the public eye. You are going to get harassed, you are going to get doxxed and threatened. The risk of encountering danger in some form in content creation is high enough that I would heavily recommend that, like, minors stay away. And honestly, I would heavily recommend that, like, you wait until you are stable and mature out of school, etc., etc. Like, don't start content creation. I think I started content creation too early. I don't think I was mature enough for content creation when I started it, and I started it at the age of 20. I'm 24 now. On one hand, there's the part of me that, you know, wishes I'd been able to start sooner with all of the knowledge I have now, because you know what, I probably would have gotten successful earlier in my life. However, I do not think that I had the maturity to be a good content creator until, honestly, like, the last year. The outside and internet worlds are mean. I think the internet world is meaner than the outside world a lot of the time. Hello, old man Windbreaker, how are you doing? Bark, bark, bite, bite. I've got my theories about the April Fool's stream. I hope I'm right. I won't spoil anything, aside of the fact that I have been scripting today, and there will need to be content warnings. There will be content warnings on the stream. Hee hee. That's all I'll say. I've been working on it. The tests they're wanting are hemoglobin, hematocrit, HCG, and qualitative, whatever those mean. So those are all tests that measure various things related to your blood. It's your hemoglobin count, which is a part of your blood. Hematocrit is, if I recall correctly, something to do with the ratio of hemoglobin to red blood cells, question mark. They're basically because things like hemoglobin and hematocrit and red blood count can vary when you start testosterone. They want to make sure that they, you know, vary in the correct direction at an understandable or reasonable rate. Because going on testosterone can increase your rate for certain blood conditions and heart conditions. I know that starting HRT technically made me anemic. I was already on the verge of anemia. Starting testosterone made me anemic. Shit like that. Now, anemia is a relatively, like, easy to live with condition. I just take an iron supplement, but it can do things like that, you know? It's gonna be like 30C, 90F summer again, and I'm gonna melt. Good luck. Climate change is terrifying. Hello, CRISPR Crow. Chat, I love touching grass. Hot take, I genuinely love touching grass. I need to go outside regularly or else I will feel like shit. And that's not just the vitamin D deficiency talking. That isn't just the vitamin D deficiency. I'm just like that. I love eating grass. Chat, don't eat grass. Don't do this. I love touching grass. Big fan of touching grass. I actually genuinely, like this isn't even a bit. I am a very big fan of the feeling of like grass under my feet. I love walking around barefoot in fields and in the grass and whatnot. It is a feeling that I find quite, you know, pun not intended, grounding and nostalgic. It is an experience that I frankly heavily recommend. Touch grass more often. Tried playing a blade of grass once and scarred my lip. Less than ideal. Touching grass is peak when no bugs. I will say I'm not a big bug person. All my love to the bug enjoyers, I'm scared of them. But when the bugs are not particularly prominent, I am quite a big fan of walking around barefoot in the grass. I don't like bright lights, but I love to feel the sun on my skin, and I go feral when the weather is good, but I cannot go in the sun. My favorite weather is slightly cloudy, you know? I like it when it is cloudy enough that the sun isn't as bright as it can be, and I'm able to go outside without getting sunburns because I am ginger. Chat, spoiler alert, oh my god, can you believe Archivist is actually ginger? Massive, oh my god, stop doxing yourself, bro. I am in fact a ginger, and as such, I am extremely pale. I am so fucking pale. Oh, I burn like no tomorrow. So the actual justification behind that for those who are, you know, interested on a scientific level, there are a couple of genes that determine, you know, you being ginger, one of them being the MC1R gene, which is the controller for eumelanin. For ginger hair to be properly expressed, you need to have a dysfunctional version of the MC1R gene, the gene that produces eumelanin, which is the thing that protects you from UV radiation. When you sunburn, that's because you were exposed to too much UV radiation and your skin like died to protect you. I have no natural UV protection because I, you know, don't have any eumelanin in my body, which causes me to burn absurdly easily. Sun is cooking me. Like comparing my pale skin to frozen shrimp at the store, that's really funny. Hello, Ember Ray, lovely to see you. Barper by bite. Touch a palm tree, they're a type of grass, you're so right. I love that. Internet person burns in the sun. Learn more after we find a fork in the kitchen at 5. No, it's literally specifically a problem I have because I'm ginger. You know, if you are someone who produces low levels of eumelanin, you will also experience this, but like even most like very white people produce some amount of eumelanin. That's why they're able to tan. The UV radiation hitting your body will cause your body to produce more eumelanin, and that function does not work if you are ginger, because you do not have a functional version of the gene responsible for eumelanin production. So I cannot tan, and I just burn like fuck. Wait, ginger people are real? I thought they were made up. Is something burning? Is someone burning something? Oh, that's just AE. I have some, but not a lot, but I burn ridiculously easy. Yeah. Because ultimately, a lot of these things, people act like there's one gene that determines them. It's far more complicated. Chances are, Ember Ray, you have the capacity to produce eumelanin, but in a much smaller amount, you know? Hello, Grey Wook. Hello, Dark Wolf as well. Bark, bark, bye, bye. That's so weird. Just got a notification for you. You're welcome. Now you know that I'm streaming. Bark, bark, bye, bye. Climate change is a terrifying thing, and I miss my snowy winters and my max 20C summers, and not being murdered by heat, because Britain housing specifically be to keep heat in. It is an issue that is going to get worse in a lot of places, because in a lot of places their buildings were created for a very specific like weather and set of conditions and struggles they deal with. For example, here in Florida we don't have basements because we deal with flooding and whatnot, and our water levels are oftentimes so high that you cannot safely have a basement. However, we have built our houses in very specific ways in order to withstand hurricanes, you know? Every time AE goes into the sun without protection, exactly. When did AE get a tail on their model? It's always been there. You know, I don't show my full body all too often, do I? This is the full body model. Normally I have my tail down because it resets every single time chat scuffs me. But my tail, I can make it go up, you know? I think it looks cool. I can also take my jacket off. I have a guitar. I have my controller. What other toggles do I have? I have the bandana. The bandana can go on my face. I can take my eye patch off, and I have a mask as well. I have a ton of toggles. I put a lot of work into this model. I drew and rigged it myself, so you know I put everything I could into it. Does the ginger status condition go away when you dye your hair so the sun doesn't realize you're ginger? Nope. I wish it did. Actually, I would never dye my hair. I'm really attached to my ginger hair. But you can't bite with the bandana. It's a useful disguise, you know? If I'm ever sneaking around. I can also like make my ears and tail go away. Love this model, genuinely inspired me to take art seriously again. Hell yeah. I put a ton of work into this and I'm glad that it inspires people to further their own work. It is an honor. The places I live in, this house built with heat fluctuations because it happens super frequently. Yeah. Welcome to how like that's why a lot of places are built the way they're built. I love bandanas. I have a skull and crossbones bandana and a rainbow bandana. I love this for you. Hello, J Crispy. Bark, bark, bye, bye. Lovely to see you. My brain keeps hearing bandana as banana and got confused why there's no bananas on screen right now. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. Thank you for the curse of scuff, not pancake. And now we have the scuffed model. One moment. This model also has a tail, by the way. It's a lot slower than the tail on my other model, but it moves pretty smoothly. You know what I think? I might upload my Lost Media, an album called Somewhere Someday, to the Internet Archive. Do it. If you are in possession of Lost Media, archive that shit. Do it. He's just a little guy who can only do his best. Exactly. I can only do my best. I can only do my best. And I am always doing my best. Today, chat, my best was working on some scripting stuff. I spent most of my day, admittedly, like, resting up from a punk show I went to last night. I didn't, you know, mosh too much at the show just because I knew myself and I know my limits at this rate. I wanted to make sure I could be here and stream at my best capacity, and so I didn't push myself too hard at the show last night. But I am here today. I made it today. Who do you see if you don't mind? That would dox me. I try not to talk about the bands I see until a week or two afterwards, so at the very least it is harder to figure out exactly where I was. I can't talk too much about that. Scripting videos too? Hell yeah, hell yeah. I was working on some scripts for an upcoming event. I'm gonna be so annoying and repeat my message again, but AE, I want you to know how bad the heat fluctuations are. Hate the weather where I live. Monday was -4 and Saturday it's going to be 77 Fahrenheit. Good luck. That is terrifying to me. Made the mistake one time and a friend told me, Ember, don't do that. Completely understandable. It's why I asked if you don't mind. No worries. And I appreciate that. I'll talk about larger bands I see, but I tend to, especially with local bands, because this was a local band, I try to be a bit quieter about it. Yesterday and Monday were fun. General got flooded by me yapping about my kins, and I'm glad to see it. I really, really love seeing the community be active and talk to each other. Like, it means a lot to me. Even more than just like me getting to be here and stream, when I see you guys interact. There was a period of time, particularly like winter break-ish, where there were people in the VC constantly. where I rarely opened my phone and didn't see people hanging out in the server's voice chat. And that's something I really miss seeing, if I'm perfectly honest. It is one of my favorite things when I see this community be a community. When I see y'all talk to and engage with each other, when I see y'all hang out on your own time, even when I'm not there or when it's not facilitated by me in some capacity. I really, really appreciate the space that we have built together, and I want to see it enjoyed and utilized. Get way too anxious to join the VC, especially when there's a lot of people I might want to try one day. I will say, I'm the same way. Like, I don't join the VC too often because, no offense, when I join, immediately, like, 12 people will be in there, and that's a lot. But I do very much miss the days when there were constantly a handful of people in the voice chat. Unfortunately, I'm a night shifter, so I can't join VC when people are there. See, people were doing it in the middle of the day. People were, like, hanging out in VC at, like, noon EST. I can only do 2 to 4 people. I'm the same way. I did, in fact, dodge the VC earlier for that specific reason, which is understandable. It's also why I have the quiet zone there. I want to hang out there more often. The issue for me being that I get very overwhelmed when there are multiple voices speaking at the same time. And so a lot of people end up talking over each other or... Okay, chat, one of my biggest pet peeves is people commentating over video games in VCs. Because, like, I'm usually in a VC working on a project. I can't tab over and look at your video game. I'm happy to yap, I'm happy to talk back and forth, but that's just me. But I want to hang out there more. I'm trying to find means of making that accessible to me. I think those people were European. Yeah, they were, to be fair. I just really enjoy seeing the community be active and interact with each other. I like seeing this be a proper social space. I don't want the community to just be this place where people talk about me and talk about things that I like, etc., etc. I want it to be a genuine social space where you all interact with each other and get along and form friendships. I want it to be a safe space for everyone here. I want to see y'all make cool art, whether it's inspired by me or otherwise. I want to see y'all, like, do stuff together. It means a lot to me. And there's no pressure to do so or participate in that, but genuinely, like, seeing people in this space get along and talk to each other and hang out is really cool to me. I need to make a dedicated channel for the Vintage Story server soon, so y'all will have a space to, like, do that, you know? I've been planning a little refresh of the Discord for a few months now. And by a few months now, I mean like 8 months now. It'll happen eventually, I promise. I'm just easily overwhelmed, admittedly. I think the merch thing is sending the message a little bit too often. One sec, I'm gonna edit that. When do I have that timer set to go off? How often did I set this timer? Edit you. Hi, hello. How do I modify? How do I modify your settings? I can't figure out how to modify your thing. Beautiful. That's tasty. Depends on how it's set up. It's set up as a timer. I'm gonna change that number to be 25 because it was 17, but I don't know if that controls all of them? Shrug? Question mark? I don't know. Whatever. Whatever. In any case, we're here and we're vibing. We're here and we're vibing. The plan is to play more Vintage Story on the server tonight, which I'm very excited for. Hello, Reds. Welcome on in. Barber Bye Bye. I'm planning to play more Vintage Story on the server tonight. Hopefully we will chill, have a good time, but we always get our yapping to get through first. I hope everyone has been absolutely incredible lately. At the bottom of the screen, there's like time setting to rotate between your timers based on that. Oh! Huh! I don't like that. I don't enjoy that, actually. Noted. I'll keep that in mind. No wonder! That's such a weird way of setting it up. Okay. I should go grab a drink? Do it. I've got my energy drink here. I have my energy drink. I think caffeine is enough for me tonight. I'm enjoying the caffeine vibin'. If I'm live, assume I have an energy drink in hand. He bark on my bite till I bite. That sounds about right. That sounds like a sentence. Chat, who up barking they bite? Who up barking they bite? I have orange juice. Please clap. Orange juice tasty. What's your choice of fizzy potion drink? I particularly tend to stick to mixed drinks, so I have 2 handles of vodka in my pantry right now, and I'll just mix it with fruit juice or whatever the hell I have in hand. Speaking of VC, I was in a VC with a friend to show off the prequel to my favorite game before stream. Ooh, what's your favorite game? Gleeping my glorp right now? Ayo, who up gleeping they glorp? Who up glorp gleeping on chat? Biting my bark. But no, I do mixed drinks because it's a lot cheaper than beer. At the very least for me, with how much I get out of it. Sure, I could buy like a 6-pack of beers for like $10 or whatever the hell. Or I could buy this $15 handle of vodka and easily get like 50 drinks out of it, you know? It to me makes more economical sense, and I'm that kind of person. I love saving money. I will admit, one of my fatal flaws as a person is that I am addicted to saving money. I need to save every dollar I can. I love when things are cheap and on sale. Vintaging my story right now because I've been at work all day and deserve my sweet boba drink and my silver video game. Hell yeah. Enjoy that. Enjoy vintaging your story. I'll be vintaging my story soon. First person shooter Perfect Dark? Interesting. I've never heard of it. Fascinating. Never heard of Perfect Dark before. I have not played much on the N64, to be honest. Money sucks, but I do enjoy having it. Like, listen. Capitalism sucks. I fucking hate capitalism. I want to be perfectly clear about this. I despise capitalism. However, as an individual currently living within a capitalist system, I like having money. The other day, I spent about $400, and oh boy, did not like that. Did not like spending $400. Was not fond of the experience of spending $400. Hello, Lord Dreadlam. How are you doing tonight? Bark, my bite. I do be vintaging the absolute story out of this computer? Hell fucking yeah. I cannot wait to vintage my story in a few hours. Oh, I almost forgot. We're also going to be hanging out with the Prince over on Safi Adkins' channel, doing some vintage story later tonight, which I'm also very excited about. Bark, bite. I look forward to vintaging my stories and then silenting my hills with y'all. So lovely to see you, by the way, Carbonic Draconic. Hope you're doing well. Doing well, just found your stream, wanted to hang out with some people. Hell yeah. We are currently in the midst of our Just Chatting segment, so we're literally just yapping about whatever the hell comes to mind. Hope you're having a wonderful, or you already said you're doing well, but regardless. Hello, Avocat, gonna sign up and play for summer class at community college, not looking forward to my bank account after that. I'm very lucky to currently be in a position where I will be straight up with y'all. I have about 6K in savings, and I realize that puts me in a better situation than most people. I am very scared because about 2,000 of that is going to be gone soon, you know? I'm very anxious about that. As someone who, like, fun fact about me, used to be homeless. I escaped homelessness back in 2024, late 2024, basically 2 weeks before the new year. So at this point, I am about a year and 3 months out of homelessness. Not having savings is terrifying to me. The thought of having less than 6 months of living costs put away is really, really scary. And I recognize that, like, I will be okay. I have stable income right now, and if I am in a tight spot, I also have content creation, which means so much to me. Like, I know if I open up emergency commissions that I will have support. I know that if I put a call to action out there, people will have my back. But Jesus Christ, the thought of having less than 6-month living costs put away is horrifying to me. And it's towards a good end. It is towards a better future, but I'm definitely scared. Happy I finally secured a job so I can finally start saving to move out, and I hope that goes well for you, genuinely. I really hope that does. Please be careful, take care of yourself, you know, spend a lot of that time learning how to save money, etc. now, because it will help you out later. That's my current situation. Any tips for becoming not homeless anymore? Shit. Alright. I do have tips regarding that. When you say homeless, what form of homeless are we talking? I was very lucky that at my worst I was only sleeping in my car. For the majority of the time I was living on a friend's couch, which was very helpful because it meant at the very least I had like a roof and an address to use for stuff. But if you are like living in your car, etc., that gets a lot harder. Obviously, the first point of action is getting a job by any means you can, even if it is just a shitty part-time job. Even if it is just a shitty part-time job, that is employment, that is money in your pocket, that matters. Hello, Draken's Horde, enjoy your lurk, bark bark bite bite. Like, even just a shitty part-time job right now while you hunt for something better means something. Hoarding every dollar you have is also vital. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. Escaping homelessness while working one job is near impossible. You will probably have to put yourself in situations where you are working 40 to 60 hours a week across 2 to 3 jobs to make it. I was lucky to do it with 2 jobs. Also, stored into your blank space on a recipe, which helps you get better jobs in the future. Also true. Hello, no eyes for you. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I'm very lucky that I was able to get by doing like 2 jobs, but I'm gonna be perfectly honest, for the last like year and a half, I have been working 60 plus hours a week to get by, because that's kind of what you have to do in order to, you know, get that kind of money in savings and get yourself out of that situation. As far as, you know, finding housing, it's really difficult to afford a place without roommates. Find people that you can trust, even if they're just friends of friends. It's not easy, but it's doable. Hello, no eyes for you, though. Have a really shitty job right now. 40 minutes away and transportation is really expensive, but I'm looking for more jobs. Yeah, it's a lot harder if you don't have a car. Getting more jobs is gonna be very helpful in saving up money. You're gonna have to push your body really hard for a bit, as much as I hate to say it, but that's the easiest route out. I would also, if you haven't already, try applying for any social services that you can, whether that be Social Security, food stamps, etc. They may not do much, but they are help in the meantime. Aside of that, my food budget, I try to keep my food budget to $150 a month.
Oh, shit.
It is difficult but doable. Hello, Shellshock! Thank you for the subscription. How goes it? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Day shit right now. Hope you're doing good. Also, hope you can brighten a bit. Hey, I hope I can be a light of positivity in the world for you right now. I'm doing the best I can. I spent today recovering from a punk show, did some work on some scripting stuff. I'm doing all right. I hope that things get better for you, genuinely. If you have a Facebook, see if there are any local cash/odd job groups. Also true. If you're looking for queer inclusive housing, by the way, it can also be a good idea to use Facebook if you're in a desperate situation and can't find any friends. True, yes. When it comes to like applying for jobs, just don't mention that you don't have stable housing. Put whatever temporary address you're currently using. You can always change that information later. EE is always a light of positivity for me. The mods are too. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I've been reading a lot recently. Wikipedia's pushing me closer to a narco-communist. I've been down a lot of rabbit holes lately. Congratulations! Welcome to my ideology. I feel like the more you learn about the world, the easier it is to fall towards leftism of some variety. The particular flavor of leftism that I have ended up with is anarchism, but I don't, blame anyone for whom their particular ideology or version of leftism is different. I think I just need people to talk to, like, not about anything in particular, just in general. Hey, welcome on in. Feel free to yap. I love yapping. Bye. Another really important thing when you're dealing with like housing insecurity, it is okay to rely on your local poverty resources. This includes things like food banks. This includes things like affordable housing programs, etc., etc. Put yourself on a wait list for affordable housing in your area if you have that. They can be a bit hard to find. I know I'm lucky that my local library network runs a whole like database for homelessness resources, including places where you can go on a wait list to get housing. And it might take a while, but at the very least, if you don't manage to work shit out in the meantime, you have a means towards finding housing later on. That's what it's for. Hell fucking yeah. Yeah, no, like use your local food bank. I've known a lot of people who, despite like, struggling with poverty, are really scared to use the food bank. It is there for anyone who is struggling with consistent access to food. Notice that I get really depressed when I don't hear people's voices responding to me. Oh, well, I'm glad to, respond. I try my best to read all the chat as much as I can. I hope at the very least that I can help out a little bit. Mostly an anarchist, but I do have some Marxist leanings and generally much more respect for ML than I do for liberals. That's fair. I don't trust Marxist-Leninists specifically. Like, Marxism in and of itself, chill, good, fine with me. I agree with the core premise of it. Marxist-Leninists, again, I think I do respect them more than liberals, but like, not a fan of authoritarianism, even when it is leftist in nature. Been on my waitlist for a year, probably gonna get kicked off now that I have a full-time job, but it's better to sign up than not. Exactly. Sign up for it, and if you're lucky, you won't need it by the time you end up getting selected. But hey, it's a potential future, a potential option. They are good resources to have. So find those waitlists. What else do I have for poverty? The more I can rely on the government, the less strain I have to put on my friends. Yeah, real. I'm very lucky that I had content creation. So like when I, went, hey guys, I'm homeless, people threw like $800 at me, and that really helped me get out of a sticky situation. I started 2025 with like $67 in my bank account, but the only reason I was able to get myself out of homelessness was y'all. The way I phrase that sounds weirdly clingy, it's just the best description for what it is. No, you're totally good. I get it. Like, text communication sometimes is not the same as actually speaking to someone, and I am happy to fill that gap however I can. Any form of government that has one person such a group in charge is bound to turn bad. I agree. And I cannot trust, like, because a lot of people go, well, then you add, more people and more limits and more checks and balances. I don't trust all of those people to not become corrupt. The United States government has tons of checks and balances in place, although there is still like a core president and whatnot, and most of those people have been successfully corrupted. Bark, bite. There's a determined fighting game called Poverty Fighting Game that is just made by a small group, as little as one person, that is a dedicated scene devoted to it. No matter how wonderful a fighting game is, it's wonderful, and I wish everything worked like the fighting game community in that regard. Hell fucking yeah! Hi Claire, by the way, it's so lovely to see you. How have you been? We have not talked in a while. I hope life's been treating you good. Bark, bite. Guys, Claire over here is one of my oldest friends in the content creation scene. I met her like a month and a half into my journey doing this. She's super cool. If you want to see a trans femme dog woman play Kirby and other Nintendo games. Among Us! We collab chat. Okay. Wait. Claire, do you want to see something fucking wild? We collaborated on Among Us on... Wait, do I have the date right? It was June. No, May 21st. It was May 21st. It was May 21st of 2022. I remember the day. May 21st, 2022. Haha! We're nearing 4 years. Indeed we are. Hey, it's been a long journey in content creation, but you know what? I'm really proud of where I've ended up, even if it has been messy and uncertain at many points. I'm getting places as a creator, and I'm proud of that. And I plan on continuing to be here and create as long as I can. And you know, looking back at the group of people who were in that collab, I don't know how many of them are still creating. But I'm glad that I know you and I are, and even if they've stepped back more recently, I'm still in contact with Celerity. I'm proud of those of us who made it. 4 years later, I'm really, really proud of those of us who made it. It's so lovely to see you, Claire. But everyone go give some love to Claire. Absolutely, absolutely wonderful individual. She is so sweet. No worries, do what you gotta do, like in. Bye. Bit afraid what will happen when I can get away from my family. Friends have offered me a place to stay. Only need it until I go to college. I'm afraid I won't be able to be myself while I'm free. I hope that you are. That's a difficult thing to navigate, and I don't know the full answer, but you know. Bark, bite, Among Us. The issue is that it's very much like a specific amount of people too. Like I've seen people in your Discord, but not only too many people, but also newish people scary. I totally get that shell shock. I appreciate you stomping on into stream though, and I'm glad to interact in what capacity I can. Thank you for the hydrate. Hikey scared me how few of us are left, but when my Among Us skills are so epic, I guess is what happens. Unfortunately, like, a lot of the folks in that collab were very young and very new on their content creation journeys, and I think most people, when they do content creation, end up burning out within 2 years. You know, it's very easy when you hit the 1 year mark to look and go, like, why am I doing this? Have I gotten anywhere, etc., etc. And pushing past that can be really difficult. Because ultimately, this is not an easy thing to do, and you are not guaranteed success. A lot of people come into this thinking that they'll have blown up by the end of their first year, and when they don't, it's a difficult thing to navigate. It's weird looking back and seeing how few of us are still here, but I'm really proud and grateful for those of us who are. It takes a lot of resilience and spirit to keep doing this shit. Among Us mentioned, indeed. I want to play Among Us again sometime, low-key. Maybe not on stream, because I'm very, very specific in how I run my streams these days, but I would love to play Among Us again sometime. My take is that the state socialist systems, like countries of the USSR, were much better than the US system, but still hierarchical power structure that comes with inherent abuse, and won't inherently produce communism. I think that's fair. I will always think any kind of centralized authority or power is bad, but you know. I'm in the same boat. Remember we just let anybody on our streams good times? God, yeah, remember? Chat, oh my god, I am so glad that most of you did not grow up with year 1 or year 2 archivists. I'm glad that most of y'all have found me in like year 3 or 4. Because I'll be honest, my first like 2 years of content creation, I didn't know what I was doing and made a lot of mistakes. I collabed and trusted with people a bit too easily. I didn't have the emotional maturity a lot of the time to be the kind of creator I wanted to be. I think it took me until the end of year 2 to really figure out like how to be a good creator, and then beyond that, a lot of work even further to iron that out and start being the person I needed to be. I remember my 2-year anniversary, I said, if I can recall the quote correctly, that I am ready to start being the person I need to be a creator. By which I mean to say that I wasn't ready to be a good creator, but I was ready to do the work to become the person I needed to be a good creator. To do all of the stuff that happens in the background. Hello, Aurora Singularity, bark, bite. Lovely to see you. Ups and downs, you've grown as a person and fostered a great community, which is amazing, but I don't see any DS games in your recently played, so, hey, Pokemon Conquest should be in there. Pokemon Conquest should be on that list. I will be honest, I've been slacking in the retro department lately, and I want to get back more heavily into retro gaming again, but chat won't let me. They keep not letting me. Hello, Check for Charlie, bark, bite. Been too long, been taking a break from your streams for my own mental health, but I absolutely love your content and had a second point, but I lost it. Hey, no worries. And no worries for stepping away for your mental well-being. If there's things I can do to make my stream a more comfortable space, I am absolutely willing to hear them out. My one thing is that I will talk about politics no matter what, you know? That said, I know that even, like, political conversation can just be too much for some people some days and weeks and months. I would play more DS games on stream if my computer could handle it more consistently. Oh. I have a 3DS capture card now. I feel like Claire, you'll get a kick out of that. I have a 3DS capture card now, so I can play DS games on, and 3DS games, you know, basically on original hardware. Or on intended hardware now. How does that work? I had a friend open my DS and stick a capture card inside of it. It is a hardware modification. A friend of mine, I bought from overseas a 3DS capture card from the last guy who still produces them. I had my friend open that shit for me, and then stick the capture card inside the 3DS. I was gonna say be less political as a joke. You don't want that to change. Just scary for me sometimes. You get it? I totally get it. Some days, weeks, months, political commentary and content is too much and too overwhelming. I'm very lucky to be someone who's extremely resilient to these sorts of things. You know, politics is kind of my special interest. Punk is my special interest, and you know, that being the case, anarchist theory kind of comes with it. You know, punk is inherently political, etc., etc., etc. So it's something that I have a lot of resilience for, but I recognize that's not the case. And I absolutely encourage y'all, when you need it, to take breaks, even if that means my viewership goes down for a little while. I will always appreciate lurks, but put yourselves first and foremost. Found out I'm technically South American. Hello, Bird Scout. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. But no, the 3DS capture card is so incredible. They're a game changer. Have a 3DS and 3DS. Have a DS and 3DS capture card because you kind of have to for speedruns. I imagine that the 3DS capture card isn't necessarily valid for all DS games, but for me, just as someone who streams, it just makes it easier to stream any game that has touch controls, and allows me to stream them in a like native quality, which I think is really cool. These games are good. I think the DS still stands as my favorite console. Chat, oh, by the way, guys, I'm so angry. I'm so angry, and I need to show you guys why I'm fucking angry. One sec. This is something that Zelda sent me this morning, and then I posted on Blue Sky about it. If you saw the post, you already know. I wake up to fucking this from Zelda. GameStop declares PS3, Xbox 360, and Wii U officially retro consoles. No, they're fucking not. GameStop, you do not get to do this to me. These are consoles from like 2006. They're 20 years old. They're not retro yet. Shut up. Hell fucking no. Absolutely fuck no. Thank you for the hydrate, Shell Shock. I appreciate it. Bark, bark, bite, bite. You know that one Bon Jovi song? I don't think so, no. The reason this post bothers me is because it says the Wii U launched when Bush was president, which is false. That's really funny. Wii U slander never justified. Yeah, no, people give so much shit to the Wii U that is not fucking deserved. PS3 still has no games. The PS3 slander is deserved. I'll give that one. I will give you that. The PS3 slander, tiny bit deserved. Grew up on the PS2. I grew up on the DS and the Wii. And I will admit, the DS and Wii, they're on the line of retro. You know, they're on the line of retro. You can't tell me that the fucking Wii U is a retro console. Oh, no shit. Thanks. Hello, Mang Arky, welcome on in. Bark, bark, bite, bite. You cannot convince me that the Wii U is a retro console. I refuse this fucking truth. Fuck you, GameStop. Welcome on in. What's your thoughts on the Wii U being a retro console? Have an Atari 2600, still not convinced that it's retro? Hello, definitely views. Lovely to see you. The Wii U is functionally an 8-bit console now. Okay, okay. I do have a larger thought and argument regarding like the nature of retro gaming. That being that retro has less to do with the age of a game and more to do with the acceleration of gaming technology, with its philosophy and with jank. Old games feel retro because we have technologically like advanced as an industry to a point where like those games cannot hold up on a technological level to modern games, and because the philosophy around gaming has shifted. I think it's not fair to call a PC game that released, 15 years ago retro necessarily, because a lot of them feel almost indistinguishable from modern games. Because the language, I would say, of gaming was pretty well solidified in the mid 2010s, in the early to mid 2010s. I think it gets really hard to call anything after like 2010 retro because the development of gaming as a media heavily slowed. There were not as many technological advances, and while there are graphical advances, at this point the graphical advances are how many hairs can we render on this character's head, not, how many polygons can we fit on screen, how many textures can we give this character, etc., etc. When the philosophy underlying game design and the actual technology running it is progressing at a much slower pace, games aren't going to feel retro. And then there's the third factor of jank, which is how janky does it feel to control this game? How bad does this game feel to control by modern standards? How weird is this? Now, I will give it to some consoles like the DS and the Wii. They are inherently more janky because of their weird control schemes and whatnot. Because you made a console that was experimental and odd, it is going to inherently be more janky. That said, I fucking hate it when people point at a game released in 2015 and say it's retro now purely on age. Screw that shit. Hello, Alien, how are you doing? Retro is not vibes-based. Again, it has to do with the rate at which technology and gaming philosophy shift, as well as with jank. Thank you so much. I made my model myself, Meg. I appreciate it. Bark for my bite. The way you said Atari, listen, I'm doing my best, Shellshock. Fuck you. Does that mean Goat Simulator is retro? It could be. I don't know. I haven't played it. Hello, JM. But what defines retro for me is not a number as much as the technological and philosophical development of game design, as well as the jankiness of a game. A game is not retro because it's a certain age. It is retro because you can see the bones of an earlier industry that was still finding its footing within it. A game is retro because the philosophy by which we design, games and levels, and the technology, the technical limitations that they were forced to abide by, make them so. A game is retro when when the technical limitations and the philosophy make it clear that they are, But some games are intentionally janky when new. I mean, yes. I don't think age has nothing to do with it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that, age is not part of the equation. I am just saying that regardless of age, there are some games that will never become retro because they lack those signs of technological and philosophical age, No, I'm Ace. I don't do the horizontal tango. Fallout 3 and New Vegas do feel retro, even that was mostly because they chose a shitty game engine. I have not played them, so I can't comment on those games specifically. I'm commenting just generally on the, industry. I'm gonna check something real quick, okay? I'm gonna check something. Okay, that's a little bit too recent for me to... You know what? One sec. I keep picking bad examples. Skyrim is retro already. Well, Skyrim feels retro and janky, you know? Skyrim, because the ways that gaming technology and philosophy have shifted, feels retro. That's my point. Skyrim is already retro because the philosophy it was designed by, and the technical limitations it was created under have meaningfully shifted. But these days, the speed at which games develop and shift and change, and the speed at which the technology we use to build games and play games on changes has slowed to such a rate that it's really hard to call games retro. I don't think a game released in 2015 is ever going to feel retro unless we have a major shift in game design philosophy, I don't think a game like, how do I say, Monster Hunter Wilds is ever going to feel retro unless there is a major shift in the game design philosophy in the near future. The Wii U is retro because the technology has changed and not using that dumb tablet anymore. Okay. Fuck you for the Wii U slander, first of all. I do make the argument that consoles like the DS, the 3DS, etc. are inherently more prone to becoming retro because of their jankiness, because the design philosophy of them has shifted. Or rather, like, the design philosophy of gaming more broadly has shifted away from them. Of course, things like the DS, the 3DS, the Wii U, for their experimental nature, are going to be jankier and thereby more retro for not following modern game design philosophy. I think all consoles are retro for me. What about the Switch 2? Is the Switch 2 retro? Huh? Can you even refer to did they release an HD remake of its scale now because Last of Us exists? I genuinely think that it becomes increasingly difficult to call a game retro, and that the time that needs to pass for games to become retro needs to become longer as time progresses. Because the technological development of gaming has stalled. Because now when it comes to graphical upgrades, we're not worried about, how many textures and polygons we can fit on the screen anymore. We're worried about how many hairs we can render on a character's head. The Switch 2 is retro, boom, bam, comedy, fuck you. Hello, Virgil, lovely to see you. Switch do be janky? But when I say jank, I don't think y'all are understanding what I mean. When I say jank, that's not what I mean. Please, oh, that's cute. That's cute. Alright. I have strong opinions about this, okay? I have strong opinions about this. The Switch should be janky, but that's mostly because Nintendo was an ass. I'm a Nintendo defender, I'm sorry. I know I'm gonna lose some people on that. I am a Nintendo defender. I will defend Nintendo. I don't think retroness is tied to functionality. You never make an argument, you never make that argument about clothing. That's also not what I'm arguing, though? That's also not what I'm arguing? Like, my point is that, there comes a time when the technology and philosophy underlying game design stagnated, and so it becomes harder and harder after that point to call things retro, because gaming is not changing as much, because games released this year and games released 10 years ago are not functionally different nearly as much as a 10-year gap used to be. A game released in 2025 and 2015 is not nearly as different technologically or philosophically, design-wise, than the difference between a game released in 2015 and 2005. Does that make sense? What's the problems with Nintendo or just problems with large companies in general? Yeah. Like, people criticize Nintendo for things that are just problems with the larger gaming industry while looking over the fact that, like, Microsoft is literally committing genocide. I'm just saying. Does it need to be as different? I think that I think so. I think that age is not a meaningful mark for what is retro. Yeah, I think we need a measurement of what is retro that isn't age, because as you know, the technological and design development of the gaming industry stalls, we need a different measure, and this is mine. That's mine. I don't like Nintendo that much, but I'm largely ambivalent towards them as far as big companies are concerned. Which is completely fair. I'm a Nintendo defender. I love Nintendo. Hello, Ray Arcana! Bark bark bite bite! In any case, my anger about this is mostly in jest, mostly joking. If anything, this gives me a little bit more leeway to play games on slightly more recent consoles, though I am probably gonna stick to slightly older ones. I just think it's funny. In my opinion, it needs to mark a point of transition, sure, but that just need to be as big as before. I think naturally, I think naturally is going to take longer for games to become retro. I do think they will eventually someday become retro. But I think as the development of new technology and as the shift of game design philosophy slows, I do think that the gap between what is and is not retro is going to widen. And I think we need to be okay with that. I think we need to stop using a number to determine the retroness of something. Yes, there is going to come a day when Breath of the Wild is a retro game, but I don't think that day is going to be in the next 5 years. You know. I think the difference is people see Microsoft as like a tech information company, not a gaming company. Fair point. Xbox in that case. Let's reference them as Xbox. Does that mean I can call God of War 2008 retro in 2 years? Absolutely not. I was going down the list of games released in 2017, calling them retro, and then I saw Night in the Woods and Hollow Knight are on that list. Yeah, and those are games that don't feel retro and aren't gonna feel retro anytime soon because game design philosophy has slowed down. You know? That's my point. I don't think Monster Hunter Wilds is gonna feel retro in the next, 5 years, and I think that's okay. My general thought is that as the development of the technology that we use to create and play games slows down, and as the shift in game design philosophy slows down, which is a thing that is happening, naturally it will just take longer for games to become retro, and I think that's okay. I think that's alright. I think that's allowed to happen. I don't think we can. I'm not actually all that mad about this GameStop declaration. I just think it's funny more than anything. But I don't think we can rely on a number to determine retroness. I think it has more to do with the technological development. And the fact of the matter is, for the last 10 to 15 years, the development of the technology underlying gaming, as well as the philosophy by which games are designed, the development of those things has slowed. Nier Automata is retro. It'll make every 20-something-year-old crumble into dust hearing that. And for me, it's not even about oh, I personally feel old, because you know what? I think the DS is retro as shit, and I think the 3DS is on the verge. And I recognize that there's going to come a day where the 3DS feels even more retro. I just think that the lines between what is retro and what is that age gap is going to get larger with time, and I think we have to be okay with it. Debate doesn't equal angry event, but I do like disagreeing with you. Oh, completely fair. I just want to be clear that when we disagree, that we're chill, thumbs up, you know. I know a lot of people, especially on the internet, read disagreement as hostility, and I just want to be clear that there is no hostility. We're good. When I debate with people, I rarely ever intend hostility. I want to talk about things in a chill, and I know naturally, because I am the streamer and you are the people in chat, that the playing field is not even, but I want to make the playing field as even and consensual as possible, you know? Normalize violent hostility when arguing with friends. Disagree. I'm very sensitive. I don't want my friends to hate me. No hostility for me either. Thumbs up. We're all good. Never thought I'd hear age gap discourse here. Hello, Baphomet. It's on the Verge though, same with 3DS. Can't believe you said that, A. What the shit? I know, I'm so terrible. Yeah, the DS is definitely rusher at this point. The 3DS, I think, is on the line. That's where I'm at. I think, like, you know, I think, honestly, the PS3 and Wii U are on the line. The PS3, I would say, is definitely, like verging on retro. Wii U, I'm not so sure, honestly. But it was such a short-lived console that honestly doesn't feel real in my memory, so what the fuck do I know? Jenna tried to say all my hostility for reactionary. See, I just don't like being hostile. This might be a me thing. I don't like arguing with people. I don't like being hostile, even with like people who I vehemently disagree with and do not want to engage with, and vehemently hate. I just don't enjoy being hostile. I don't know. I've been told I am a little bit too, like, I don't know. I like being the rational actor in most situations. I like being in control of the conversation. I don't like going on angry tirades where I feel out of control, but that's just me. By the way, the original Xbox 360 had less than 4 gigabytes of RAM. I think it had DDR4 RAM. You might have a point there. Or DDR2 RAM, rather. You might have a point towards its retroness there. You might have a point. I like arguing with people as long as it's all in fun. I hate when people debate. I hate when debate turns into argument. I think part of it for me, like, I want to be liked. I have a desire to be liked both as a content creator and just as a person. I like it when people like me. I don't want people to hate me or be mad at me. You are very likable, to be fair. I'm glad you think so, and I hope that continues to be the case. I try to be likable. You are likable, thank you. I don't always feel like it. I actually have a pretty deep insecurity about my likability, especially as a creator, given the things I talk about. I worry a lot about people disliking me for whatever reason. So I appreciate hearing that, genuinely. Chad, every now and then your streamer does need affirmation. Love arguing with people. I hate hostility. People always take my counterpoints in question as hostility and launch straight into attacking me in retaliation. That's when I decide something's worth it. Oh, completely fair, completely fair. And I appreciate us having this conversation to make sure that the air is clear. I will bear in mind, Alien, that anytime we engage in debate, that it is in good spirit and that no hostility occurs. And if I start to feel uncomfortable with the conversation, I will let you know. Thumbs up. That is the kind of ground that I want to engage with the debate on this channel in, you know? I want it to be that I want to have the ability to gracefully disagree on things, and to still respect each other as people at the end of it. Being willing to kick butt doesn't take away from likability, more adds to it for me. That's fair. Like, and I am willing to kick ass when I need to. I am just a pacifist, if I'm being perfectly honest. Despite everything, I am a pacifist who recognizes the necessity of direct action, you know? That is where I sit. Hello, Ray Arcana. Thank you for the hydrate. Bark, bark, bite, bite. That is where I am at. I appreciate you all and your patience with me. I also want people to like me. Constantly stress about people like me. Imposter syndrome is a bitch to deal with. I get it, 100%. Bark from my bite. I do think there's something to be said for people unpolitely disagreeing while also maintaining respect where necessary. But generally, do not actually yell at my friends. That's fair. See, okay. The experiences I hate as a content creator. This brings me back to a comment I got on a YouTube video relatively recently. I put up a YouTube video talking about Discord's upcoming age restriction policy, basically reporting on the news about it and giving people a call to action. Because I'll be so real, calls to action perform really well in the YouTube short and TikTok algorithm. People really enjoy being informed on something and being told what to do about it, is what I found. They're likely to share that shit and to comment and engage, etc., etc. I don't do it purely for the algorithm, don't get me wrong, I want to make that clear, but it's a good way to spread political messaging while also bringing some attention to myself, and I enjoy that. But I got a comment on that particular short from a user basically attacking me, telling me to shut up and fuck off because I was being too polite. It kind of boiled down to this user accusing me of being too polite and telling me that if I wasn't meaner that they were going to unfollow, and as much as they respect my content, they're really disappointed that I am not being meaner and harsher about this. And I gave a comment. I responded like, hey, I think you missed my point. You're accusing me of not getting the severity of the situation, but this is the way I approach my content, etc., etc. And this user then went on a massive tirade in my comment section. Things like that give me an amount of anxiety. That is the kind of situation and interaction which I wish to avoid. I appreciate folks who can engage in rational, chill disagreement on as even footing as possible. It will never be even when I'm the streamer, but here we are. That's entirely uncool, but also very much a random person picking fights. No, yeah. One thing I have had to acknowledge and be aware of and know is there are absolutely trolls on the internet. There are people who are not going to like me, and I am better off not engaging. I cannot pick a fight with every person who comments on my YouTube channel disagreeing with me or who takes personal offense at something I say or do. It's not worth it. Was it the one in the Discord you posted? Yes, that's the one I posted in the Discord. That is in fact the one that I posted in the Discord. That's how it goes, though. Some people are just like that, which reminds me that I need to do a YouTube short tonight. Chat. I need a subject for a YouTube short tonight. I need to edit one and hopefully post it in the morning. I need thoughts and opinions. One of my biggest fears is being seen as difficult or being too argumentative when I talk with people. I want to understand things by asking questions, but often end up accidentally starting an argument, which I get very sad by. I get that. I absolutely get that. Hello, Zazzy. I can't make a short about Vintage Story. Vintage Story pickup lines. I need y'all to be very clear with y'all. When I do my short form content for folks who haven't seen much of it, I very specifically tend to do coverage of political issues. So the video, but I think I missed that comment. Oh, the comment got suppressed. I actually had to go behind my moderation filters to see the comments, which is another thing that I'm having to learn not to do. I'm personally offended that you have a defunct half of my consoles and game museum. Personally, would have just said cool, okay to them. I'm going to just not engage. Def not one to kiss people's asses when disagreement is on the same moral, but that's just too much. Yeah, that's fair. I'm very much, the kind of person who, like, I think as leftists we need to argue less. I think as leftists we spend too much time having arguments with each other and correcting each other's behavior instead of, like, working together towards collective action and actual material change. Hot take, I know. Oh my god, hot take, the leftist infight? The left is infight too much. Can y'all believe this shit? For fuck's sake, you're a streamer. If a random person can't be civilized while not being able to make their arguments well, that's more of a them problem than you. I agree. I just have a desire to be liked. Infighting is probably the largest force opposing leftism as a whole. I agree. So much of our struggle to organize comes from two things. One, infighting between different sects of leftists who can't agree with each other and need to constantly police each other's behavior. And two, people feeling hopeless. The other big obstacle, I think, is just the depth of hopelessness that a lot of people fear in regards to these issues, which scares them into inaction, which is one of the things that I try to correct. I think one of our biggest weapons against fascism, against authoritarianism, against bigotry is hope. If they take away our hope, they take away our capacity to fight. Leftism and fighting are two words that go together so much it's ridiculous. We're bickering over stupid differences rather than talking about how we fight against the evil that is the right. Exactly. But one of my biggest intentions as a creator is just inspiring hope for change in people, because Jesus Christ, we are not going to manage anything if we don't, you know, at the very least maintain our hope. Guess people don't agree. I never would have thought. Oh, chat, I did something cool the other day. I got to ship my first ever international merch orders. USPS is scary. Hello, Schnitzel, how are you doing today? Bye. Hot take, some amount of debate between like-minded people is great, but too much of it tears down the whole idea of banding together against the system as a whole. See, it's one thing, again, to have respectful debate. It's another thing when, you know, things come to blows and insults. And this is a thing, like, ever since I've added to the activism channel in my Discord that I've had to be on top of. If we are going to have conversations about, you know, complex topics, whether it be on stream or in Twitch chat, we need to be able to have those conversations without coming to insults or blows. You will notice that I almost never seriously insult people. When I disagree with people, whether it be in chat or in theory, I've almost never turn towards using insults. Because I don't think it is useful. I think it drives us further from making any kind of concrete change, and I think it's that kind of argumentativeness that I don't enjoy embodying. And if I ever see people in the Discord, in the activism channel, throwing insults at each other, I will step in and shut it down if I fucking have to. This is me making that perfectly fucking clear. Enjoy, Azzy! Bark, bark, bite, bite! Speaking of shipping orders, bark, bark, bite, bite, indeed. Thought you were gonna say step on them? Listen, I know you want that, but like... USPS are nuts. They are indeed, Mizu. How are you? Bark, bark, bite, bite, lovely to see you. USPS are an experience to navigate. I was shipping an international order for the first time, and I don't know if I did things right. But the funniest thing for me with my local post office, there's this one clerk there who, I think he's new. I only started seeing him about 2 months ago, and I'm constantly introducing him to things he did not know that you could do. For example, having a package held at a post office. I also introduced him to the concept of having 2 shipping labels prepaid for the label broker under the same QR code. He didn't know you could do that. It's really funny to me. Bark, bark, bye, bye. I'm doing quite well, Mizu. I had a nice chill day today. I didn't do too much. Bark, bark, bye, bite. But yeah, I shipped an order to Poland and another to Mexico yesterday. Actually, I don't like political labels all that much. I do describe myself as an anarchist and a socialist, but honestly, just want what's best for everyone and to not have fascism or authoritarianism. Whenever the discussion becomes about, well, communism is more dangerous than capitalism, discussion is lost because specific labels don't matter. I think that's honestly real and fair. I'm the kind of person where I describe myself as an anarcho-communist, but I'll be honest, like, there are various systems along the way towards that where I would be content, you know? There are other options along the way, while they are not my ideal, that I would be content with. I am someone who is just willing to fight for the common good, even if it's not my particular vision of the common good. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite, indeed. I mean, there are actual problematic tendencies in leftist circles that need to be addressed, but generally, yeah, we need to actually organizing, focus most of our energy to fight capitalism instead of insulting each other and putting them down. I mean, yeah, what I mean is, like, I'm not gonna name names, the parties involved know who they are, and I'm not mad at either of y'all. I did have to step in and give a little bit of warning in chat, but, like, there was an argument the other day in the Discord server in the activism channel where people started throwing around words like stupid, and I had to pop in and be like, hey guys, let's fucking not. Let's not start insulting each other in a conversation about gun control. It's shit like that that I don't have a tolerance for in my space. Can I call myself stupid? I'd prefer you didn't, cause caring about yourself matters, but you know. Hello, Yui, bye bye. I actually think that, while it's still a problem, the scale of leftist infighting is overblown. Influencers will have you believe that leftists are fighting each other all the time, and more so than ever, more so the people on the right, but in my experience, leftist spaces are, shocker, pretty peaceful, but I think the narrative is that the left is always purity testing over represented as a form of RW propaganda. I disagree from my experience in leftist spaces. Admittedly, I'm mostly talking about my experiences on like social media and being a public figure. But also in my experiences, for example, engaging with like the DSA and whatnot, there's a lot of infighting. In fact, like a lot of people get driven out of my local DSA because of infighting. We've lost dozens of people to it. Twitch move fucking redeemed super high up on my end, but that's weird. I apologize for that, Yui. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch, though. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I think it's more prominent in online spaces, and my experience is definitely biased in that direction, but I've seen it happen also in my IRL spaces, unfortunately. I think it is less common in IRL spaces, but still something that needs to be addressed. And my point is essentially that, like, within the confines of my own community, I'm not going to tolerate shit like people throwing insults at each other. And if I see a conversation get to that extent, I will step in. I am someone who I don't like, even in my own debates, to engage in that kind of behavior, even when I am going up against or you know, speaking to her about terrible people. I've been in somewhat open leftist spaces, and fighting is definitely something that gets out of control and comment very quickly. I think the reason why it doesn't happen more in my space is just because I have not created that kind of culture, and I've heavily discouraged that kind of culture. When does it specifically... Why does it matter specifically if they perfectly describe classical Marxism or anarcho-communism if they both want to do most of the same shit? I generally agree. Like, that's why I'm of the mind that, like, I am down to collaborate with other leftists, and I don't care what your ideology is so long as we agree, fuck Nazis, etc., you know? If we can agree on fuck Nazis and trans rights, like, we're probably chill. Is the sort of ideology that I function off of. That said, authoritarian leftists scare me. The tankies scare me. Is your space? Who are we to tell you what to do in visiting your home? I appreciate that, genuinely. I get insecure at times, so I do appreciate hearing it. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Who up barking they bite? Nazis aren't hot, why fuck them? Trying to debate if the thing that's in my head is too NSFW to say. I'm just saying, if they want to lick boots so badly, I've got a perfectly nice pair right here. That's the best I'll put it. Sorry, apologies. Screw Nazis on the hot way, but you know. Got so many times excluded for being a skinhead, can't even count them. I'd rather beat up Nazis than be associated with them. Real as shit, and I appreciate the fact that the skinhead community is not what it used to be. Like, while the skinhead community does have that history, I'm so glad that is largely not the case anymore. It's more the right to point and laugh at right-wing shitheads for never taking it up the butt. Lola Mao. I am Transmask. Shinette. Barper by bite. I am Transmask. And not particular fond of that specific dynamic, but you know. But history shares the same history, everyone tends to forget that. I think, like, yeah, ultimately. The entire skinhead community went left, I had no idea. Not the entirety, but how do I say this? Skinheads definitely had a long period of time where they were, you know, Nazis were very prominent within the space, but that is not the case nearly as much anymore, and they still have that stigma around them. But by and large, the vast majority of like skinheads, metalheads, etc. you interact with these days are not going to be of that leaning. Like, you know, things like Lace Kit Code have fallen out of fashion, etc., because there's less need for them these days. There you know, you are still going to find those pockets, but by and large, like, the skinhead community is no longer largely, you know, Nazi and white supremacist, which is a good thing to see. We've done a lot of work to kick those people out of alternative spaces, and they know they are not welcome. 12% of the way to icon, congratulations! My ideology is free healthcare, free housing, trans, queer, and minority rights protections, free access to information, representative democracy, among many others. Real as shit. Real as shit. I'm kind of disappointed that more people didn't see my short regarding Miriant, because like a big core point of it for me and why Miriant matters so much is making information free and accessible. I very, very much care about the efforts that go into keeping information as free and accessible as possible. But no, I'm glad to say that by and large, skinheads are not what they used to be, for good reason. I love my local punk scene. We will fucking kick Nazi ass if we ever find them. Also, the abolishment of shareholders and intellectual property. God, fuck the entire notion of intellectual property. Fuck IP law. Fuck all that bullshit. Like, louder for the people in the back or whatever the hell. I absolutely disdain the notion of intellectual property. I hate the idea that someone can own an idea. I really, really strongly despise the entire notion that a concept or idea or whatnot is a thing a person can concretely own. So proudly wear boots, bald head, and bomber jacket, still working class fucker, nothing else. Rather go drink with a punk than a Nazi. Real as shit. Real as shit. Real as fucking shit. Well, the relatively narrow carve-out that used to exist would be like Nikola Tesla type inventors. See, here's the thing. We don't... Part of the problem with intellectual property laws and protections is that they were created in a very, very different time and cultural context, you know? Back in the day... How do I say? Back in the day... we didn't have these massive major corporations who would collect as many patents and copyrights as possible in order to prevent competition. It was a thing that was created with the intention of allowing smaller companies and creators and inventors to take ownership of their idea and not be infringed upon, so they would have the ability to compete on the market. And now that we live in an era where, one, patent laws have extended so far, where like your intellectual property is yours for like 100 years after your death or whatever the hell, as well as now that we live in an era where like big companies overrule everyone, are the only people who are able to meaningfully compete. IP law no longer serves the function it used to serve, and has become a tool of keeping people down. Thank you, Lincoln. How you do, fellow punks? Hello, hello, Lucky. Lovely to see you. Bark, bark, my bite. Bark, bark, my bite. We're doing pretty chill. We're gonna be playing some Vintage Story relatively soon. Right now we're just having our obligatory just chatting segment. It's a bit of a quieter night thus far, but hopefully that won't stay the case for long. I'm happy to be here, happy to be yapping as per always. I'm also curious. It's still spring break. I know in some parts of the world spring break is currently ongoing. I'm wondering for how many folks last week was predominantly spring break. I am bad at keeping up when like people are in or out of school just because analytics reasons. It has to do with how I plan my streams and how I analyze like analytics and shit. My spring break is coming up next week. Hell fucking yeah. I hope you enjoy. Where I am it blows. Hell fuck. That fucking sucks. I almost said hell fucking yeah. That fucking sucks. I am so sorry, Lucky. Hang on in there. At the very least, spring breaks seem to be somewhat staggered around the world. But no, hang in there. I pray for you. I pray for you, my guy. I have also experimented a little bit with the idea of moving my streams an hour earlier, but I'm not sure how feasible that would be currently. For me, it's always just a measure of would people be able and or willing to be there where I just shift my stream schedule around. Spring breaks? How else am I gonna make my trampoline bouncy? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Spring break is for me is in 2 weeks, I think. Interesting. Okay, okay. Huh. That is fascinating. Oh. Hello, Celestial Muffin. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. How are you? How are you? Trampoline springs scare me. I think trampolines are cool. Sorry, this is slightly off topic, but when you mentioned gun violence earlier, it reminded me of one of my comp debates. I was asked to speak on something that meant a lot to me, so I wrote about transphobia and how it's running rampant. One of my course mates then proceeded to respond, I disagree, transphobia is not a prevalent issue, even if it does happen to you. You have your Second Amendment right to defend yourself. Actually, buddy, that's murder. True! Like, how do I say? I am someone who is a supporter of the Second Amendment, I will say. Schnitzet. In order to clarify this, I want to be clear, I am saying this to clarify the rule in chat. The suffix, the suffix tard is a reference to a slur. It is a reference to the R slur used against predominantly neurodivergent and autistic people. So most words which derive themselves off of it are, you know, not super fond of them. But I will say, okay, I am someone who is generally very fond of the Second Amendment, which, yes, is gun ownership. That is the right to bear arms. Because in the context of America, we have rarely had a successful social rights movement without the involvement of, you know, some form of whether it be violence in and of itself or threat of violence without, you know, guns playing a role in it. I am someone who is of the mind that they are a necessary tool in creating social change in the specific context of the US. And I very heavily appreciate them. That said, they are not a solution necessarily to moments of one-on-one interpersonal bigotry, you know? You cannot shoot someone in the street just for being a transphobe. But the argument that, like, discrimination on grounds of a fucking identity, a protected identity, does not matter because you have the ability to own a gun, that is a stupid argument. That is a stupid argument. Especially when the United States Department of, I forget if it's the Department of Defense or Department of Justice, whichever the fuck one oversees these particular rules, tried to make it illegal for trans people to own guns last year. Hello, Shy Lion! How are you? Bark, bark, bite. Yes, the DOJ, thank you. The Department of Justice tried to make it illegal for trans people to own firearms last year. Now, listen, I don't care how you feel about gun ownership. The fact that a government agency would try to single out a specific marginalized group of people and say that they are not legally allowed to own guns should raise a lot of red flags. Did you get the right to bear arms to overthrow your government if they're stupid? Literally, yes. That's why it exists. Almost forgot about the one. So that argument does not hold up in my mind when the government has literally tried to take gun ownership rights away from trans people. Even if you could just shoot someone for being a dick doesn't mean that systemic bigotry doesn't exist and isn't widespread. Exactly. That is such a garbage counter argument on so many levels. I'm alright, hope you're doing okay. I'm doing quite well. You know how long it takes in Germany to get a gun? Relatively long, because y'all have a lot of regulations in place. Bark by might. Self-defense is a reactive action done in conflict where there's a direct threat of violence. A proactive choice to shoot someone is just murder. Exactly. Exactly. Like, as someone who is a proponent for gun ownership, especially at the hands of marginalized people, I am of the hope that we will never have to use them. They are preventative tools. You know. Hello, Parchi! Bark bite bite! Walked in a moment. We were talking about gun rights. How are you? Bark bite bite. About 18 to 24 months after you get your license. Terrifying. I hate that so much. And I recognize that in different cultural contexts, the relationship to guns and the impact they might play in the creation of social change is going to be different. I am not someone who is a big fan of harsh gun control. I am not someone who is a great fan of it, and I know a lot of leftists disagree with me on that. That's completely fair and valid, but that's my perspective based on my lived experience, etc., etc. Hello, host. How are you doing? Sleepy? Aw, poor thing. Chat, he's eepy. Look at him, he's eepy. Because in this guy's argument for people to laugh at, because it made me laugh so fucking hard. Oh, please do. I need to see the how bad this argument was. So on the other hand, 70% of them have a stated shoot AR-15 at home. Fucking hell. Like, I am a big proponent for more marginalized people learning their way around a firearm, even if they don't plan on owning one themselves. I think they are a necessary tool in creating social change in the context of the United States, you know? That is my particular take. That is my particular perspective. It's 1:30 a.m. Need to throw in the towel. No worries, you take care, Fenori. All the best. Barbara, bye-bye. Get some good rest. Just because of how many guns there are, probably everyone should get a firearm safety class. Hey chat, here's a reminder. If you're in the United States, to check out your local SRA if you have one, Socialist Rights Association. Get some firearm training. Bites you, host. How dare you? I do not trust the U.S. to restrict gun rights in a reasonable, non-discriminatory way, so I completely agree with you. I just also think that guns are a necessary tool of creating social change in the particular environment that is the United States. AE Deadass range day when? Someday. I want to go to the range. We should do that sometime. We should do a gun hangout. That'd be fun. I think guns are cool. Okay, so I am gonna pull up this thing that Ollie B posted from a debate. So this is from a debate that Ollie B had regarding like transphobia and transphobic bigotry. So we're gonna read it with that context. That is your context. You're welcome, chat. I'm so good at giving context. I do want to look at and address this because I think it's a little bit interesting, if annoying and disturbing as shit. So I'm gonna read this word for word first. While I agree that the hate crimes and genocides are no doubt violence regarding gender identity laws, I don't believe it's the state's role to step in to create barriers and rules for people to define themselves as. This logic also follows me to my idea on marriage, such as why is the government involved in marriage when it is a religious process? I hate that argument. Holy fucking shit, I hate that argument. Sorry, I'm interrupting the post because I've been hearing the whole, oh, why is the government stepping in on marriage when it's a religious issue so much in my life, and I absolutely despise it. Do Christians believe that non-Christians shouldn't be allowed to get married? Do Christians genuinely believe that anyone who isn't Christian shouldn't be getting married? Especially when marriage is a thing that has so many like legal rights tied to it. Especially when marriage is a thing that that so many of your legal rights as an individual are tied to. Fun fact, if you are not either blood related or actually married to someone, they won't let you like visit them in the hospital without, you know, consent and shit like that, without certain paperwork and regulations. There are a lot of things that you need to be legally married in order to do. Part of why the fight for gay marriage was such a big deal is because gay couples, even if they could live together and functionally act as though they were married, were restricted from so many rights that married people have. There are certain benefits that you get from being married on a legal front, and there are certain rights that are only allowed to you as a couple when you are legally married. And so many people who make the argument that marriage is a religious issue seem to either forget that or seem to not give a shit. Or seem to believe that because they're Christian they deserve an advantage. Which, to be fair, Christians have a bad habit of thinking they have a monopoly on everything good in the world. This is also true. My hot take is the family unit is actually a really bad thing to form a society around. I do agree with that. I think there are Christians who fundamentally don't think morals and ethics exist outside of religion, which I assume extends to marriage. This is a thing that I have noticed. Like, one of the biggest arguments that a lot of Christians bring up in regards to, like, why Christianity is a good thing or why religion is a good thing is, oh, how are you going to know what's right or wrong without this? Have you considered that it is just straight up wrong to do harm to another, like, living, thinking being? Have you considered that every human is a living, thinking being with a lived experience, and that maybe we should have empathy and desire for all living, thinking beings to, like, have human rights and shit? Have you considered that, like, you don't need religion to care about people? You know? You know? But in any case, sorry to interrupt. I hate that argument. Overall, I believe that the government is too involved in people's lives, so I agree with removing the gender pronouns in Iowa's anti-discrimination bill, but if there is violence incited upon transgender people, we have the Second Amendment to allow them to defend themselves with firearms. Just as any other person would do if violence were acted upon them. I hate this so much. I hate this for so many fucking reasons. One of my biggest frustrations when I, you know, engage in, or when I do engage with a lot of, like, classical conservatives, because this is someone who I would classify as a more traditional conservative. Traditional conservatives believe in a lack of government overreach. They believe that government should be small and limited in its capacity. One of my biggest frustrations with them is they cannot imagine that you, as a leftist, could possibly also agree that government overreach is bad. They cannot understand that, like, you, as a leftist, might also hate the government. I have shocked so many people who see me being queer and must assume that I love the government. No, I fucking hate the government. Screw that shit. Yeah, I also agree that the government is too involved in people's lives and in reducing the role that the government has in controlling us. I believe in getting rid of the government. I am not a libertarian, I'm an anarcho-communist. Actually, hello clones, welcome on in. Like, I agree that the government is too involved in people's everyday lives. I believe in I believe that centralized power is in and of itself a form of violence, both power which is held within capital and power which is held by governments. I hate this notion that, like, you can't have both of those. Is there just left and right in America, nothing between? Yes. In the modern America political sphere, you have the Conservative Party, the Republicans, which traditionally were more about small government, more libertarian-leaning views. They did believe in smaller, limited government, hardcore capitalism, and traditional values, quote-unquote, by which they mean, like, fuck gay people. And then you have the Democrats, which these days are very much a status quo party. They are very conservative light is how I like to describe it. They are generally for larger government and more, how do I say, social services, but are still relatively conservative in their leaning in the modern day and have been drifting further in that direction for a while, etc., etc. In the modern day, a lot of Republican talking points are very authoritarian right, very fascist in origin. They've largely, the mainstream Republican Party has largely abandoned any notion of being about like smaller limited governmental control, has become very, heavy authoritarian, and the Democratic Party is shifting in the same direction out of a desire to appeal to moderates. It's a whole thing. I think left-right is about big small government, or they think left-right is about big small government. Here's the thing. It kind of used to be. When I call this traditional conservatism, this is what conservatism looked like a decade and a half ago. This is what it looked like 15 years ago. It's not what it looks like anymore. And you can thank Trump for that. Trump popularized the more like a big government, modern Christian conservatism that we see running rampant. That said, fuck both like major political parties. I hate this shit. America might see a real SOCDEM movement emerge, but currently there isn't anything in the two major parties. I honestly doubt that. I'm of the belief that we will not be able to create a large lasting change through the electoral system. That's where I'm at. Libertarian is a nonsense ideology that claims to want big government. That claims to not want big government, less police brutality against marginalized groups. I mean, it is an ideology wherein they believe that capital should be the thing that runs the world, and they believe that they would also be the exception who gets rich under that system, rather than being victims under it. Not a fan of libertarians. Got a question, how can it be anarchist and a communist? So a lot of people hear the term communist and immediately think that communism equals big overarching government who controls everything, and that is very much a misnomer, a cultural myth created by a lot of like propaganda. In fact, when you look at the actual texts that underlie capitalism, like a lot of Marxist texts, they are also proponents for smaller, limited, centralized government. Because guess what? Communism is not about authoritarianism. You're thinking Marxist-Leninism, or state capitalism, which are also ideologies that I'm not a great deal fan of. Communism in and of itself is just the idea that the workers own the means of production. It is the idea that we, as the people who are creating goods, have the right to that value and do not need a CEO to be stealing that excess value out of the hands of the people. That we do not need to have our labor exploited, under a communist system, in an anarchist society, you have a lack of or rather in an anarcho-communist system, you see a lack of a strong centralized government, and a economy, quote unquote, wherein the people own the means of production, have a right to what they produce, and wherein goods are as evenly distributed as possible based on who needs them. And I am aware and also of the mind that is an ideology that essentially requires that we function in much smaller communities than we currently do. I am personally of the mind that most like anarcho-communist systems would require us to exist in much smaller communities and be much more concerned with what is happening local to us, but I don't think that's a bad thing. Tried on so many occasions to explain to people that communism isn't government overreach, they immediately love to say that it's propaganda and they'll end up with nothing. It's... People really struggle to separate out economic and like size of government, for lack of a better term. I'm sure there's a better term for that, but it's not coming to mind. But people really love to think that there's only two solutions, that either you have a ton of capitalism and little state, or you have a ton of state and little capitalism, and don't understand that you can mix and match those ideologies in much more complex and nuanced ways. Partially to do with just the ways they are taught in school and the very limited historical examples that get focused on. A lot of it is the result of the Red Scare. Whenever people talk about how dangerous communism is, they're talking about Marxist-Leninism. They're not talking about communism. That, or they're talking about state capitalism, which also fucks state capitalism. Not a fan of state capitalism. Germany also benefits from a robust multi-party political system with the major holes in the Weimar system fixed. I don't know a whole lot about Germany's political system, I'll be so honest. Is the Red Scare even fully over? I don't think so, no. I think that, like, it is not as big and active a phenomenon as it used to be, but it's absolutely still a thing that we are seeing the after effects of, as well as, how do I say, an ongoing effort by, like, world leaders and whatnot. The fact even that, like, you know, politicians shy away from the term socialist these days, goes to show that. The Mondami win is wild to me. I'll admit I did not expect it either. I have thoughts and feelings. It is a step in the right direction, but again, I don't think we're going to fix the world through the electoral system. I think the current regime fucking up so hard has had a massive leftward shift on a global scale, let alone at home. I disagree. I can see what you mean. I think it has pushed a lot of leftists and left-leaning people further left. I think it has also, however, very much hardened the right and given them something to idolize towards. I've noticed the right-wing parties in a number of countries gaining more fervor and better centralizing themselves, oftentimes modeling themselves after Trumpism, you know? It's a good step, at the end of the day, better than what we have is not best we could. Yeah, exactly. And I'm of the mind that, like, we need widespread revolution in order to create concrete change. Listen, I don't give a shit, clones. I don't know who the hell you are, or like, alright. Cool? Question mark? I've given you my thoughts and rationale in regards to communism and anarcho-communism. Like, you don't gotta listen to me. And if you don't want to, you do not have to fucking be here. Cool. Do as you please. If I dare to be optimistic, I do think the Red Scare is in its death throes. The lazy there are communists is not as effective as it used to be. I agree, and I think people are particularly warming up to the term socialist more quickly than they are to communism, which is a pleasant change. I think that, like what I said, I think the whole Trump situation has pushed a lot of people who were already left-leaning further towards the left. It has opened up a lot more eyes to what leftist action can look like, caused a lot of people to be less afraid of words like socialism. I think it has also hardened the right, though. We'll see. I already explained this, clones. I already explained this, that government size and economic system are not a thing that are one-in-one to each other. A lot of people hear communism and they think Marxist-Leninism, which is that authoritarian communism that you're so afraid of. And a lot of people also think of like state capitalism. Those are very specific ideologies. that do not necessarily have to go one in one. And if you read actual, like, if you read Marx, if you read various other pieces of Marxist literature, they are not systems which feature a large overreaching government. You can have communism in an anarchist society. Hello, welcome on in, Neko Boy Blue and Andy. How goes it? Bark bark bite bite. Thank you for the raids. Hello, everybody. Hi. I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream Naku retro games and do art here on Twitch.tv. We're gonna be playing some Vintage Story tonight, but we're currently doing our obligatory just chatting segment. Late for tabletop? No worries, no worries. Hope the Vintage Story went well. Take care of yourself. Welcome on in, Quarry. Hello, Neko. Hello, Andy. How are y'all? Bye bye bye. If anyone wants to analog to state capitalism, just read or watch the Hunger series, the Hunger Games series. Real as shit. Real as shit. Bye bye. How went the Vintage Story? Oh, I just noticed my playlist stopped. 1 second. My playlist is over. I need a new playlist. Give me a moment while I find a new playlist. There we go. There's a new playlist. Neko lost track of time. Real as shit. Listen, that's how you know it was a good stream. In my mind, you know it's a good stream when you completely forget that, you know, time is passing. We get double raids every now and then here. It's appreciated. Genuinely hope this stream went well. Bark bark bite bite. My major point of disagreement is that Western aligned countries have had major swings in favor of leftist parties, e.g. Canada, but it's worth remarking that this isn't a reason to get lax. See, I have also, maybe it's just the particular circles I run in, I have seen a rightward sling in Canada and the UK particularly. Maybe I'm working off of different information than you, though. Have a good night and many funs. Yeah, you take care, Andy. All the best. Bark, bark, bite, bite. You take care. You take care. We will probably play Vintage Story next Wednesday again. Hell yeah, I hope y'all enjoy, genuinely. Bark bark bite bite. Hello, kinda strange. Welcome on in. Had a chatter saying they'd love to see us chat, decided to check out your channel. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. I have not heard of you, but hey, if a chatter is shouting me out in your direction, I am down to see what your deal is. Hello. I'm just a bastard on the internet. I talk about queer shit, punk shit, leftist shit. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Hope you're doing well. If you're also like a punk or leftist creator, then hell fucking yeah. Canada has definitely been going right, not quickly though. Very vocal right, have been getting even more vocal though, so it may seem worse than it is. That's fair. That is a fair critique of my point. I appreciate it. I do not have full context for anything. I'm just a guy doing my best to make shit. We're doing our best here, ultimately. But now, what brings you along? Hello, Keaton as well. Bark bark bite bite. Some wild zero rating context had. Oh, sorry. Hi, I'm a political content creator, and I talk about queer and leftist shit here. So we're currently talking about different forms of communist ideology. We had a troll come in who was like being a bastard, and that got us on the train talking about like different offshoots of like communist ideology. Also, there will be an ad hitting soon. I do apologize, folks. We will be having an ad soon. So I particularly am an anarcho-communist. That said, I am open to having conversations and collaborating with other forms of leftists. I am very much of the mind that like we need to be working together as leftists because by and large we want similar or the same things. I am of the mind that as leftists, our main goals are aligned. We can talk about what comes after later. For the time being, we need to focus on tearing down these systems at B. You know? Ad will be hitting any moment now. I do apologize, folks. I do got to fucking run and grab a snack. But I will be back. I will return. Very much United Front kind of girly. Hell fucking yeah. I think we get along then. Feel free to shoot me a DM on Blue Sky, or my Discord is the same as it is as my username here. My username everywhere should be the same. I would love to chat. Bark bark bite bite. Feed me the communism, put it in my gullet. Real. Big fan of anarcho-communism particularly. Virtually left is very, very divided as the nature of the way things work. I think we can do better though. I think we should be able to have conversations even if we have differing ideologies and work towards a common goal. In any case, I will be right back. I need to grab a snack. Snack time. Alright, I return. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Let me catch up with chat. One of my girlies in high school called me a communist. One of my teachers in high school called me a communist once as a joke because I said I'd share my things if anyone asked, and I looked at him and said, "Yeah, I am." So, and he shut up and continued the lesson. Real as fuck. I love that. That's really funny. People are way too concerned with how society will specifically, like, once we get rid of capitalism, or at least diminish it until its functionality is until it's functionally useless, when we're nowhere near the point yet. Yeah, I'm very much of the mind that, like, okay, I am someone who's of the mind that we are not going to create change within the electoral system. We need to start fighting a more concrete battle, in whatever form that ends up taking. We need to start, like, on more concretely battling against fucking fascism. My Discord is the same as my Twitch username, yes. And I think that will come in the form, to some extent, of revolutionary effort. I'll be honest though, what comes after, I think we can worry about the details of that later. I think that we can have a conversation about what things look like when we rebuild later, you know? I think first and foremost, we need to work on organizing and starting to create real concrete change in our communities and then more broadly. And that's not going to happen at the polls. Apologies. My perspective and take is that we are not going to create change within the electoral system. We need to start organizing and focusing our efforts in creating change in our local and then later wider, broader level if we are going to stand a chance. We can worry about what comes after later. The goal right now is helping people in our local communities and disrupting larger systems of power, you know? Our focus right now is disrupting ICE activity and disrupting the police and standing in the way of fascist action, eventually tearing it all down. We can worry more about what comes after later. I think electoralism can be helpful alongside organizing, but I agree it's not the focus. I also want to say I am not against voting. I think that electoralism is useless as a form of damage control, as a means of preventing things from getting worse faster, but I don't believe it is the road through which we are going to create concrete change. Absolutely, you can repeat what you were going to say. Apologies, Jagsaloth. I can end up behind chat at times. I do apologize. We are a relatively busy chat at times. Hello, Celador. I do encourage people to vote, especially this upcoming election this year, because a lot of governorial seats and Senate seats are going to be up for grabs, and some of the greatest change you can make is going to be on a local level. I particularly am from Florida. I live in the beautiful Sunshine State, and Ron DeSantis, who I would argue is one of like the loudest and most, you know, name recognition having right-wing voices of the era, is in the midst of his last potential term as governor of Florida. I already intend to put a lot of work into covering the primaries and actual election here as they approach, because I do believe that Florida has acted as a testing ground for conservatives for the last, like, fucking 15 years, and seeing Florida come into the hands of the Democrats, while it wouldn't, you know, necessarily fix or change things, would be a amazing sign of progress and an incredible relief for many of the marginalized people who are living here, myself included. The rate of lower scientific literacy rates, meaning they're less likely to understand or trust scientific professionals. I mean, this is a thing, yes, but I also think that in general scientific literacy is very low, and we need to work on making science more accessible and communicating science better. For folks who don't know, I have some amount of background in STEM, particularly in neurogenetics. I will not explain what I mean, but I do have a background in neuroscience, and there are a lack of people in the scientific community who know how to communicate their findings, their thoughts, their anything to the general public. So while I do agree that yes, there is a general lack of scientific literacy, more so on the right than on the left, there is a lack of scientific literacy in the general public altogether, and I think we need to have more focus within the scientific community on better communicating to the general public. We are incredibly peasant-brained. Yeah, like, I don't think that's necessarily the fault of the general public. I think that's the fault of the media and, to a lesser extent, of the scientific community. The media has this habit of picking up, you know, the right-wing, or rather, picking up, you know, on scientific discoveries and articles and reporting on them poorly, which influences how the general public thinks about science, and ends up really, how do I say, not exacerbating divide, that's not what I mean to say. It ends up sensationalizing, that's the word I was looking for, a lot of scientific progress, as well as demonizing discoveries. It's the cause of so much of this moral panic around science that we see is largely how it is reported in the news, and a lot of that could be resolved by people in the scientific community building their communication skills, or at the very least having dedicated folks for communication. I think we need to take down the paywalls behind so many scientific articles. I think we need to teach scientists how to talk and communicate to the general public, or at the very least encourage them to bring folks onto their team who specialize in that. Because I'm going to be honest, an average person is never going to understand how a PCR works, and it will never be relevant to them, and that's okay. but I know how a PCR works, and I can try to break that down and communicate a scientific finding that involves a PCR to a level that an average person can understand. That means something, that matters. Really hope that something turns out in Florida. Good luck at you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I will be covering the governorial elections here. Hello, Wookiees. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Me head empty while you talk science at me. I love science. Apologies. I'm eating my fruit. Chat. I grabbed dried fruit, and it's very tasty. Hello, Wookiees, how are you? Lovely to see you. Does it include centers, by the way? Yes, polyamorous, sorry, not polyamorous. Polymerase chain reaction. Oh my god, chat, the chains are now polyamorous. Lol, lamau. Excellent DSA candidate running in Florida. I need to find his name. I'm trying to remember, because I wasn't too fond of either the Democratic candidates who were running, but I'd definitely be curious. I haven't looked into it in a couple weeks, admittedly. Bark, bark, bite, bite. The chains are polyam, but yeah, I have a background in neuroscience, specifically in neurogenetics, for folks who are not very familiar. I don't like getting into the details of what I mean by that, but I basically have just done some, like, you know, genetic sequencing in those realms. I've actually shifted my direction more. You know what? I will talk a little bit about this. I was a STEM kid who became a science communication kid who became a politics VTuber. You know. My background is in neuroscience. I shifted towards science communication after that. So like this thing I'm describing about people breaking down science in a way that's accessible for everyday people was something I specialized in for a while. And then hey, moderators. Wait. Apologies. Never mind. I saw a comment and I immediately went, oh wait, we might have a problem. Apologies. Welcome on in, Yule Wolf. Lovely to see you. Sorry, we had a troll. We had a troll in the chat earlier, so I saw a message from a new user and I was like, moderators, hello? That I didn't read first. That one's on me. That is my fault. You're totally fine. There was a troll in here earlier. Our election just happened. Well, the primary, which really decides the election, couldn't vote because I live in one of the states which is incredibly hard to vote in. I wish you all the luck. A big problem we are facing right now, like worldwide, or especially in the US, I don't know much about it actually on a more global scale, is they are making a lot of efforts to try and make it harder for people to vote. Particularly people who are marginalized. People who are less likely to have an ID or more likely to have experienced name changes. These are targeted efforts to try and prevent marginalized people from voting, and that's scary. Let me look into this Oliver Larkin guy. Let me look into this Oliver Larkin guy. Oh, he's running for Congress. Okay. Proud Democratic, socialist running to fight for South Florida. Interesting. What's his region? Let me see. Abolish ICE, Medicare for all, working class democracy. I fuck with him, alright. I will definitely have to give this guy my, my badge of approval, not that that means much. Heard about him from, Mook from PA, aka, Central Commie? Hell fucking yeah. Alright, he's a great communicator. Noted. He's from Deerfield. Alright, cool. I will definitely have to keep up with his shit, because that is cool as hell. That is not the part of the state I live in, I will say, so I'm not sure how much I can actually do as far as voting is concerned, but hell yeah. Alright, alright. We'd love to see an actual, like, leftist running for the fucking ballot, in Florida. Oh, you're so good, Dark Wolf, you're so good. What did Dark Wolf say? I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. I'm scrolling. I'm scrolling. Sorry to distract from the current conversation, but have you ever had your body feel very tired yet your brain is so active? Yes, I have insomnia. I'm very mentally and physically ill. I've actually recently stopped having the problem of, oh, body tired but brain active as often these days because disability. It's a blessing and a curse. Alright, 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 alright. Alright, alright, alright. Let me, yeah, most of the time these days I have brain tired, body not, which is also unfortunate. Let me get a big stretch in real quick. I finished my snack. Chat, dried pineapple, fucking delicious. Absolute peak. Big fan of dried pineapple. Would recommend. Enjoy me some dried pineapple. God, I fucking love dried fruit. Snacks demolished. Chat, calories in my body. I've eaten, how many meals have I eaten today? What have I eaten today? I ate a bowl of pasta, of chicken Alfredo, and then I made rice. Also, I'm jealous. I want dried mango now. Get some dried mango. Do it. I love putting food in my body. I'm very bad at eating, but you know what? We're doing our best out here. Chat, we support eating and keeping your body healthy. I love food. See, I don't love food, but I'm doing my best to try and work on that. Hope it'll be better in a few years. There won't be a second secession in the US. Hi from Poland. Hello, Keaton. Hope you're doing well. Bark, bark, bite, bite. A lot of shit going on in the US right now. Y'all fuck with spicy dried mango? Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah, I do! Dried is my favorite form of fruit. Believe in me, you can find that love for food, hopefully. So for me, what it is I have a stomach disorder. I don't mind talking about this. I have gastroparesis, which is partial paralysis of the stomach. So there's a lot of things that I cannot eat because they will make me sick. I need to eat very small quantities of food more often. That's why you've seen me usually take 1 to 2 snack breaks in the middle of stream just to make sure that I am putting food in me. And I have to be very careful about what I eat because foods that are high in acidity, high in fiber, etc., are likely to get me sick. I have to be very careful. I've been quite a bit this week, which is good because I have an eating disorder, and I'm proud of you for fighting against that, genuinely. I am proud of you for working to get better. We support, like, recovery and health here, whatever the hell that looks like, you know? If for you that means losing weight, cool. For you that means gaining weight and fighting against eating disorders and shit, hell fucking yeah, I'm proud of y'all. Keep on living, keep on fighting, you're doing amazing work. Alright, where was I? Where was I? Trying to remember where I was in our conversation. Give me a moment. Is the American dream over? Everything is taking a turn? Yeah, so the United States is currently in the midst of an economic recession, except no one wants to call it that. They keep moving the goalposts for what is considered a recession to try and not call what is currently happening a recession. It is absolutely a recession. The US is currently in a state of economic peril. The majority of people are living paycheck to paycheck and struggling to get by. Even like the cost of housing. I say this as someone who used to be homeless. I was homeless for the latter half of 2024 and recovered like 2 weeks before the new year. The job market right now is extremely poor. It's hard to get a job and most jobs are not paying livable wages. The cost of living in the majority of the US, especially if you live anywhere near a city, is just not viable right now. Wasn't recession coined just to not call things a depression? I wouldn't be surprised, I'm not sure on that. I don't know the particular history on that. It is really, really hard for people to get by. Yeah, the American Dream, and most people have lost sight and lost hope in the American Dream as well. There's actually a really good video essay that kind of talks about this that I want to shout out. Give me a moment. Really good video essay that I 100% recommend y'all check out. It is called The Last American on Earth by Leadhead. You can see I'm currently halfway through the runtime of it because I've been rewatching it recently. It is called The Last American on Earth, and part of what it focuses on, it is like one half video essay, one half narrative experience, talking about the process by which someone gets kind of radicalized into leftism. Really, really good video essay that I believe is going to be part of like a larger story. Yeah, hybrid drama video essay series. I'm really excited to see like more build off of this because it was already such an interesting video, but supposedly there's going to be like a drama or narrative element that kind of talks about radicalization into leftist spaces. The first one being this video essay, The Last American on Earth, which talks a lot about the American dream and the modern recession that we are currently in. Really fascinating stuff. Please check it out. I have massive respect for Leadhead as a content creator. Someone who I would love to eventually even hold a candle to as a video essayist. I need to put a lot of... I need to work more on my video essays. I put out one video essay, and I have not put out any video essays since, but I am hoping to put out more soon. I spent a good deal of today and yesterday working on my next video essay, which is about generative AI and the politics of death. It talks about the ways generative AI is being marketed as a tool to potentially talk to your dead loved ones, as well as the digital immortality industry. Thank you so much for the hydrate, Bark my bite. And what this will potentially mean for the future. Why did I just get a follow alert? I'm so confused. That was weird. Whatever. Cannot get myself to make videos anymore. Did it for 5 years and got nowhere. Understandable. I released one video essay 8 months ago, which currently sits at 104k views, and I just haven't done anything since. Unfortunately, like, this video is what propelled me into partner pushing. So I released this video, I partner pushed on Twitch, I ended up in a very deep depression after some interpersonal drama. Because in the middle of my partner push, one of my best friends decided that she wanted to ruin my entire fucking career and like talk shit about me to all my friends. And since then have just been trying to mentally and physically recover, but I've started working on my next video as of December, and I'm hoping to get it out very soon. I've been forced to take a lot of breaks on it, but it is like one of my 2 big focuses for the rest of the month. We'll see if I get it out. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. I want to start producing video essays a few times a year, every couple of months, because I really care about video essays as a format, and I want to throw my hat into that ring. That said, you can still hear me yap in YouTube Shorts pretty regularly, where I make content talking about queer and leftist issues. You'll catch me yapping about, this one was about the fact that experts have been reclassifying what is happening to trans people as genocide. This is about Miriant. This is an announcement for a anti-ICE fundraising event I did. It's a good mix of shit. I try to put out a video roughly once every week or two on the shorts format, and then I'm hoping to eventually like ramp everything up to the point where I can post shorts weekly and like actual videos every other month. We'll get there. All in due time. All in due time. What the fuck do you mean they're making AI to speak to the dead? Oh! Have you not heard me talk about this? It's the core subject of my next video essay. Side note, amused that YouTube will provide a For You section while you're looking at your own channel. It's very funny. It's very funny. But... Hello, Adele! Welcome on in. Thank you for the streak. Bye-bye. Lovely to see ya. Hello, Goblin Soblin. I've been quite well. Hi, it's been a while. How have you been? But no, it's the core subject of my next video essay. It's going to talk about generative AI, and its relationship to death and to necropolitics. necropolitics in particular just being like the ways in which we socially talk about death and the relationship between power and death. Hello, Orleans, bark bark bye bye. In fact, many AI chatbots started advertising themselves as a means to talk to the dead. If y'all know Persona, if I recall correctly, Persona, which has become more popular as a means of like creating an AI lover, etc., etc. Oh my god, you get an AI lover. Fuck generative AI, by the way. It initially started, if I recall correctly, with the intention of being a tool to basically feed data about your dead loved ones into it and, you know, talk to them. There have been many stories regarding this, and so the video essay discusses the concept of these grief bots, are what they're called. Talks about grief bots, talks about the notion of digital remains, that being, you know, the things we leave behind online after we die, about the digital immortality industry, which is an entire industry wherein people are trying to create AI versions of themselves to keep posting and existing after they die, and the concept of a right to stay dead, which is a theoretical right which some want to introduce as these technologies continue to fester. It is essentially a right to not have your information fed into these kinds of tools without permission. It is absolutely horrific stuff. I've been working on a video essay about it since December, and I hate that it has been 4 months and I still haven't finished it, but I'm trying to get it done, at least script-wise, this month. I really need to, like, buckle down and start working on video essay content more frequently than putting a fly into a computer. I know it's not the same, but it low-key reminds me of a French animated movie that used Louis Defune's face and voice for one of the characters. The actor was already dead for decades at the time it was made. I mean, that is a thing that gets discussed in a lot of like the papers that I have used as resources here, because yeah, one of the things that they do in this industry, one of the things that's discussed in a lot of these papers and whatnot, is the fact that they will frequently take the faces and voices of dead actors and use them in modern films, oftentimes using AI tools as well. Have you followed the AI videos meant to be wellness checks? I have no idea what you're fucking talking about, Good Humored Gaming. I have no clue what you're talking about. No, it's absolutely terrifying shit though. I need to work on finishing that video essay. I have 2 big projects on my plate right now. It is that video and the upcoming event that's going to be happening 2 weeks from today. You should absolutely be here 2 weeks from today. It's going to be a trial run for some very big shit that I've been wanting to do for the last 4 years. Oh my fucking god. My attention these next 2 weeks are going to be on that video essay and on the upcoming event. Yeah, April 1st. Be here April 1st for a very, very cool event that I've been putting a lot of work into. Evil smile. The further talk about this, from my perspective, is odd, because childhood didn't exist in any form for me. Probably would have felt some way with my former self. Oh, are we talking about I Don't Regret Girlhood? About my video essay talking about, like, trans-mass experiences of girlhood, and about the choice to stop allowing, it's basically a video talking about my decision to transition, actually. If anyone has not checked out I Don't Regret Girlhood, it is a video essay I released about 8 months ago, talking about the work I had to unpack, the trauma I had to unpack in order to start transitioning. Because for a long time, I, as a trans person, had a very complicated relationship with my own childhood, with my girlhood. Because in so many ways, I felt as though I was still attached to my girlhood in various ways, and that invalidated my identity in some way. as well as having a very complicated relationship with womanhood. For a lot of my life, a good way of describing it has been like, girlhood was okay, even at times it was good, but womanhood was a problem for me. It is a video essay that talks about that journey. It talks about the choice to stop giving a shit. It is about what it means to hold on to grief as a trans person and what it means to heal, and if healing is even a thing worth doing. And while it is very heavily focused on trans mass experiences, so I do want to, you know, put that addendum on there for any trans femme watchers who might find themselves relating to it less. That's completely fair. It has been a really healing experience for some people, and I'm grateful. It was an exercise in catharsis for me. It was me getting all of those messy thoughts out before deciding to start medically transitioning, because I don't want that grief that I have, that complicated relationship I have with my childhood, with girlhood, whatever the hell that may be, to hold me back. I don't want to fucking perform gender by anyone else's rules. I don't want to put myself back in the closet. I want to be myself without playing by the expectations or the rulebook that anyone has set for me. My gender is very heavily based in the notion of transgression, and you know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna transgress in every way I can. For people who were curious, the animated movie in question is Animal Kingdom, Let's Go Ape, even though I don't remember this movie unless you want to traumatize yourself. Noted. Noted. Hello, Araya! Bark, bark, bite, bite, I apologize! Didn't see you there. Get some value perspective, my own gender from that video as a trans MB. Hell fucking yeah! I'm glad that it can be a valuable experience for people, even if it's not like the most topical. I'll admit the video was extremely rushed. I wrote and recorded it almost entirely in 4 back-to-back all-nighters. And there are a lot of things I wish I had better built out. I wish I had better built out the section talking about like drag. I wish I had better built out the segment relating to boyhood. The issue just being that would have required me to go back and like re-interview all of my trans femme friends that I interviewed for it, and I really wanted to start HRT, but you know, I think it was a valuable video that I am proud of having created. Even though we're not trans mask, we related to a lot of the video essay in some ways. It's a catalyst for us to introspect. I'm glad. That's kind of the goal. The goal of it was to open up the discussion for messier, or rather open up the floor for conversation about the messier elements of the trans experience, because I think so often we are expected to make our existence really clean and easy to understand for cishet people, or we are expected to perform gender quote-unquote correctly in order to be deserving of being gendered right, and I hate that shit. I hate this idea that as trans people, we are expected to perform gender the quote-unquote right way in order to be respected. You know? How about casualties? We'll have them for a song? I am not understanding what you're putting down. I'm not picking up what you're putting down. But in any case, like, I really just hate the notion that as trans people we are expected to perform gender correctly, and I want to open the floor for discussions of messier experiences of transness, because I think that's important. Oh, so I specifically tend to, during my Just Chatting segments, play video game OSTs, because they are unlikely to get copyright flagged, and they do not have lyrics. I try to avoid any music that has lyrics because it impedes with my ability to talk. It's really just recreating the same oppressive gender norms that we're trying to deconstruct in the first place. I really, like, okay. I want to preface this with the fact that I encourage all trans people to chase their gender identity in whatever way is most authentic to them, and if that looks like traditional gender norms, then cool, thumbs up, you do you. I, however, am very much of the mind that we need to be careful as trans people to not reaffirm the gender binary and to not push other trans people to quote-unquote to abide by any sort of normative, you know, experience of gender. I've had that happen to me a fair bit as a trans person. People expecting me to abide by traditional masculinity and not understanding or kind of being shitty to me when I don't do that. some want us to perform gender correctly, but they can't agree on what performing correctly is. Also true, also true. I am someone who, like, I don't want to see the trans community recreate the same harsh gendered binaries that we so vehemently oppose in our very existence. And to those who are happy to live in that way, thumbs up. All the more power to you, but we need to do so without putting down people who may have non-normative experiences of transness or of gender or who wish to transgress those bounds. And I think that matters. I think that all matters. We wrote and drew something partially inspired by the introspective we had after watching your video. Can we share it in the content media channel of your Discord? Oh, absolutely, please do. I would love to see. I'd be very, very happy to. Okay, so someone in the content media section of the Discord, because I just went and peeked at it, just posted the song Never Pass by She, Her, Hers, which yes, was actually one of the inspirations for that video essay. But also, holy shit, y'all, I will never, oop, exclamation point Discord to join. One moment. I will never stop being mad about the fact that the lead of She, Her, Her has stopped making music because she got married and said she doesn't feel punk anymore and doesn't like the punk scene anymore. And I'm like, damn. Damn. Do you really just abandon your values like that? I don't know. Like, ultimately, I'm glad that she is happy, but one of my great fears and anxieties, there are so many people who associate punkness entirely with misery, and when they start to find personal happiness, end up abandoning the scene. And I hope that doesn't mean abandoning their activism too. I hope that doesn't mean that, like, for them, their activism was just because they were miserable at the time, and now that they've found happiness, they don't see a need to fight anymore. I hope that's not what happened here, but it's a thing that I've seen happen and makes me very, very deeply sad, because I love She, Her, Hers as a band. Absolutely incredible musicians. Super amazing. I would still heavily recommend everyone go listen to their stuff. Every trans person in here, you should go listen to She, Her, Hers title album. But god fucking damn it, I will never not be mad about the fact that she stopped making music and left the punk scene. It is, a pain. Being punk isn't miserable. I think it's willing to be their cool no matter what folks say. I agree with this. I do agree with this. My perspective, my take, I guess, for lack of better term, there is absolutely circles you can run into within punk and a culture of punk of, like, excess. Shit sucks, so we're gonna do drugs about it, and people are miserable. There are certainly circles within punk by which do abide by that ideology, but I don't think that is the mainstream or the by and large these days, you know? I recall when I first got into punk when I was a teenager, the first band that really caught my ear was Days and Days. And yeah, as a band, a lot of their music is very, humanity sucks, fuck people, everything is miserable, let's go do drugs. And as I developed more as a person, as my political ideology came into focus, as I started to understand myself, hello, Vivi, bark, bark, bite, bite, how goes it? Lovely to see you. You take care of playing, bite, bite. But as my, like, ideology started to come more into focus and I started to understand and be able to articulate that better, I found myself drifting away from the, people suck, let's do drugs and be self-destructive side of punk towards the, me and my friends are beautiful, we're gonna create so much change side of punk. So there absolutely is that element to punk culture, but, like, damn, there's also so much beauty and hope within it if you end up in the right parts of it, you know? Yeah, punk can be miserable and depressing if you let it be and if you run with the wrong people. But if you find the right spaces, punk is also very much about solidarity and about the fight to create change. And I'm very lucky to have found myself in a part of the punk scene that is all about loving your friends and wanting to change the world. The bread of doing ENT is good though. Oh, of course, of course. Shout out to my local punk scene for having a really cool DIY network. We'd love to see it. More of the fuck the system, fuck our government, let's fight for our freedom in spite of capitalism type of punk, and I fucking love that. That is a good type of punk to be. Like I love my friends, I love the world, and I want to fucking fight for it type of punk. And the solidarity in there is beautiful. I'm looking at the art that Adele's system, I guess the Autumn Forest system, is that how I should refer to it? Made in Discord, and it is absolutely beautiful. This is absolutely beautiful, and I appreciate it so much. I will say, hey guys, little hee hee ooh ooh on my part. If you make things inspired by me or have thoughts and want to spread them around, I heavily encourage y'all to do so. And I am someone who ego surfs. I am an ego surfer. One of my little pastimes is to silently, secretly go on Reddit, search my name, and see what comes up. I love, like, when people post stuff relating to me on the internet and are inspired by it in some capacity. That means a lot to me. What the fuck is an ego surf? For me, when I say ego surfing, I just mean that I look myself up online to see what people say about me. Hehe. Thank you for your time and appreciation. It means a lot. Of course, and I will try to refer, if I see you in chat, as the Autumn system, if that's alright. I'm not so great at that because I tend to just reference Twitch name. It's easier, quicker in my brain, but I try to respect what people refer to be called when possible. Or if you want me to read the name at the end, I can try. That's just a little bit harder because it's at the end. Barbara Bite Bite. Do 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 do. Hello, hello, welcome on in. Barf Barf Bite Bite. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Most punk thing ever, eating ice cream before dinner. Should we sound their names at the beginning of the message? I can that might be a little bit easier for me. I can try. Do 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 do. One of the past times is looking back at VODs where I've interacted with the streamer because I had like being like, that's real and valid. That is real and valid. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Are we fans of the Claudia Shinbomber regime here? I don't know who that is, I'll be perfectly honest. Getting some crazy first time messages in the stream. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes they're normal, sometimes they're not. It's always very interesting. Do, 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 do. Thank you for the hydrate, Mannequin of Theseus. I appreciate it. Barbara Bite Bite. Okay. Chat, I'm getting a little bit pissed off. Because I did just ego surf myself on Reddit silently as I was referencing the fact that I occasionally ego surf myself. And I see someone reposting my recent Blue Sky post regarding the fact that you can you know, or it's completely safe, legal, easy, and cheap to compound estradiol at home. Because I made a Blue Sky post about that recently. Someone reposted it on Reddit. I'm gonna read my post and I'm going to read one of the top comments. Quote, reminder for those who need it, but it's extremely cheap, easy, and currently legal to compound estradiol at home. You can literally make it in your kitchen. Testosterone is not legal, but like, shh. Trans people will not be eradicated. If they take your HRT away, start making it yourself and establish mutual aid networks for distribution. It will be fundamental to survive in the coming years. There is a comment on this post, the top reply, the fuck you make it in the kitchen, misogynistic. It's because the most common way to DIY it is in a pressure cooker. The most common way to compound your HRT at home is to do it in a pressure cooker. How do you go from that to misogyny? Excuse me? We want to change our name on Twitch, but Adiki, how to? I don't remember too off the top of my head, but I'm sure it's really, really easy to figure out. I'm just like, how the fuck do you, how the fuck do you see that post and go, oh, this guy's misogynistic? I hope it's a joke because I get genuinely scared about getting canceled on the internet. I'm gonna pull this up. Let me make sure nothing revealing is showing. I should be good. We should be chill. This from 8 days ago. Reminder for those who need it, but it's extremely cheap, easy, and currently legal to compound estradiol at home. You can literally make it in your kitchen because you make it in a pressure cooker. And someone goes, the fuck you make it in a kitchen, misogynistic? Like, what? Okay, apparently people are saying it's a joke, but huh? Huh? Don't get worried you'll get canceled with people who actually get canceled to trans someone. Okay, I'm not very fond of that, but okay. I need you to know, Vivi, I've had my name dragged through the mud recently and lost like half my friends over it. Please don't joke like that, because I've had my name dragged through the mud and like lost a lot of people who are really important to me over that. I'm very sensitive on this front right now. I'm very sensitive on that front right now. It happens, unfortunately. It's a thing that just kind of happens as you grow as a content creator. I don't know, wild response. Because I've had a lot of people attack me in recent months, and had a lot of very rude shit about me said online. And it has impacted my viewership quite a bit. But that's how it goes sometimes. Essentially, I had one person, her main accusation against me was that I have a substance abuse problem, you know? But basically used that to spread a bunch of rumors about me. In any case, it is just a point of anxiety that I occasionally have. Bar bite bite. It was probably a joke, but... It was probably just a joke, but in any case. Is that cancelable now? It shouldn't be. And also I don't have a substance abuse problem. I literally, like, got high twice in 1 week, you know? In any case, what I said was meant to be more of a joke, and you're totally fine in that, Vivi. It's just a bit of a sensitive issue for me these days. I have very, very severe paranoia, and the recent experiences I've had with people dragging my name through the mud, like, literally lost 2 of my Twitch mods, and like half my friends. So, you know, very sensitive in regards to that. Hello, Lady Danger, bark, bite, bite. What do you mean, Darkwood Rider? Bark, bite, bite, lovely to see you. Got high twice in my life. I enjoy weed. Weed is fun. I enjoy it. But hi, Lady Danger. We're gonna be vintaging soon. Lovely to see you. You're totally fine, Vivi. I appreciate you. Guys, Vivi is my friend. She's super chill and a lovely individual. Bark, bite. I just get a little bit anxious in regards to like people hating me. I had an experience with another content creator who was one of my closest friends. We literally had plans to move in with each other. What happened is I canceled a collab last minute, or rather I tried to cancel a collab last minute because I was having a really bad mental health day. She convinced me not to cancel the collab. I was in a really rough spot in the midst of this. Like, I should not have gone live. She knew that I should not have gone live. I wouldn't have canceled if I could. She went she pushed me, forced me to collab anyway, essentially. Pushed us to get drunk during the stream, and then got mad at me for, like, not having a good time. And then after that, told a bunch of our mutual friends that I had a substance abuse problem, and whatnot. So kind of fuck her, but you know. What happened that made you feel sensitive? It was just a joke regarding being canceled, and after my recent experiences, it's a very sensitive, like, issue for me. We need the Glaze Archivist's name. Apologies, I am stammering a little bit much because my anxiety has peaked and my heart is currently running at 108. Oh Christ, boy, are you good? That's not normal. Give me a moment. Send you some vanilla-ish vintage story mods I recommend. Thank you. I will peek at them and see if they're fit for the server in a moment. It is not the person that you remember, Lady Danger. It is not the person you remember. Bark, bark, bye, bye. If we're thinking about the same person, Lady Danger, if you're thinking of Celerity, Celerity and I are on great terms. I will not name names. Take it easy, please. Apologies. I got anxious thinking about it. That happens. Apologies. She pushed you to drink and then turned around and said you were the one with the substance abuse problem? Yeah, because I was a bit too mean and not tight-lipped enough while I was having a bad mental health day. After she pushed us to drink on stream on a collab that I tried to cancel. Like, I was very overt with the fact that, that I was not in a good enough state to be on stream and tried to cancel. Hello, Lucky! Bark, bark, bye, bye. No, Celerity and I are on great terms. They're one of my closest friends. They and I are doing wonderful. I care very deeply for them. Cross is being cancelled from the Save Joke list. Thank you, I appreciate it. I am a little bit sensitive on the notion of people talking shit about me, especially, I was doing a lot better with it for a while, but with the V-Space debacle, I am once again anxious. Fuck V-Space Boutique's owner, by the way. Motherfucker, blocked me, took my collection off the merch store with no notice or warning, and it didn't pay me for 11 months. Hello, Druid! Bark, bark, bye, bye. Lovely to see you. Fuck that bullshit. Fuck that bullshit. Be very careful, chat, what merch stores you work with. We're discussing that individual SC? Yeah, fuck him. Fuck him. I am not going to take drama and make it more public than it has to be, but that situation has had me a little bit more anxious in regards to people talking shit about me than I had been prior, and I do apologize. Is all good. Is all good. It happens. I will look at the mods that you shared, Vivi, when I get a chance, because I am definitely open to adding more mods to the server. I just do want to keep it relatively vanilla light, you know. That's so hypocritical. Also find that pretty douchey to reject a friend solely because they have substance abuse. Yeah, the funniest thing is I am very careful in regards to substances. I usually only allow myself to consume substances like once a week outside of special occasions and only in social settings. Like, I'm very careful with my alcohol and weed usage. She was just a dick. And all that happened in the middle of my partner push as well. People suck sometimes, but hey, we keep doing our best, we keep on living, keep on fighting. As someone who knows the deeds and will not elaborate, this person doesn't deserve the jar. Cheers chicken tenders with the AE in chat to brighten up everyone's day. Thank you, Zelda. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Oh, I'm gonna grab one of my fidgets. One moment. Chat, this is what we in this household call emotional regulation. My heart rate is getting back to normal, thankfully, but I'm gonna grab a fidget. This is what we call regulating our physical and mental health. What is the jar? I'm just new and tired. It's the jar. It's the jar. It's the jar. Love that one of us are just like, oh, thank you. I did the art myself. That's quite jarring. Regulate, is that possible? Yeah, chat. Emotional regulation tools are super important and worth developing. We love our coping mechanisms. Mine are listening to loud music, going to punk shows and getting beat up in a mosh pit, and fidgets. Didn't we have a Vor jar at some point? God, I haven't talked about Vor in like a week, have I? I haven't talked about Vor in like a week. That's so out of character for me. Tragic. Tragic. Citation issued, Vor mentioned. So do we like when we get in the jar? Sometimes. The jar is an affectionate threat and or a thing I do to objects of fascination. And things that are not objects of fascination or which I genuinely detest do not deserve the jar. Certainly aligned to hear while locking in on Vintage Story. Days since Vor Talk 0. It's mostly been chat. This is true. Chat loves talking about Vor. Vor is always plot relevant. Hello, Fiona. Lovely to see you. Barbara Bite Bite had a band concert which took multiple hours. No worries. Not be chatting very much. No worries at all. Take care of yourself first and foremost. I hope the show was good. Hope the concert was pleasant. Are you giving the people eyebrow as we speak? Or rather, giving you the people's eyebrow as we speak. Smiles. A bitch goes to a furry convention and attends the Vor panel once and never lives it down. I needed to be clear that I attended the Vor panel, not because I like Vor, but to bully a friend of mine who does like Vor and is extremely bullyable. There is one thing that I absolutely adore, and that is teasing people until they cannot fucking stand it. Only because we know you're a cannibal enthusiast? Okay. Cannibalism and Vor are different. Listen, some people... Chad, have you ever met someone who just, like, melts and falls apart when you threaten to put them in your mouth? Like, when you threaten to just It's very fun. It's very funny. It's very, very funny. My mechanisms have been only sleeping and hanging out with two friends. Hey, develop more coping mechanisms. They're great. I've met me, yeah. Do we need to pull out the Venn diagram again? Listen. We need to talk about Vor at least once a week to keep the rent down around here, alright? That's how we keep the property value down. We need to talk about Vor at least once a week. Hello, Vor Sit, or VTuber Sit rather. Welcome on in. Hi, greetings from the archive. Listen, we need to keep the property value down around here every now and then by talking about Vor. I'm doing my best. Welcome on in, VTuber Simp. How are you doing today? There'll be an ad break in about a minute. I apologize. Twitch does force me to run ads. I'm a very normal VTuber who does normal VTuber things. I've never done anything weird ever, I promise. I promise. I'm completely normal. Damn, alright, we scared him off. God fuck it. This is what happens around here. The question is when Vor and Dejar collab. That's called the Vor jar. That's what they all say. That's called the Vor jar. That's the jar where I put a quarter every time I talk about Vor. Only normal things happen here. Only normal things happen here. Chat, is it vintage story time? What is Vor? Okay. So Vor is a fictional kink which involves the eating of a person. You know? Vor, it's predominantly a part of furry culture. Yes, it's erotic cannibalism. Basically. So close to getting into Vor, that's because of y'all and other VTubers community. You're welcome. Basically, yeah. It's basically erotic cannibalism. There's a few different flavors of it. We make a lot of Vor jokes around here. Mostly because it keeps coming up in retro games. Retro games love having an obligatory Vor level for some reason. Does sucking someone's blood count as Vor? No, that's just a blood kink and like... also valid, but you know, it's not Vor. Clipped and sniffed the Vor-sip incident. I'm doing my best, okay? Vampires and werewolves are different. Yeah, like that's monster kink plus blood kink, and like that's valid, but let me off someone BRB. I mean, if that's what you're into, have fun. Clipped and snipped and then ad break. That's how it goes around here. Chat, is it vintage time? Is it time to vintage my story? Chat, is it time to vintage my story? Are we vintaging some stories around here? Is that the plan? We're gonna be going on for 7 hours tonight because I'm gonna be raiding into Sappy Adkins' channel for a collab. Oh, whoa. Fancy. Oh, whoa. Can you guys believe this shit? It's another way to say, let me find someone I no longer watch, I can follow you. That's real as shit, honestly. People who have hit the follow limit scare me. You're not the only one I've met. A story that fits neatly on a vinyl. Hello again, Grey Rook. I think, chat, it is time for me to start vintaging my stories. I want to start vintaging some stories. Good night, Virgil, all the best. If I can spell, that'd be great. Let's vintage some stories. Alright, let me open up vintage. Did not know there was even a follow limit. There is a follow limit, yes. I've not hit it yet. I am at the limit for Discord servers. That one's true. I fear people who are at the follow limit. I don't even know what the follow limit is, but I'm gonna run into it someday, and I'm scared of that day. I'm scared of that day. Alright. I need to also edit stream info to remove the just chatting from my title. I love biting people, chat. Did you guys know that I love biting people? Alright, I need to pause the music. And then a community server. There we go. Thank you for the follow, VTuber Simp. I appreciate it. Bark, bark, bye, bye. Imagine having to, like, take a VTuber out back, and, like, old Yeller style them. Just so you can follow a new person. Just old Yellering some, like, inactive VTuber. What do you do when they graduate? You know? What do you do when they graduate? Listen, I'm right. I'm just saying what's happening. I'm just saying what's happening. Imagine an old Yellering of a VTuber. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. Limit is 2,000 followed childs. Oh, I'm good then. That'll take me a while to reach. I don't follow that many people. I'm a little bit more selective with my follows these days, I'll admit, than I used to be. I used to just follow back, like, everyone who rated me ever. And these days I typically don't do that as often. Just because my, like, fucking going live feed was so full of people. You were a good VTuber. No, see, the joke was, imagine having to go out back and old yeller a VTuber every time you want to follow someone new. Thank you for the bark boy, bark lady ninja for the Fuck you. That's what you get for scaring me? Fuck you! The joke is just imagine having to old yeller a VTuber every time you want to follow someone new. I think it's funny. Alright? I think it's fucking hilarious. I'll fight you, Foxboy. Do it, bitch. Square up. Let's go. Find me in the Waffle House parking lot. I'm a southerner. Alright, welcome everyone to Vintage Story. We return to the community server. Let me know if the music's too loud, too quiet, anything of that sort, alright? Actually, I can just check that myself. Actually, I should not check it myself. The game will get mad at me. Hello, Nakuya! How goes it? Arrarara! Love your real barks so much. How dare you, Sendre? I know they're pretty good. Listen, I'm a southern boy and I will beat you up in the Waffle House parking lot. And I'm a Union Yankee? Damn! Alright, I see how it is. So, like, do you practice those barks? I did. Hello, Queen Ramen! Arrarara. Gonna see Nakuya playing Vintage Story with AE? Hell yeah! Welcome to the Vintage Story server. All of my torches have gone out. Fuck. Why did my phone just buzz? That could not have been my phone. My phone is not on my desk. Alright, cool. Thumbs up. I'm so good at being a person, chat. Incredibly good at being a person. I need grass. By the time I come back in here, something will have spawned and will be trying to kill me. It'll be great. It looks like we're in early winter right now, which I'm not prepared for. We do not have the food for that, so I will be reliant on the rest of the village for a while, but my goal is to kind of get myself to a situation where I'm relatively self-dependent, where I'm relatively self-reliant, so I'm not constantly relying on the rest of the group for basic resources. That's my thought anyway. There's not enough grass. It's fine. It'll get us through the start. Alright, we got this. Just realized the portmanteau of Vintage Story could be Vori. Just a little bit. It's Vori. Chat, it's time to play some Vori. Living out in the woods if you want to check roughly the shit I have access to starting from scratch. I mean, I know what resources I need. I'm just trying to figure out how to get myself situated so I can, like, not constantly be relying on the rest of the group for resources. I don't mind occasionally needing to stop by town for specific things, but just so I'm not so behind progression-wise. You know, I don't have much time to play off stream because I'm a very busy fox. Y'all know how it goes, but... Watch both Vintage Story and Vagrant Story streams in the last week. I don't know Vagrant Story. What's Vagrant Story about? I've never heard of Vagrant Story before. Thank you for the I'm not into bears clip, Lycan. It is appreciated. I thought it was quite funny. Oh, is it spring? It's like halfway through the March? Okay, fuck yeah, never mind. I don't gotta worry about the winter then. We are good to go then. I'm so glad that I wasn't here for the winter. Happy the CC's working? Yeah, thank you so much for that. It's having some trouble understanding me, but you know what? So be it. That's probably an issue with my microphone. I can try to work my mic out or adjust my setup in a way where that's less of a problem later. Now, I am trying to figure out what parts of my setup here are so dark that monsters keep spawning. Because monsters keep spawning inside my house, and I don't like it when they do that very much. Not very fond of when monsters spawn inside my house. It's probably... I don't fucking know, actually. Your house is looking lovely. Thank you, Druid. Bark, bark, bye-bye. Time skipped past winter. Exactly. Vagrant Story is a 2000 action RPG for the PS1. Ooh, I might have to check that out at some point. That is within my niche. That is definitely within my niche. Those captions were on where I lurked earlier? Yeah, it's a funky little new thing that I'm testing out. I think, hopefully, like, because I want to make my streams accessible. I do want to make my streams accessible for as many people as possible. And I know a lot of people rely on captioning to some extent, and while it's not working as optimally as I would like it to, it is definitely an improvement over not having them at all. So, you know. We'll work with it, we'll see if a better option comes up, or if I find a way to make them more accurate. But it's better than having nothing. Is there an etiquette for getting to a Waffle House parking lot brawl? Like, do I have to throw a glove at my friend, or just say fight me? They just kind of start. That's how it goes, unfortunately. Can't get everything perfect unless you have an actual person doing it.
Oh, shit.
Hello, Rylix. Welcome on in. Mods, can we get a shout out? Hello, 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 everyone. Hi, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I'm a loud punk bastard on the internet, talk about queer shit, leftist shit, y'all know the deal. It's so lovely to see you. Welcome on in. Everyone on my end, go give Rylix some love. We're currently playing some Vintage Story on the community server. If you are a fan of Vintage Story, actually, mods, before I forget, someone please pin the IP, thank you very much. But you are absolutely free to join. It is a funky little community server. Everyone is welcome. Hello, literally Lilac as well. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Hi, hi, hi. Alright. Alright, I got more torches. Let's go. I don't know why things keep spawning in my house. I probably just don't have it set up well enough, but no surprise there. Trying to think where I could stick more torches that won't be, like, in the way.
Oh shit.
Thank you so much, literally Lilac, for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh, there was another torch here. Okay, so that won't solve it either. Damn. Shrug, I guess. Can I stream it? Yeah, you can stream on my server. How about? If you would like to play on my Vintage Story server and stream while you do so, that is completely welcome. Thank you, Lycan. Bark, bark, bite, bite. We've been playing on it for a while, and initially it was just going to be a 1 month thing, but my community has paid to keep it up for longer, which means we will continue having Vintage Story shenanigans for the foreseeable future. So long as I have the money to run it, honestly, I want to keep running it. And I've been a little bit nervous money-wise recently, but chat has ensured that there is money set aside for it, which I genuinely, massively appreciate. So thank you to the community for making this shit possible. My community really does mean the world to me. Keep on loving, keep on fighting, and hold on. Oh, this Waffle House talk makes me miss it. I am a big Waffle House enjoyer. God, I fucking love Waffle House. I feel so sad for the masses who do not have access to Waffle House, because it is something else, alright. Do you want to go to Waffle House at some point? Hey, if you ever end up in Florida, let me know. I happen to know a very lovely Waffle House. Too far north, all we got is like IHOP and Denny's. Waffle House is the joy of the South. You can't get it up north. Y'all are missing out up there. Y'all are missing out on the absolute wonder that is Waffle House down there. I'll be dishing out, no worries. Do what you gotta do. Never any issue with raiding and running. Take care of yourself first and foremost. Oh, are my pelts done? Yeah, we got 2 soaked hides, which means we get to put them in this one with the weak tannin. Huh? Is it not enough? Because I also need to make some strong tannin, correct? Which I think just needs 5 oak, yes? Nice, we have our strong tannin. Why can I not steal you? Oh, knife him first, you're so right, I'm doing my best. Honestly, I would love to make the leatherworking experience a little bit more tangible. Doesn't have to be, but I think it'd be cool. There we go. Alright, I'm doing my first hides. Let's go. I love this. Thank you for the stretch. I appreciate it. Bark, bark, bite, bite. What if the monsters are FBI agents trying to investigate even in the game? Shout out to the time I got real life investigated by the real life FBI. That was pretty cool. I don't think the FBI got onto my Vintage Story server, though. Honestly, if there's an FBI agent that is actively watching my streams, thanks for the commitment, I guess. I appreciate it. Alright, so things I need to start worrying about are getting a consistent source of food going, which unfortunately is not likely to happen right now. Actually, it is spring. I can probably start planting crops and shit, yeah? Grasslands are due to cold. Yeah, y'all are dead. But I can replant these, and like now that it's spring, we'll start hopefully getting some. I don't know if it's warm enough yet, but we can try. Alright, and then I'm gonna need the watering can, which we can make one. It would be quite funny. Alright, so I need the setup to make a watering can. I have a little bit of fire clay left. I don't know if it's enough. Watering can. We need 10 fire clay, so I'm gonna need more fire clay for that. I do I have? I don't have the shit for it. Okay. We can get more. You'll at least get back the seeds. Seems like the coldest part of the night gets to -5, perhaps a little below. Fertilizer will also be useful soonish. Got it. Cool. You should probably just use normal red or blue clay for that. Okay. Alright, I'll use regular clay. I'm such a bastard. Alright, where the fuck does everyone keep the clay? Yes, honey. I'll use regular clay. Where the fuck does everyone keep their clay? This is the winery. I don't think there's gonna be clay at the winery. Nova clay deposit if you want it, or you can, if you don't, I can climb up. Oh, I mean, I don't mind, it's just that I'd rather just get it from the city, unless it's, like, near me, you know? Nice that seeds come with the built-in sack. Yeah, it's very, very wonderful. Kudos to whoever designed that. Kudos to physics. Hey, yo, food. Pie table. Meat pie. Delicious. Okay. I am not finding clay. If you need blue clay, Death Valley has a fuck ton of it. Noted, noted. Anyone set up a beehive kiln? I don't know. It's across the lake. So back towards, like, major spawn? God, y'all do so much when I'm offline. There's a bunch of- I'm just gonna steal some fire clay from here, I'm sorry. I'm gonna steal some of your fire clay. Bye. We're a commune, it's fine. This is a communist, country. It's chill. North of Lake Town. Okay, okay, noted. I'll bear that in mind. We have a bunch right here. So now I can actually start making things, which is pretty cool. Because I actually have a- you know what? I don't hate myself enough for this. There we go. It's your server, it's not stealing, it's sharing. Exactly, exactly. I can do what I want. Danger's a beehive kill? Noted, noted, appreciated. Sometime in the next week, I need to sit down with Danger and have her teach me some of the ins and outs of the game. You can make it a little faster if you want. Oh, how? Please do let me know. I'm a pug bastard. Chat, you're cutting the edges of bug sandwich. I said bastard, not monster. Did you slept Napster? Okay. Napster GUI. Oh, this is cool as shit. Wait. I can change whether the mod uses global settings or per world settings. Okay. We'll just say per world. Clay forming settings, voxels per click. I don't want to instant complete, but like, you know, this is fascinating. All right. It's not going faster. It's fine. I think you undid it? Fuck. I'm doing my best. Whoop. Clay forming. No? I did not undo it. Gotta go, no worries, you take care, Adele. All the best. It's not that big a deal. It's not that big a deal. I don't care that much. Huh? Oh, there it goes. Alright, alright, alright. AEB doing his best? I'm always doing my best. It does seem a little bit faster, which, I mean, ultimately that's fine with me. Oh, it's definitely going faster now. Okay, okay. It's definitely going faster now. Enjoy your Lord Gavidalo drinker. All the best, all the best. Alright, I'll need to figure out how to do fertilizer soon as well, I suppose. So we're gonna pick this up, we're gonna place this down in this pit. What else do I need more of right now? Clay-wise. Because I definitely need more storage vessels, and I probably want more crocs as well. I think that's fine. I think we make a few more storage vessels and a few more crocs. I don't know how many storage vessels I need, but definitely more. We'll make what we can and we'll turn like the rest of them into crocs probably. Wait, it's almost spring. Thanks about the ungodly amount of cranberries that will grow soon. Good. Before I lurk, that house is dope as fuck. Thank you. It took way too long to build, but it looks very cool. So, you know, we got that. We got that. I'm really glad that people are enjoying the server. It's been a lot of fun to play with. More pies out on the table. Thank you. I love pie. We can make pink dyes from cranberry. Cool. I really want to figure out the tailoring stuff. I thought I had made myself a tailor so I could make cloth and whatnot. Apparently I was wrong. So I'm not sure how to enable that or how to access like those goods and traits because I wanted to do some stuff that involved like working with cloth and whatnot. I wanted, you know, do leather working and tailoring stuff because those feel like they go together well. But I'm not sure if the game will let me. Really confused with the second bit leader badge next to my name, but here, take more. Thank you, it's appreciated. It just means that so far this month you've been number 2. Congratulations, bark bite bite. It means that this month you have donated the second most bits. You just have to do carousel reset for yourself. See, I did, and it didn't give me the trait, unless I did it wrong. It's not that big a deal. Ultimately, if I really want the item, I have admin perms, so I could just do that. I could just give it to myself somehow. I would just have to look up how to. Might have forgotten to rechose the class. I know I did. Like, I know I rechose the class. I did it live on stream and whatnot. It just didn't apply for some reason. I think I fucked up. Surely someone can take that from me? I mean, if people want to give me more money, I won't complain. I do like having money. Despite being an anti-capitalist, I am quite a fan of having money. Quite fond. Oh, what do you want to do? Is busy cooking porridge? Oh, I'm okay right now. I'm chilling. Can I get a none pizza left beef? I would love none. Chat, I genuinely, one of these days, want to do a, like, cooking stream, where instead of, like, cooking actual food, I cook a bunch of internet meme recipes. So my thought is to basically go on stream and make things like none pizza left beef or make the Tumblr vanilla cake. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Uh, thoughts and opinions. The vanilla extract cake? Yes, exactly. You understand me. I want to make the Tumblr vanilla extract cake, and I want to make left pizza none beef whenever I do a cooking stream, which will probably be like over the summer at the earliest. Please make the flavor as well. I would love to also make the flavor. Food crimes? Yes, exactly. Collab with Neko where you cook meme food and insist it's gourmet recipes. Oh my god, wait. That's a fun thought. Wait. So, I don't want to say too much, but Neko has talked about potentially coming to Florida one of these days to visit. Because he's a good friend of mine. And if he does over the summer, I could theoretically do a cooking stream with him, and I think that'd be really, really funny. Alright, so that takes 35 and we do not have 35. How much would 4 crocs take? Of course, 14. Alright, we'll make 4 crocs. There we go. Florida cooking stream? Need this in my life? Yeah, exactly. It'd be so peak. I actually have a load of food waste videos unless the person actually tries to eat it, which is why I like Ordinary Sausage on YouTube. Yes, I want to be clear, if I did this, I would at the very least try to eat them. Like, if I were to make the vanilla cake, I would make it not like a full cake size, I would make it in a like tiny mini cake kind of container. Finish the video recommended, really good stuff. Hell fucking yeah, glad you enjoyed it. But if I were to do this, like I would make the cake in a tiny little like mini cake container or pan, and the pizza, I mean, I don't think I'd have any problem eating the pizza. It's basically bread with crumbs of beef. Like I would make things in reasonable enough serving sizes that we could consume most of them, or that minimal food waste would happen if they're really that bad, you know? I promise I am not someone who enjoys food waste. The disgusting concoctions I create will be consumed as much as I can manage. Left beef flatbread, yeah, like none pizza left beef would be very easy to consume, actually. None pizza left beef would be very easy to consume. I need more recipes, because I know the flavor, I know the vanilla cake, I know none pizza left beef. What other, like, internet meme recipes are there? I might, if I can get the ingredients for them, introduce y'all to a couple of the cursed drinks that we used to make back when I was a Starbucks barista. Because when I was a Starbucks barista, me and my crew had a couple cursed recipes. Because what they would do is they would basically, like, have all of the baristas pick a drink that was, like, our signature, and you could, like, come up and order our signature off of our little recommendation menu. And a couple of us decided that instead of, you know, putting normal, relatively harmless drinks on there, we would actually do horrific concoctions that we dreamed up in our brains. It was quite fun. I also am realizing I need to start worrying about setting up a foraging thing. I should probably do that. What do I need to get a foraging setup together? Am I at a point? I am probably at a point where I need to make an anvil, aren't I? That's probably a thing I have to worry about, isn't it? In any case. Just pictured the fops as the barista and cackled. Yeah, I used to be a barista. This isn't a joke. This is me personally. I hope this sounds okay to voice, but I don't understand people overly against food waste. A lot of fresh food isn't available to be shipped, and once it hits the market, unfortunately, we live in a world of supply and demand. So my thing is that all that food at the end of the day gets thrown out when there are homeless or struggling people in communities, you know? Some amount of food waste is inevitable. Some amount of food waste is inevitable. It doesn't matter, you know, we can distribute the food to the best of our abilities, even in an anti-capitalist society, and there will be some amount of waste that occurs. But so much of that waste happens at the hands of supermarkets, and it just gets thrown out when there are homeless or starving people in the area who could use that. And if it was a situation where that, you know, food that would otherwise be thrown away ends up in the bellies of struggling people, then cool, thumbs up. More often than not, it is being thrown away and nothing is happening to it. Food waste in and of itself is not bad. It is food waste while people are starving that is a problem. You know? Red Bull instead of water through coffee beans in a coffee machine is a true chaos concoction. Beautiful, beautiful. This is why a dumpster dive often can find cans in there, but food waste of individual feels different. Yeah. I think, like, you know, if it is a thing you are constantly doing, you are constantly buying more than you can consume knowingly and wasting it, that's one thing. But also, there's gonna be an amount of food waste, even as an individual, that is inevitable. I am a single person who buys groceries only for myself, and things are sold in big packs, and sometimes I don't manage to finish the whole pack. I try to reduce my food waste, not intentionally created, but poor planning, or just the fact that things are sold in large containers sometimes means that food waste is going to occur anyway. Maybe an unpizza leftist beef. Real and true. But, you know, sometimes things end up in fucking spoiling in my fridge. I do think, like, when you end up in situations where you're making, like, videos pouring a bunch of food into a toilet with the intention of it, you know, not getting eaten as a prank or as content, we're talking kind of a different story at that point. And I think that's what a lot of people in chat are talking about. They're talking about the cases wherein, say, a content creator, for the sake of a viral video, ends up pouring a bunch of, like, perfectly good drinks and whatnot into a toilet and making a quote-unquote massive cocktail that no one's actually going to consume. I feel like, you know, we're talking something different there. At that point, you're just wasting food for the point of big number and whatnot. But of course, some amount of food waste on an individual level is also going to happen. You know, it's about scale here, I think, more than anything. I think I've just been underexposed to mukbangs. That's also real and fair and valid. I wouldn't recommend seeking them out. Bites the Fox Wave is into that, you know, consent is important. I'm down with biting. Fairly certain half of those videos are fetish videos anyhow. Oh, absolutely. Okay. I want to clarify when I say this, I am 100% all for sex workers. Sex workers deserve to exist. I think fetish content is real art that deserves to exist as well. I have no issue with the existence of that content. I do hate when a lot of that content does not call itself what it is and tries to market itself as normal and safe for work. Especially when a lot of that content ends up getting exposed by kids. Like, sex workers are valid. Sex work is real work that deserves to be compensated and not to be predated against and whatnot. That said, let's not sit here and pretend that this is funny little kids content when it's not. Or those videos where they intentionally burn food for rage bait. Also true. I don't know. I think I just hate when content is exploitative, you know? Sex work exposed to kids. So there's a lot of content that's very clearly fetish content, but gets, like, kind of, how do I say, treated as if it is innocent and nothing for the sake of making money on algorithms. Look into ElsaGate if you haven't already. How many of y'all remember ElsaGate? For those who are unfamiliar, ElsaGate was this period in time wherein videos featuring popular cartoon characters, most predominantly Elsa and Spider-Man, with themes of, like, sex and miscarriage and relationship drama and misogyny were, like, being mass uploaded onto YouTube kids and children being mass exposed to what was very clearly meant to be some form of NSFW or fetish content. And I don't think like the existence of that content is inherently bad, but it's mismarketing and mislabeling as being for kids for the sake of making money bothers me and disgusts me, you know? The weird algorithmic 3D animations, yes. Also, it was different though. It was supposed to be fetish content. I am of the opinion that a lot of it very heavily resembles fetish content. I could be wrong in that, but it's kind of more so my argument is just that I hate exploitative content, you know? That's where I'm at. Hello Sage, lovely to see you. Okay. For anyone who knows the game, so I just made an anvil here. Do I need to make anything else to have a fully functional forge setup, or am I chill to just do things using the anvil? I probably still need a crucible, don't I? I probably still need a crucible. Breakable mold to create an anvil, but it's required to make more advanced tools. I'm gonna guess I still need a crucible even after I get like an anvil set up. You'll need a forge block at first and at least one crucible and tongs. Alright, cool. Hello, Stubbs Tail Destroyer, welcome on in. So the issue is I'm currently playing on a community server with a lot of people who are like more advanced and progressed than me, so I've just been stealing a lot of their resources. So I can fill in a lot of the gaps. I'm just trying to like catch up resource-wise, you know. Hello Twilight Walker as well, lovely to see y'all. I do have a hammer. Also need a couple ingot molds, but I think you have those. I don't think I've made any yet, so I'll get some created and forged up soon. If not, then make 2 to 4. I will make those, and I will get those fired up with the rest of these. Hell yeah. Okay. But yeah, we're playing on the community server right now, and for that reason, I am a little bit behind progression-wise, so I need ingot molds. How do I make ingot molds? Hull mold. Clay bowl. Hook mold, bottle. Small cauldron. Where the fuck are ingot molds? There we go. We'll make a couple. What's V-Story like? Hope you don't mind me saying. So it is Minecraft inspired. In fact, it was initially a Minecraft mod that kind of got out of hand. However, Vintage Story and Minecraft, I would argue, have extremely different appeals. Whereas Minecraft is a chill survival crafter that's more focused on creativity and taking things at your own pace and is relatively easy. Vintage Story is a game specifically about, it's a more hardcore survival crafter experience which focuses on more realistic crafting or survival elements. They are games that have very different intents and purposes. If you play Minecraft and you're disappointed by the fact that it is a relatively easy game that doesn't introduce a whole lot of challenge, then Vintage Story might be up your alley. But if you are someone who plays Minecraft because you like chill casual gaming, then Vintage Story is probably not for you. And those are both completely valid experiences. Whoopsie. Okay, so we'll start with this. I do have some peat, and I know I have some more peat lying around as well. Actually, it's not peat first, is it? It's grass first, so I need more grass. My scythe broke, so I'm kind of back to doing grass again like this, which, I mean, that's fine. That's part of why I'm trying to get the smithing and smelting set up together, so that I don't have to go crying to other people whenever my stuff breaks. Hello, I'd like to... Oh, I did pick up the grass, cool. Vintage Story started like a realism hardcore survival mod pack for Minecraft called Terraformacraft. Some mod devs got frustrated with Minecraft's engine limits. Yeah, exactly. Basically. I feel like a lot of mods went independent like Hytale. Yeah, I'm not personally planning on playing Hytale, mostly because the main dev has like used Gen AI and how do I say, Not that he necessarily advocated for it, but that he like defended it. And I'm not super big on that. But yeah, a lot of Minecraft inspired projects have started jumping ship for a handful of reasons. Some of it's just the technical limitations of Minecraft. Some of it is because Minecraft is currently, or rather Microsoft, which owns Minecraft, is currently complicit in genocide and has been actively supplying military technology to Israel in the midst of the genocide in Palestine. So, you know, kind of considering getting Hytale. I'm personally not going to play it. I'm not going to tell other people what to do. I don't particularly give too much of a shit, and I'm not in the business of policing other people's media consumption, but I personally have other places that I'd rather spend my time. It's just my particular choice. I, as a content creator, feel like very much a duty and care with what I present to my audience. Which is not to say that others don't, I just am very, very careful about what I engage with. It's part of why I have the not quite retro game niche as well. Because I'm less likely to come into, like, shitty content that way, it feels. Feel kind of bad for streaming Minecraft. I'm not buying Minecoins or anything, but yeah, I used to stream Minecraft constantly. I personally chose to stop streaming it, in protest because I do not want to be the reason anyone buys the game. I have a relatively large reach as a creator. I remember back when I had a active Minecraft server, I was the reason people did get the game. And I personally want to try to avoid accidentally funneling money towards any poor cause. So while I don't judge people for continuing to play Minecraft in their own time and whatnot, I personally will not be creating content about it for the foreseeable future, or at the very least until till Microsoft backs out from any involvement with Israel. I actually find it really cool with your community channel. Like, I'm glad you think so. I try to create a cool, chill, punk-aligned space here on the internet. I focus on indie games for that exact reason. Also real and valid. I like the retro niche for a lot of reasons, a lot more than just, you know, protest, but I find it helps. It certainly doesn't hurt to be really into weird niche shit. Okay, I am also about to starve, so I'm gonna go grab more food real quick. I'm just stealing things from the community. Whoopsie. I was sad the Minecraft server died, was secretly building an underground hotel beneath someone's base. Yeah, I know, and I'm saddened about it too, but ultimately, I decided the move was to move on for now. I do still believe I have the server files, should the situation change or improve, and I hope to see that happen someday, but I, for now, have moved along.
Oh shit.
Hello, that trans knight. Welcome on in. Barber Bye Bye mods. Can we get a shout out? Hello, hello, hello. Hi folks, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream not retro games and do art here on the internet. I am a loud, queer, punk, trans content creator. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them. We talk about queer shit and leftist shit here. It's lovely to make your acquaintance. Everyone on my end, make sure you give Trans Knight some love. She's a wonderful fellow trans VTuber and absolute delight. Someone absolutely deserving of your time and attention. How was your stream? What were you up to? Sorry I was only able to pop in for a moment earlier. I hope it was a wonderful, wonderful time. We're currently playing some Vintage Story on the community server. If anyone is interested, the IP should be in the pinned message. Please put yourself first and foremost. But hey, if you're looking for a chill, fun community to engage with, we got plenty of chill, fun times around here. Final Fantasy XIV was good, made solid progress in the main story. Hell fucking yeah! We'd love to see it. They turned the frickin' frogs gay, chat. They turned the frickin' frogs gay. Hell fucking yeah. I'm glad you enjoyed. I've never played Final Fantasy XIV, mostly because I'm pretty sure I would completely lose my life to it, you know? Thank you for the hydrate bird as well. Chat, they turned the freaking frogs gay. We love gay frogs. We support gay frogs in this community, chat. Gay frogs are valid. Totally not losing my life to it at all. I 100% absolutely believe you. I 100% believe the words coming out of your mouth right now. I absolutely believe you. Alright, I need sticks now. Well, the one thing I never have enough of is sticks. I never have enough sticks. And I don't know why. Fuck me. Very believable words from this mouth hole. 100%, absolutely, no questions. Next point, moving on. But no, I hope you've been well. I need to fucking yap with you and ask you to co-work again sometime soon. I've just been, like, I've barely been hanging out in VCs recently, actually. It's very sad. I've been going to so many punk events and also spending a lot more time tending to my physical health lately, which has been good for me, yes, but has also sucked. I miss hanging out with folks. I wanna hang out with you. I just have not had many excuses as of late. Hopefully sometime soon. It's so lovely to see you, though. Thank you for the raid, for sending your folks on over. If anyone needs some food, some water, some rest, self-care absolutely takes priority. But we are very happy to have you here. Take care of yourselves first and foremost. I know how that goes, but time is not always time, and spoon's not always spoon. I get it. That said, this is my way of saying that I appreciate you. Okay, okay. I know you don't always believe it, but I want you to know that I appreciate you and want you around. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I appreciate you and want you around. You know. Chat, here's your reminder to tell your friends that you love them. Tell your friends that you fucking love them. Do it. I dare you, coward. Hello there, sir. How are you doing today? Alright, I think that's everything, which means we start lighting them on fire. Nice. You're awesome. I'll look for food for now. No worries. You take care of yourself. You keep being awesome as well, alright? I appreciate the hell out of the fact that you exist. Made more Ultra Sun progress. Got the, Water Z crystal. Hell yeah. Proud of you. Bark, bark, bite, bite. No, I appreciate the hell out of every shred of support. Chat, my friends are really cool. I'm lucky to know some really cool people. I am very, very lucky to know some very cool people. My Eevee is now a Civilion. Hell yeah. Oh, did I not put enough down? Understood. You need more peat from me. Apologies. Welcome on in, Cindy. Lovely to see you. No worries I'm being late from the raid. It's a wonder to have you here regardless. You are always welcome. That goes for all of you, chat. You are always welcome here, gun emoji. Yeah, I'm gonna need to water these, like, soon. I planted them thinking I'd have the watering can done within a few minutes. I did not. I forgot how much goes into that. Whoopsie. Didn't even mean for it. I was hoping for an Espeon. I have to research about into Sylveon because it knows baby doll eyes. Yeah, that's the thing. One of my least favorite things about Sylveon. One moment. Let me get Monster Kicker that thing. Allow care sell once. That should do it. But no, my One thing that makes me kinda hate Sylveon, I don't hate Sylveon actually, but it makes me a little bit angry, is that Sylveon, it's extremely easy to accidentally evolve your Pokemon into a Sylveon without realizing it until it's too late, and that does annoy the shit out of me. There have been many, many occasions where I've accidentally evolved a Pokemon into a Sylveon. It couldn't undo it, and it kinda sucks. I need to shiny hunt the Eevees in Pokemon ZA at one of these days though. Honestly, I've been really tempted to do more shiny hunting streams lately, if that's something any of y'all would ever be down for. I would hope y'all would enjoy some shiny hunting content if I went through with it. Alright, I think I am going to try to take down the couple of deer that are in the bear hole. Because there are a couple of deer in here. Yeah. Calm down. This might have been a bad idea. I might have bitten off a little more than I could chew. Do I need to drop these? Is that the problem? Fuck. Stay out of my inventory. Okay, there we go. I will carry them one by one. It'll be fine. I'll come back for you, dear bag. Alright, and then I need, I think it's control one? There we are. Nope, not what I wanted. I don't think that's alive anymore. I'm gonna skin you. There we go. Oh, there we go. Skinning you. Fuck. Random action. Are we under attack? No, I accidentally evolved a Sylveon. Oh, hello, Strap. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Lovely to see you. How have you been? I hope you've been well. What do you call the genre of romance fic where the romantic interest turns into a coniferous trees, mutual pining? Thank you for the hydrants, everybody. I appreciate it. Favorite thing in Ultra Sun can only describe as a form of heightened bliss, talking about the Pikachu Valley. Real and fair. Yeah, I think these are, like, spent. I don't think these are salvageable. I think, unfortunately, I fucked up. So these corpses are not good anymore. Whoopsie. Hello, Baba. Lovely to see you. How are you? What's the command to do the character selection? Dot carousel. It's dot carousel, one word. No worries, you're all good. It is dot carousel, just one word. Hey, I need those corpses. Oh, that's not a corpse. Well, shit. It's fine. I got it. Alright. I need to grab this deer. There we go. I'll come back down here for my bag in a second. I'm here for the deer. Hello, Miles Morales. I don't know that language. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to ask that conversation in chat stays predominantly in English because I am not fluent in any other language. Not sure what you're trying to say to me. Straight up barking, and let's just say it. My bite. Hello, Potato. How are you doing today? Lovely to see you. Alright, we're gonna skin this one as well. Yeah. So I get 2 large raw hide now. Hell yeah. Groovin was about to hop into Rift Walkers for a bit. No worries. Enjoy your Wrist Walkers. Thank you for stopping in and saying hello. Huh? Mods. Do I understand people who try to communicate with people in a language they don't know and understand honestly feels like trolls? Oh, it is a troll. Do I care about the oh, hello there. Hi. Bye. If I ever started typing in a Magar type, it would be profanity. Yeah, please don't. Don't do that. Please do not. Hey guys, the reason why we say only chat in English is because I cannot moderate in other languages. I don't know what's being said, and that poses a risk for everyone. So if you ever wondered why we say, hey, please, you know, don't chat in any other language, it's literally just because like we can't moderate it. Weird people being weird is weird. If anyone would like to tell me what they were saying, or at the very least, summarize it for me, please do let me know. Especially, actually, mods, just let me know in mod chat or something. Trying to copy paste in a translator, didn't know it was a troll until they repeated. Got it. I told me to shut the fuck up in Russian as the last message. Real. That is quite funny. I don't know, just how rude of it is me to say like be better at trolling. I don't know, I kind of wish trolls put more effort in. Like, I don't want to get trolled, don't get me wrong. Like, I don't want there to be a bunch of trolls hitting my community and whatnot. I think it does suck. That said, if you're gonna troll my community, at least, like, I don't know, be creative. How mean is that? Am I allowed to say that? Am I allowed to be like, hey, put more effort in if you're gonna troll me? Okay, this needs to hang for a little bit longer. Okay, cool. If you get creative with insults as trolling, you deserve to know. Not rude at all. It's like, why even bother if you're that bad at it? Yeah, literally. Just kind of disheartening to witness terribly bad insults. At least put some spine into it. Yeah, like for me, I've quite literally been real world investigated by the real world FBI. I know I say it a lot, I joke about it a lot, etc, etc. But that kind of garbage doesn't really do anything for me. Random insult that doesn't really mean anything. It doesn't matter to me. I really don't feel anything when a random person comes into my chat and like yells a slur or misgenders me and is an ass about it, you know, like that doesn't hurt me. As a content creator, as you continue doing it, eventually you are just kind of forced to develop a thicker skin. And so I recognize a lot of it is just that being a content creator, I've been through so much that like I have developed a thick skin around these things. It is not easy to say something that really meaningfully hurts me as a creator, because I've already had so much nasty stuff said to me, so much worse done to me. It doesn't matter anymore. Like, okay, wow, random transphobe hates me. I don't care. The trolling is so mid these days. Indeed. It's disheartening, don't get me wrong. I understand why a lot of folks in chat may not enjoy seeing it, but for me personally, like, after getting quite literally FBI investigated, after having my life threatened, etc., a random person coming in here and saying something heinous to me, I've had to develop a thick skin around it. I've had to. The only time I was called out for trolling was a thread where I only replied with Sweeney Todd lyrics. That is really funny, actually. Listen, that's creative trolling. That's creative trolling. But so many people will come in and will just make some vague transphobic joke and then be on their way, or will try to get under my skin by attacking my gender or whatnot, and it just doesn't work. I wish if they wanted to bother me that they would, you know, I don't know, be unique in it. I can relate to being investigated by the FBI. I grew up with my parents getting IRS letters despite being Australian. Also informed them that I'm a Japanese no-fly list. Oh, when I say getting investigated by the FBI, I mean I had a lovely little sit-down interview with an FBI agent who showed up at my door. I mean, I had to go to the like office to have a sit-down interview with the FBI. This was specifically after some folks were impersonating me on the internet and saying some really heinous things in my name, including threats to perform a mass shooting in my name. Unfortunately, as a trans content creator, you're very likely to get negative attention, and this was after months of doxing and harassment. The folks who were doxing and harassing me kind of got bored of not getting a reaction, so they decided to go a little bit further with it. It's a risk you take, fucking existing in these spaces. Being queer on the internet will always come with a risk. For anyone who, like, that makes them worry, I promise it's not something that's that likely to happen to you. I was in a weird, specific case. There were some folks who really decided they hated me, decided to dox and harass me for a period of, like, 5 months, and my mod team and I were very good, very on top of our shit, ended up, getting them off our asses before they could even do anything, and they ended up eventually giving up on the harassment and turning towards just fucking trying to dox me. Or rather, gave up on doxing and harassing me themselves and ended up turning toward just trying to get the FBI on me. Their ultimate goal was to, whatever the cost, push me out of the content creator space, and I wasn't gonna let that happen. Did it ever turn legal? Not to my knowledge. If the case was further pushed, because like the FBI contacted me and forced me into an interview where I had to clear my name. I do not know if they ever caught the people who actually made the threats. I do not know if they ever, you know, found them or took any action. If they did, I was not involved in that process, which they're not obligated to have me be involved in it, as much as I think that sucks. As much as I would have loved to fucking defend myself. Rather, I don't particularly care all that much as long as they left me alone. But as much as it may have been interesting or useful to defend myself, I was not involved in the process. Yes, it was just because I'm trans, ultimately. That has been enough reason for a lot of people to harass me. I've faced a lot of different forms of harassment, largely due to me being trans. It's the most common reason people target me, anyway. Alright, that's some good stew right there. I'm gonna make some really hearty stew. But yeah, like, in the eyes of transphobes, me being trans is more than enough reason for them to harass me. trans leftists, you name it. Yeah, like the folks who were doxing and harassing me, they also brought my schizophrenia into the equation. Like they harassed me for more than just being trans, but like none of that justifies it even still. Even if they were, you know, targeting me for other reasons, still shit. So many trans people in the creator space, so much harassment, but wow, that's just insane. I mean, I'm not surprised by it personally. Hello, hello, Baphomet. Did you drop this, king? Thank you so much for the meat pie. Or rather, no, sorry, for the golden cornet. Oh my god. I thought you would just given me more pie. My bad. It's not visible under my thing, but that's pretty cool. But no, unfortunately being a trans content creator, as you grow, you're almost inevitably going to face some amount of harassment. It's just a thing that comes with existing in the niche and in the community. It is just a thing that happens when you are trans online and prominent. People, you know, decide they hate you for that alone, and they try to drive you off the internet. And I am someone who luckily is relatively resilient and has built up a lot of hardenedness towards that sort of behavior, but I won't pretend it doesn't suck. Hate is infectious, yeah. Unfortunately. I'm gonna take these two smaller animals anyway, fuck it. So is love? Yeah. I would say in an average stream, I get anywhere from like 1 to 4 trolls come through. They've been a little bit more frequent recently. I think we've had like 3 trolls tonight. Most nights it's gonna just be like 1, maybe 2. But I have a mod team who's very on top of their shit, who I'm incredibly grateful for, appreciate the hell out of them. So it's not too often the issues get severe. Alright, I'm gonna have to wait to take care of the raw, small rawhide, but we've got that. That's pretty cool. We're gonna let these bleed for a minute. Nice. They've been a little more active in the past little bit. Yeah, I don't know what's been up with it, but the past couple weeks they've been a lot more active. Hello, Monster Kicker, you're now a kobold! Congratulations! You're now lizard! Barf barf bite bite. You're furry now. Congratulations. Congratulations. Spring break. Yeah, it might honestly just... I'm gonna be so real. I'm gonna be so real. It might just be a bunch of, like, college students or high schoolers on spring break right now deciding that they want to be a problem online. That might honestly just be what it is. Hating trans people is, weird to me. It's trying to put it this way, but, like, hating someone for going to the gym and, like, my body, I'm gonna fix it. Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what it is. Like... Transphobia is a very stupid, empty effort to put people down because they experience life differently than you and seek a different kind of contentness than you do. Trans people will never be eradicated. We have always existed. We will always exist. It doesn't matter what transphobes do. We are going to continue to be here. But even regardless of that, yeah, it is a senseless form of hatred. It does not exist with reason. But then again, I would argue neither does any other form of bigotry. Ultimately, humans have this tendency to put themselves into camps, and if you are not of their camp, then you must be an enemy, is oftentimes the logic that results in. It's unfortunate, it's shitty, it shouldn't be the case. And we can say all day that transphobia doesn't make any sense, but I don't think saying transphobia doesn't make any sense gets us further. You know, which is not me telling you to shut up or anything. It's just ultimately the ideology I operate off of as a content creator. Yeah, transphobia is stupid, it makes no sense. It shouldn't be a thing, but it is a thing, and I'm gonna do what I can to oppose it through my art and through my community. I think that is ultimately the most meaningful thing that I can do. Hello, Gengar. Lovely to see you. And no worries, you take care. Definitely fuse. Bark, bark, bite, bite. What would be the considerations being out in the creators? Oh no, misclick, no! One sec. I'm so sorry, Gengar! Are you still there? Are you still with us? Maud had a misclick, I'm so sorry! I'm so sorry! No, I'm glad you're okay. Apologies. But no, as far as like considerations about being like trans as a content creator, how do I say? I think the biggest thing I can say is cover your bases and make sure that you have as much of your shit locked down and secure as possible, by which I mean like your personal information and whatnot. I think really important, really vital, if you are, you know, trans in the creator space, you need to make sure that as much of your personal information as possible is secured away where it isn't going to be dug up and used against you, because they will try to do that. They're going to dig for any of your personal information or details they can find, and they are going to use it to get under your skin and try and drive you out. And one of the best things you can do is to get ahead of it. I personally use and heavily recommend using a service such as Incogni to remove your personal information from the web. I would also heavily recommend that you use a email and phone number that is brand new and has never been linked to any of your other online activity. So for example, make a Google Voice number or some equivalent, and use a brand new email that you have never used for anything else when you start content creating. Because it is pretty easy to find what phone number or email is linked to online accounts. If you want to become a content creator, just locking down your information as much as possible beforehand is vital. You want to make sure that, you know, no email that has ever been associated with your real identity and can be traced back to you in any way has ever been linked to whatever account you use. Things like that. Also good advice for people generally, I think, but especially for trans creators, yeah. Really for anyone in the content creation scene. If anyone is looking to get into content creation, lock down your shit now. How about people who can't fully separate their identities due to content form? You're kind of screwed, if I can be perfectly honest. This is the reason why a lot of us trend towards VTubing these days, because it's inherently more secure, and we're less likely to end up victims of harassment that impacts our like real life. What I can say, I suppose, give as little personal detail as you can. One of the biggest mistakes you can make if you want to maintain privacy and avoid harassment as a content creator is opening a PO box. Don't do it. Don't open a PO box. Or at the very least, if you do, keep it as private as possible. Don't talk about even your general location. Do not talk about events you go to. Be very, very careful. If you're gonna mention a restaurant, make sure it's not a local. Make sure it's not local. I've made that mistake actually before where I have named a restaurant not realizing that they were unique to like me and the neighboring county. Be very careful when you're naming whenever you're naming like restaurants or stores that might, you know, not be in your area. If you're someone who goes to concerts and shows a lot like I do, be very careful mentioning what bands you've seen recently or are planning to see. A lot of that's just for locking down your location. As far as identity, name, etc. go, that's a lot harder if you are faceless, or rather if you're not faceless. A lot of people go into VTubing because they deal with stalkers. Actually, yes, I have dealt with stalkers, actually well before I started VTubing as well. A lot of people go into VTubing for the sake of their privacy specifically. I can tell you, I have dealt with stalking and harassment both because of and outside of VTubing. Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch though, I appreciate it. things like IRL streaming must be terrifying through that understanding. Yeah, but it's also a consensual risk that you kind of take on as a creator. Like, as a creator, you do, to a certain extent, take on knowingly the risk that you are going to be a victim of some amount of stalking and harassment, and it should not be a thing that happens, but it is. Most people who get into content creation go into it with some sort of understanding. That's part of why I tell kids not to, because usually by the time you're a grown adult, by the time you're in your 20s, you realize that risk exists. Thank you for the bits, I appreciate it. Bar for my bite. Just had to start a band and named it Books. No one judges us by our covers. But yeah, like, as a content creator, I think it's an unfortunate reality that no matter what we do, that risk will always exist, and it should not exist, but it's a thing that if you get into content creation, you do, to a certain extent, like, have to be okay with the potential of happening. You as a content creator have to be okay with the potential that people are going to cross your boundaries, and you can defend those boundaries, but it is unfortunately, in my mind, a thing that you just kind of have to be okay with the potential of. Not to say that it's inevitable, not to say that it is okay, but if the possibility of getting doxxed and harassed is something that you can't handle, then content creation is probably not for you. One of my likenesses on the web, it wasn't posted by me and was someone else, like a family member. Depends on how public it is, and how linkable it is to your name. I would request that you get that taken down if possible, if you choose to chase content creation. If it's on like a private social media, you know, account, that's a bit of a different story, but like, keep yourself safe. I think that's the thing I'm most scared about in the unlikely case I get big. It can happen even when you're not big, I will say, like, fair warning. That's why I say it's very important to lock your stuff down before you get into content creation. It's really, really vital that you lock your stuff down before you even get into it. Facebook, be careful. I don't know enough about Facebook to really say. I think I recommend as a VTuber Oswald. Might agree, work alone with VTubing for a while before you get into a VTuber company, because companies like those will take a lot out of you. I generally recommend staying away from corpo VTubing. I am not a corpo VTuber. I am indie, and I plan, as things stand, to stay indie. I've thought about what going corpo would look like in the past. Fun fact, I have actually applied in the past for VTuber corporations, mostly because I was, like, at the time smaller and much more desperate. I would say, though, generally speaking, stay away from corporations. You trade a lot of freedom in your content. Do you mind if I ask what you do for your main job? I would prefer not to talk about that. But yeah, I would heavily recommend staying away from VTuber corporations. It really, I guess it does depend to a certain extent on what you hope to get out of content creation, but a lot of people, the reason they want to go into corpos is because there is an amount of, like, instant success that you do kind of get being in a corporation, as well as, like, access to bigger resources to do larger events and whatnot. You get the name recognition, you get the resources, etc. It's not worth it. My personal take, my personal perspective, generally speaking, it is not worth it. These corporations, at this point, we have seen 2 of the big 3 turn out to be absolute fucking shitholes. We have seen over and over again the ways in which they exploit their talents, and most smaller companies do not actually have the resources or reach to give you anything that you actually want. If anything, we should build a VTuber co-op, so we can't be YouTubers of VTubers. I mean, I would say so, but also I'm currently planning to stay as independent as possible. I'm not looking to be a part of any group. Worked with a VTuber company for a little while, take a lot of my money, a lot of resources to do live streams and stuff, but take a lot of your freedom. Yes, exactly. Am I allowed to ask what company you worked with? Heard enough stories of YouTubing corporate not want to dabble there if I decided to do content creation. One literally stole almost all, if not all, the charity money for some health foundation. Yes, that was one of the big three. That was one of the big three. That was one of the big three. I say avoid companies at all costs, becoming a mouthpiece for an entity ultimately has no morals or values, just wants money is not worth whatever success it may give you. Yeah, I at this point agree. Like I said, there was a point in time where I did like apply to a couple corporations because at the time I was a really small and kind of desperate creator. This was back when I was averaging like 20 to 30 viewers. I was like 2 years into content creation and I felt so stuck and desperate, like I wasn't getting anywhere. And so in that desperation, I did apply to a couple. I didn't get in anywhere, and I'm kind of grateful for that. I think I have since really found what makes me happy in content creation, that being talking about queer and leftist shit, doing political commentary, and that would not be something I'm allowed to do in any kind of corporation. They would censor that speech. They would not allow me to talk about those things. So I'm happy ultimately that I've ended up where I've ended up. But I also won't pretend that that is not a thing that didn't take me some time to work through. Huh? There we go. I'm 6 years in and I've been to get stuck at 3 viewers average forever. I recently just hit 4 years, and I recognize I'm in a very, very good place for myself. I don't know if I can even do this shit indoors, actually. I should not set this up indoors. I should keep this, like, away from my main building, probably. You take care, Mixed Maxi! Burper bye bye! The vintage story is going well. We're currently playing on the community server, so there's a lot of collaborative bullshit happening. We're vibing. How do I fill this? Oh yeah, wonderful, beautiful. Is VShojo still a thing, or are they gone? If I recall, VShojo is- oh, never mind, you're moist now. If I recall, VShojo is the one that stole all of Iron Mouse's money, and also had not been paying their talents for literal months before the shutdown. So VShojo is no longer around. 1 second, I want to catch up with chat real quick. Burp my bite. Had weird experiences with co-ops too, but still always ends up with the hierarchy, unfortunately, yeah. I think fundamentally content creation also needs to be a passion project because it's really difficult to make income become sizable. If you come from that direction, corporates hold no power over you. See, this is my passion. It is also like a necessary part of my income that I can't live without, but you know. Poor Mousy, hearing that story made my blood boil, my fingernails dig deep in the palms of my hands. No, understandably, it's genuinely horrible. Another problem when you work with VTuber corporos is they will drop in bots to make your views bigger so you can get random viewers. Okay, Gengar, you did not work for a legitimate VTuber corp in that case. You worked for like a younger scammy one. I'm gonna be very, very overt. That is something that's only gonna happen if you are working with like a company that is scamming you. You were not working with a reputable company in that case, because the reputable ones would not do that. They would get caught very easily. No reputable corporation would do that. That is literally against Twitch TOS and could have gotten you banned. When I do start VTubing and RP and GTubing, I will be solo, even if I didn't already know corporations were shit. The other thing with, like, VTuber corpos, they will not take you if you don't have a history of content creation. Because there's so many people I see who are like, oh yeah, I want to be a corpo VTuber. You have to have a history of successful content creation to get into any reputable, corpo. They're not going to take you if you do not have an extensive history of, like, being a successful creator. You look at just about everyone who is in the big corporations, they were someone beforehand. Even if we have a history of generally not talking about past lives. Hello, Ozalien, or rather, goodbye, Ozalien, all the best, bye 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 bye. If I recall, the Bishojo thing was less abuse and more generally incompetent management bankrupting the company. I mean, this is true, yes, but I still don't trust any VTuber corpo to not, like, commit a shit ton of abuse. The original crop were male voice actors and content creators. Now it's all pre-existing content creators. I'm speaking about these days. Most of them were some variety of content creator, though. I need to go for now. No worries. You take care, Duckwood Rider. But no, like, if you were working for a VTuber corpo who was, like, view-botting your account and shit, nah, you were not working for, like, a legitimate company. That was a scam. That was a scam. am not surprised at all that that kind of, project crashed and burned, because that's quite literally against TOS. You 100% ended up part of a scam. That said, like, yeah, I have no trust in VTuber corpos. I'm trying to figure out what to do with myself now. Know a gal who's in a corpo? Oh, I know a few. I've known a few. Like, I've interacted with and known a handful of like, former corpos. Absolutely. I don't have a whole lot of inside info because of NDAs and shit, but you know. Any bit of recommendation for video editing software? Kinda want to get back into it. If you're looking for something free, DaVinci Resolve is usually the best bet. But no, content creation, it's hard. I don't trust corpos, you know? I don't trust them. You have a lot more security under them, but they're not worth it. They're not worth the way they censor your speech. They're very particular in what they're looking for. And while I've considered that route in the past, I've very much written it off as not being an option for me. At this point, I can't imagine fucking going that route. And most tiny corporations that, like, pop up out of nowhere, very few of them are legitimate. Very few of them are legitimate. Hi, Nekoboy Blue, how are you doing? How is your tabletop? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Hope your tabletop is treated— oh, my food's probably done, isn't it? But I hope your tabletop treated you very well. I don't know how to get to a point where I have sustainable food, y'all. I don't know how to do that. I'm very bad at this game. Hell yeah. Food. I too am struggling. Beautiful. Tabletop was good, been vaguely listening and working on some art related things. Real and valid. Glad it was good. Hello, hello, Lucky. Fix my patch pants. One less hole. Congratulations. This is a 3-block tall door, so you don't have to crouch anymore. So mine's just set up in a way where I don't have to. But you know. Nah, as far as like content creation in general, like I'm very— oh my god, I'm stammering over my words a lot tonight. I'm very content with where I've ended up. I am very content with where I have ended up creatively. It took a lot of work to get to my position, but I really like the situation where I found myself. My content took a massive turn towards political commentary about around when I got FBI investigated. That was kind of the big push, and that has brought me a lot of success. I went from averaging 40 viewers to averaging 60 to 80, and that is a place where I am very, very happy to be for now. I want to turn this into a full-time career. I'm fighting really hard to get there. But content creation is a difficult journey, and there is no surefire way to success. An unfortunate truth of content creation as well is that not everyone will succeed. It is impossible for everyone to succeed. There are limited attention economies, there are limited opportunities for success that we are oftentimes all, like, fighting for. There's only so many people on this website, and while new people will join, succeeding is difficult. That said, I'm proud of everyone for continuing to fight in whatever capacity they are for whatever goal they are fighting towards. I've run the math before. If you were to evenly spread every Twitch viewer among every stream, you would have an average of 44 viewers per stream. Which is a fascinating number to think about. I don't know if that means really anything to any of you. But it's something I think about regularly. It's something I think about a lot. I do gotta check something. I do apologize. I feel like leftist stuff is in higher demand right now. At the same time, the platforms suppress it. I'll be honest, this is gonna come off weird. I don't think any of the platforms are actually suppressing leftist content. I do not actually believe that most of these platforms are meaningfully suppressing leftist content. I do think political content by its nature has a more limited audience, but I don't actually think off my own experience that leftist content is actually getting suppressed. A lot of this is fear-mongering and superstition on account of young creators. And as content creators, we oftentimes are a naturally superstitious sort. It's hard not to be when so much of our dream and our income relies on our, content reaching numbers and seeing audiences. But there's always so many rumors going around about XYZ platform suppressing XYZ form of content, around what is or is not an effective means of making about what words will get you blacklisted. And I have pretty consistently found with research and personal experience that stuff is not true. I could be wrong, but I generally find that stuff does not hold true. Alright. Sorry, apologies, I had to check something pretty important real quick. But I'm back. Also, leftist content doesn't as often have an easily digested format, which doesn't appeal to the masses as well. Yes. I think the reason why a lot of leftist content suffers is, one, it is inherently difficult to digest content that a lot of people don't want to see because, it's heavy shit. It's hard to deal with content. And it's really difficult to make political topics easily digestible for everyday users. And I think on the other end of it, there is, how do I say? I'm trying to remember what my other point was. I had another point, but I forgot it. If I were to do content creation, I tried to avoid political content because I think there's a stigma that's tied to it. Biggest example can probably say, call him by a nickname, Mr. Shockcaller. I don't know. There is absolutely a stigma to political content creation. That's the other side of it. However, I think that makes it all the more important to do. I do think we need leftist voice in hobby spaces online. Oh, absolutely. I don't know. I got more successful after I started getting more political, and a lot of my most successful content and videos have been my more political ones. I don't think that political content is really suppressed by the majority of these algorithms. The same way that words like die are not getting fucking suppressed either. How do I say it? Like, I think that, I know for a fact Twitter is. Oh, Twitter, absolutely. Yeah, Twitter's a different story. We do have verifiable evidence with Twitter, but the majority of the time when people on like other platforms such as TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, etc., talk about suppression of certain content forms or of like changes in methodology for counting viewership and whatnot, most of the time it's bullshit. Anytime that Twitch streamers start yelling about Twitch suppressing viewer counts, no, they're not. They're not. I how do I say? I'm in the Twitch partner Discord. I hear about a lot of things that people outside of the Twitch partner Discord do not talk about and that I'm not allowed to share. They're not. When Twitch does mess with these things, we are directly told. So most of the time when there is like fear mongering around, like, oh, Twitch just messed with the algorithm and now it's not, counting viewers to do X, Y, Z, it's very rare there's any truth behind it. They did stop counting people listening while in other tabs. That's not true. They specifically targeted a handful of what's it called? Browser plugins. They specifically targeted a handful of browser plugins. But there is nothing with Twitch that like, oh, if it's not your active tab, etc., etc. Specifically, if you have the stream muted and it's not your active tab, you will not count. But if it is either your active tab or it is unmuted, then you are fine. It is specifically also the fact that like browsers will oftentimes shut off tabs that are not active. No worries, Pyro. You take care of yourself first and foremost. There's never an obligation to be here, I promise. I'm trying to figure out what to be doing in-game right now. Twitch algorithm, personal to me is working as intended. I'm glad that it is. Bark, bark, bite, bite. But no, there's a ton of superstition regarding this stuff. Chat, I need someone to tell me what to do in game. Try to mine for copper? I mean, I already have, tools. I'm just trying to figure out how to catch up progression-wise to the rest of the crew, because, like, I never got myself, set up with copper. People just kept giving me tools, but I need to catch up to the overall progression of the group. Whether the video is unmuted, on the site, but the tab is muted, I don't know about that specifically. I am not sure about that specifically. But basically, like, Twitch needs to know that the video player is playing, and it's also worth noting that, like, browser tabs will occasionally force viewers out, and will stop rendering video. I'm actually a bit intimidated against joining the server because of everyone's progression. I totally get that. I wish I could help with that. It always bothers me when I hop on a server and people progress too far and I can't keep up. I see. I don't know anything about him, really. I'm familiar with the fact that he exists. I don't know anything about his, like, content. I haven't watched it. I'm alert, no worries, you take care, kinda strange. I appreciate it. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Next up is bronze, where most people are. You need tin and copper. Okay, so I guess I do need to acquire copper. But yeah, you take care. It was a pleasure meeting you, kinda strange. Hope we can chat more. Bark, bark, bite, bite. One of the things he's known for is shocking his dog on stream for moving. Oh, okay. Yeah, fuck that guy. Are you sure that's a leftist creator? Question mark, question mark, question mark? Right-winger spread the shot caller BS. I have no context for any of this. I have no context for any of this. I'm just a guy. Prospecting is confusing? Yeah, I know nothing about it. You technically don't need to go to Tin next, but you can, if you can find it, you can go to Bismuth. I don't know what any of this means. You know, we should build a giant road going off in one direction so people can more easily get away from spawn and progress at their own pace. See, I wanted to do that. I'm just having trouble, like, catching up. I wanted to build, like, a big, entrance to the town here, and whatnot. But I'm so overwhelmed by the game. Bark, bark, bite, bite. But when he's son, I have over 800 trucks of it. Okay, but like I also want, I want to stop being so dependent on everyone else on the server. You know. Not from absolute scratch. I already have clay. You want to feel like you've earned your progression? Yeah. Like I'm getting really annoyed by how often I need resources and I don't know how to get them and people just give them to me. That's what's been pissing me off with the server. Cuz I don't know how to play this game. This is my second time, like this server is my second experience with Vintage Story. Hello Sacksmith, Barber Bite Bite. Yeah, I've got captions now. They're really buggy, which is part of why I hesitated to use them for so long. But it's lovely to see you, Barber Bite Bite. But it's not even necessarily me feeling like I want to earn my progression even as much as the fact that, like, I think streams are boring when everyone's just walking up and giving me stuff instead of, like, letting me figure the game out and, like, make progression. And I really hate how dependent I am on the rest of the town right now rather than, like, having any ability or help in building up my own resources. Like, I'm having trouble right now establishing a food source, and I don't really know how to. But how do I say? Yeah, I don't know how to. I don't know how to do anything in this game. And people kind of just keep giving me stuff. And like, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, I wanna learn the game, but I can't learn the game like this. And I don't want to just sit here and read the guides, unfortunately. Can't help in copper, but I think I found a large amount of tin. You can steal if you want. Pretty rare to prospect. I don't even know how prospecting works. I've watched like 5 tutorials and I can't figure out how prospecting works. Unfortunately, the survival handbook is how you learn. I can't read all of this on like stream, you know? I can't read all of this on stream. For me, I just found as many berry bushes as I could find. Scrounging up the seeds for a farm takes a while. I have a little farm that I just started, but I don't really have any food in the meantime aside of the little bits of meat I found. Like, I have this. Slowly going. I really hate, honestly, that you kind of have to, like, read shit to figure the game out, but I also know that's part of the nature of this sort of genre. Like, I don't know how to prospect. I've watched several video tutorials and I can't figure it out, which has me a little bit bothered. Yeah, that much I know. I understand I fully understand the nutrients thing. I saw that there were the nutrients attached to that, and I immediately assumed that was what was going on. I understand how biology works well enough for that. It's much easier to digest than the handbook. If anything, I'll look at the recipe in the handbook and then backtrack in the recipe to find out how to get the ingredients. Prospecting is 2 modes. One mode, density, tells you, hey, these things are here, you should fuck around and find them. I've watched video tutorials where they guide you through the process and I don't get it. Don't worry, most of us don't get prospecting. How do you do anything then? I'm trying, like, the other issue is I don't even know what I need to be building. I don't know what my objective is. Okay, okay. Chat, I need to know what my objective is, because what I want to do is have a cool, like, leather working and tailoring setup. My primary goal, my primary objective is one, to get some form of sustainability going with food, and two, to have a cool leather working setup. What is going to help me in that direction? What is going to be good in that direction? Because I'm going to be honest, I have no current goals for progression, and I can't find goals for progression. No, I already have this. This is my lime water. This is my weak tannin. This is my strong tannin. Done. Got that. How do I build off of and expand this? What is my goal? You need a constant supply of it? How do I establish that? How do I establish that? Do you have flax? No. Hello, Josie. I do not have flax. How do I get flax? Flax is needed for tailoring stuff, you get it by farming. Okay. I already have tannins and then lime water. I already have that. On the ground in pouches. Okay. Find wild flax for seeds, so I go hunting for wild flax. I really don't like that I have people trying to talk to me both in Twitch chat and in in-game chat. I really don't like that. Your world is awesome. Yeah, it's a very pretty world. I do have some, oh, no, please, please. The problem is that there's different people talking to me in in-game chat and different people talking to me in Twitch chat, and I can't read both chats at the same time. I need everyone, if they're trying to talk to me, to be in one chat. If you are trying to get messages to me, please use Twitch chat. What you're saying is you need someone to talk to you in voice too. Please no. Absolutely not. Yeah, okay, I know how to make leather. I'm trying to, guys, please listen to me. Please listen to me. I have a setup for like the actual production of leather. I'm trying to figure out how to build this out into a like I'm trying to figure out where I progress from here. I'm trying to look at where I am in game right now and figure out how I progress, because I don't have a goal right now. I don't know how to like build this out. I do not know how to continue progressing from here. I'm trying to figure out what would bring me closer to my ultimate goal. So right now my goal is go get flax. What is ultimate goal? I want to have a cool butchering and tanning setup, and also to how do I say, have an amount of sustainability food-wise. And I want to get into the tailoring stuff as well. Best progression for more leathers: have a ready source of animals, find goats, pigs, or sheep, and chase them towards your base into an area where you can find them. Alright, okay. I will have to find a way to do that. This feels like a place where I will not find wild crops growing. Ton of claystone sand. I mean, who knows? Who's to say? We'll see. We'll see what we get, what we can find out here. If I die out here, then fuck. Ultimately, I also just want to turn this into a massive town, because I have some big, like, layout plans for the town, and I hope the rest of the town will aid me in making those come to a reality. I mean, ultimately, I just want to turn this into, like, a pleasant town, you know? I want to turn it into a nice, pleasant, livable town. I don't know what anything is. Hello, cow, parsley. We got grown carrots out here. I mean, I'll take more fucking carrots. You're just gonna give me seeds or whatever. Okay, flax. Alright, so this is where we found some flax seeds. Can I find any more while I'm out here? Barber by might. But yeah, I wanna build the town into a nice place, and really have it all kind of fit together nicely. I want to turn it into a community. I have some big thoughts on the overall layout and vibe of it. But it's a thing we will have to take the time to collectively build and get the resources for. Because, like, I want to do a big, cool wall. I think part of the problem is also I literally don't know what options exist in terms of Vintage Story. Part of why, because people have been telling me forever, like, oh, if you miss Minecraft, just play Vintage Story. Vintage Story and Minecraft are completely different games. But part of, like, the difference for me is, like, I don't know what the options and possibilities are within Vintage Story. I just don't know. And it's hard for me to have direction and set goals when I don't know a lot of that stuff. I'm looking around for any more flax. Big. Definitely a lot of options for stuff compared to Minecraft. It's a lot more overwhelming in its nature, I think. Biggest issue is just getting the resource space. I know Mal set up a public blacksmithing. Perhaps check it out to see what you might need / learn. I didn't know that was a thing that happened. Genuinely. I am not up to date on things on the server. It's rough not having mastery over a game sometimes. I don't think this is comparable really to RLCraft either, though. At least in the particular ways that I am comparing. Alright. You take care, Fiona. No worries. Bye. You take care of yourself. Get some rest. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future. I apologize for any role I have played in the overstimulation. I am currently overstimulated. And I apologize for that. If you have some time, check out Spawn Valley. I need food and shit to make it to Spawn Valley. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I'm gonna make it to Spawn Valley anytime because I'm just too busy and overwhelmed trying to figure out things here, you know? I don't like being pulled in 10 directions at once. Gonna go and try not to get burned by Magmar. You take care, Shamingus. Apologies for my ass being a little bit overwhelmed. Alright. We're figuring it out. So we have the flax seeds, which one of you guys? Okay, I might just have to set up a separate little area for my flax here, but that's fine. We can do it along the water for now. That should be fine. Do I have a hoe on me? I think I left it downstairs. It's fine. I should also water my crops. That'd be smart. Alright. I cannot place seeds on the shelves, as I have learned. Damn. Didn't know that. Alright. Are you my hoe? You're my hoe. Beautiful. We have my hoe now. We got this. We got this. Alright. Apologies for getting a bit overwhelmed there. There was a lot happening in both chats, and I was struggling to find direction, and getting overwhelmed. I am fine and normal. I am an incredibly normal VTuber. Nothing bad or weird ever happens here. Alright, and then I need to grab my thing. Never mind, you're still at 100% moisture. You don't need to be watered. Beautiful. You are so normal. I'm incredibly normal. Yes, I know about the crop rotation, Lady Danger. It's, I don't know. When the crops say, "Hey, we use these nutrients," I think it's a little bit obvious in my mind. But maybe that's just because I'm a biology kid. I see that, I immediately go, "Ah, yes, crop rotation," because that's a thing that they do in real life, or at least are supposed to do in real life. That much makes sense to me. Alright. I have to make sure my torches don't burn out, because I'll cry if they do. Can I give a hot take that I think everyone who likes a vintage story is going to disagree with? I hate how micromanagey it is trying to stay on top of all of your resources. I don't like how I constantly feel like I'm running out of something and like my resources are never stable. I think that's kind of part of the point of the game. That like, yeah, you're constantly trying to build up a dozen different resources because it's, you know, survival crafter, etc, etc. But I don't like it. I wish I felt more comfortable and secure. That I have the things I need constantly, but I do not. I like it because I like it when things suck sometimes, but you're so valid for hating it. See, I like it in my media when things suck, but not in this particular way, you know? I like when my media is dark. I like when things suck in my media, but not this particular genre of sucking. I love my media dark, gritty, and problematic. I love when bad things happen in my fiction. I seek out fiction where bad things happen. I love dystopias and shit. This is not the type of things suck that I tend to encourage in the media I consume. Unfortunately, we've already generated the world. And we've been playing on it for like weeks. Alright. So I need to figure out where I planted my flax. Okay, so my flax has been planted. I do need storage. How do I make like better chests? That's a thing to think about. How do I make better chests? Nails and strips, iron. How do I make those? So I would need to get iron from that. Okay. How do we get... Primarily just like the torch holder can only be manufactured with brass, but at least the torch held within never goes out. Nails and strips or any metal. Okay. So I need to figure out how I make those. Yeah, someone else in chat just said that. Alright. There will be an ad hitting soon, and I think I'm gonna stand up and grab myself another snack during this one. I do apologize, folks. Alright. So I need to find, like, literally any form of metal, apparently. Noted. Actually, I need that. I need to take that downstairs. Because I need to get my storage situation up and running. Because right now, it is not great. Okay. During the ads, I'm gonna stand up and I'm gonna grab myself another snack. But I apologize, I will be back shortly. I'm just waiting for the ads to hit. My food is in the microwave. It's in the microwave. Give me a moment. Burp, burp, bite, bite. Commercial breaks in progress. If they run out of ads or something, they couldn't find any ads to serve you. Probably. Unless you're running an ad blocker, they'll show that to you if you're running an ad blocker, and usually that also means you're probably not getting counted as a viewer. Chat, there's over a minute left on my food in the microwave. Okay, I have food. I did it. Actually learned a lot about microwave circuits. Fun fact, nothing to do with Chef Mike. Oh. Why do you know about microwave circuits? Alright. Ad blocker assembler should be on for Twitch unless it turned itself back on without my notice. It could also just be that they fucking ran out of ads to serve you. That's a thing that does happen. We're gonna sit here with the Vintage Story music and stare out. We're just gonna stare out at the. You know, I need a better view than this. It works. We're gonna stare out at the view for a bit. Alright, chat, I made egg and rice. I went to my microwave and I said, hello, here is rice and an egg. Fun fact, chat. Amazing way to, like, if you're in a rush, cook an egg. Just take the egg, or to make a quick meal. Egg, bottom of bowl. Alright, put the egg, bottom of the bowl. Cover that shit in rice. In pre-cooked rice that you are heating up. Put a little bit of butter or oil on top, whatever your personal preference is. I do butter. Put that in the microwave for like a minute and a half. Boom. There you go. Cooked egg on rice, and then you mix it up, and now you got egg in your rice. And you can add some like mayonnaise and soy sauce. It's delicious, it's beautiful, it's easy, it's cheap. It's food that's going in my stomach. I should also specify, yes, as Joe has said, do not put the egg uncracked into your microwave. That makes a bomb. Bad idea. I did not put enough sauce on this. I'm also eating pre-cooked microwave rice right now. Hell yeah. One sec, this needs more sauce. I'll be right back. More sauce. sauce. Other sauce. I'm putting 2 different sauces on this. That was probably a little bit too much sauce. I'm gonna put more of the other sauce to counterbalance. Alright, sauce is going back in fridge. One moment. Yeah, it's literally rice, egg, soy sauce, and mayonnaise, and it's fucking delicious. And I would recommend this as a poverty meal. Especially as the price of eggs is starting to drop again. Have you all noticed egg prices are finally going down again? Thank fucking God. I bought a half dozen of eggs the other day for about $2, which is the cheapest I've seen eggs in a long time. Hello, Constafus. Beans and rice is an unbeatable combo, except I cannot eat beans. I will throw up. It sucks. Boiling pure water in a microwave is bad to my knowledge. I've done that before. Am I not supposed to do that? Is it actually bad to boil just water in a microwave? Because I've done that before. No, it's not. Noted. Because I'll sometimes, if I'm in a rush or just like really doing rough make tea that way, I do have an electric kettle, but sometimes I do not have the capacity to turn on the electric kettle, so I will just make myself tea in the microwave. Oh, that's only if you don't break the surface tension. Right, yeah, and then when you break the surface tension, it causes problems. Got it. I just do that sometimes when I'm having a bad day, okay? Sometimes I need my microwave tea. It's nostalgic. Hello, Faye took my name. I apologize. I don't think I was the Faye who took your name, but welcome on in. I am a Faye of sorts. Dang, I'll keep hunting then. Rust and piss. I hope you find your name. I hope you get your name back one of these days. See, I am just an animal. I am the Fae equivalent of an animal, is the easiest way to put it. I'm your resident chaotic Fae beast. It's lovely to see you. I'm currently eating dinner. At 12:14 a.m. Can I have your name, looking ass? Hey chat, can I have your name? You wouldn't be dumb enough to fall for that, would you? None of you would. I mean, some of you might be. God fucking damn it. What? Who would fall for that? You know this name of mine you can have? Fair point, fair point. Everyone folded, no pressure. I don't blame him. I'm just that charming. Rice and egg. Have them to start collecting dead names and putting them in jars as often as people say that. That'd be really funny, I would say. That'd be really funny. I will say, as far as the Fae logic and magic of my world goes, that would not work. Very similar to what Theseus has to say here, at least as far as my world is concerned. Your name is a part of your soul. And that is a thing that can change. Sure, you may have a name that you go by, but you also have your true name. The thing that actually speaks to your soul on that deeper level. Which resonates with your whole being. That is your name. And, you know, if you are a trans person who has changed your name, it is far more likely to be the name you have chosen than anything else. Your true name is the thing that resonates most deeply with your soul and with your personhood, and to take that is to take your very autonomy and personhood. It is to take a level of control and ownership over you. It is to leave you nothing. Again, at the very least, that's how it works in my own world. You don't lose just your name when a fate takes your name. You lose a piece of your soul. And those are concepts that are deeply intertwined. I wonder if Fairy would be insulted by me choosing Faye as my name? I personally take no insult. Oh, something's killing me. Whoopsie. 1 sec. Walks 10 feet to the left. Alright. Walks 10 feet to the left. I think you should stay up and be irresponsible, my dear Lawrence of Shorts. I think you should stay up and watch AE. Why do you have so much health? Good question. I have no clue, actually. Alright. Oh, chat! I want to put my bowl down behind my laptop and I found a symbol! That, okay, so one of the musicians I was seeing last night, he has symbols, on a, like, little shoe thingy that he wears. You know, like little hand cymbal shakers? He has a bunch of those, but he attaches it to his shoe. And it broke mid-performance last night, and I have one of the symbols that I stole. Hee hee. That motherfucker breaks so much of his equipment every single performance. Alright, anyway, I've finished eating my food. We are back on the grind. Welcome back to the Vintage Story, everyone. I'm going to eat some stew. I love how much of the food in this game is just stew. You just eat stew all day long, and honestly, that's kind of peak in my personal opinion. Let's see... Cannot move this yet. Alright. Thank you for the hydrate, Scale Rider. It's just, you're just so stew moding in Vintage Story. It's the stew game. Stews and porridges. And you know what? That's real as shit. Big fan of stews and porridges. Big stew and porridge enjoyer. I would say, I do enjoy me some stew and porridge. I think more people should consume more stew and porridge. Would not complain about having a diet that is a higher portion of stew and porridge. I'm silly. Would love to buy this game, live out my dream of living in a hole and eating stew all day. Unfortunately, the game is not that kind. Took me far too long to realize I needed a cooking bowl to make stew. Kept trying to make recipes in the mixing bowl. Oh, poor thing! Oh no. Beef pot pie would be nice to have. That sounds tasty. You gotta work for your stew. You can't just be eating stew all day. You need to work for that stew. Alright, how many of these... Fuck you. Bitch boy. Fuck you. Alright. Actually, that's a bad idea. I should plant something else here. Because there is not much, fucking potassium left in this soil. So I should find something else to plant. Let's see, you're also done. You're done. You're done. You're done. I initially meant to rotate these in a circle, but I can't do that anymore right now. That's fine. Alright. You're done. And you are done. Alright. But these are doing pretty good still on nitrogen and phosphorus. And we got a shit ton of carrots out of that, holy shit. Alright, we're gonna stow our carrots and then I'll figure out what crop I want to put there next. Yes, Diva, work for that stew, period. Hey, yo. Honestly, I really need to go to more drag shows. That reminds me. I need to go to more drag shows. I have been lucky enough to go to a handful of drag shows this past year, largely because one of my childhood best friends is a drag queen these days. It's really funny, it's really funny. I had not spoken to my childhood best friend in about 7 years, and suddenly I run into him in public. Turns out we're both trans and punk now, and he's also a drag queen. And I am so proud of him, but because of him I've been getting more and more into the local drag scene, not as a performer, just as an appreciator and enjoyer of the art form, and I need to go to more drag shows. I really need to go to more drag shows. Let's see. We could do some rye. It is absolutely sick. Imagine you don't talk to someone for 8 years, and then you just both go on these, or rather 7 years, and you both go on these wild journeys becoming like the ideal versions of yourself. It's kind of incredible. I'm so proud of him. He is the same trans mass drag queen that I interviewed in my video, I Don't Regret Girlhood. He's a very wonderful person. I've gotten to see him perform a few times recently, but I need to make it out to more shows because it's been a hot minute. It has been a hot minute. I'm so airplane brain right now. When you were talking about drag, my mind went to wing shape designs. It's okay, Neko. Not that kind of drag. It's okay, Neko. Just watch the pretty people dance. Nico one more nuclear option plain brain. Stew period sounds either terrifying or delightful. I'm quite fond of stew. Big stew enjoyer, chat. Big stew enjoyer. I used to eat my lunches almost exclusively in the form of soup or stew. And I kinda miss that, being perfectly honest. I do miss when I ate more soup and stew. Drag shows sound so fun. I have a couple of friends who used to do drag. I think drag is a very beautiful art form that I have a lot of feelings about. Particularly about the ways for many folks it is a form of like reclamation of some gendered experience. And I think that's a thing that can go both directions. I've known people who have appreciated drag both like as an element of their life, both because it is a way of like reconnecting with girlhood or because they have never felt safe expressing femininity before, whatever it may be. I think it really is a beautiful art form that a lot of people benefit from. Big enjoyer of drag and drag culture. I think it's cool. Fun fact, stew is one of the most efficient ways to maximize nutrition gained from a foodstuff, like in real life too. I love drag. I love drag so much. Okay, I need to start figuring out how to get a hold of metals. I think, we are starting to have a farm going. We need to figure out how we're gonna get some metals now. I need to get a hold of metal. It doesn't really matter what, even if we just get some copper. I need to find copper. Unfortunately, the community has probably dug out a lot of the local area, but we can still see what we can do. I have my prospecting pick right here. Historically, soldiers were heavily encouraged to make stews over anything else because they were needing the most calories. That is fascinating, actually. I think I can help, but we'll shut for now. I do think I am now a prospecting wizard. Hell fucking yeah. I would not mind prospecting advice, but also I don't know what I'm doing. Bark, bark, bite, bite. That is really cool, though. Okay, so prospecting is basically magic. Thank you, thank you. We appreciate this. Very, very helpful. Time to steal Neko's food and vintage story? Real. Okay, Lady Danger, if you're free, would you be willing to take me on a prospecting adventure or some shit? No worries if you're not. I have a method, but I don't know if you want to throw yourself at it. I would appreciate advice, I think. Give me like 5 minutes. I'm trying to reclaim myself before it disappears. Thumbs up. Because I've been told it is a thing that you kind of just have to do to understand, and like I've tried to watch video tutorials and tried to do it following those tutorials before and could not figure it out. So I think I will ask someone to kind of take me on an adventure. Prospecting is heat mapping, just finding areas that give you the best odds to find, but you can find places outside that region, new or spawned, nods. Mal has marked a lot of copper in the area. Anything marked with rammed earth was likely found by Mal. Think they said they explored several kilometers in each direction. Noted. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But I want to get some chests in here, because, like, this storage situation ain't so pretty. And I would like something a little bit nicer than this. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I appreciate y'all's patience with me, especially when I was getting a little bit overwhelmed earlier. I know I am not the most fun to watch when I'm feeling a little bit overwhelmed and out of it, so I appreciate y'all for having patience with me and giving me a moment to get back on top of my bullshit. That's how it goes sometimes. I know I struggle with setting boundaries, but we gotta do what we gotta do. Listen, Christopher Crow, you played God and now you're learning from your mistakes. Oh, 7 soldier. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I like that I ate so good that I got more health, apparently. I love eating so good that the game gave me more health. Fuck growth stunt due to cold. No! Don't growth stunt due to cold. No! Evil. Vor mentioned. I love putting meat in my mouth. The fuck was that? Huh? That was some fucking... That was some horror game-esque shit. That was some horror game-esque shit. Meat or meat? I suspect both. Oh, absolutely both. I will take either. I will take either. Did you just see a shiver? Did I? No, 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 no. So like I went to go click on the chest, and suddenly I exited out of the chest and turned fucking 180 degrees. But no, listen, I said meat, but I love alcohol. Big alcohol enjoyer. I think I get why creatures kept spawning in your house. I would love more information in that particular case. If you do have any guidance on whether they're spawning in my house, because nearly all of this is slabs. This is nearly all slabs. I need the gap so that I don't have to duck. I can replace it, but then I'll have to fucking duck to get inside. Bruh. See, now I have to duck. And it's annoying. You make 3 tall doors? How do I make a 3 tall door? One sec, let's peek at this. Not what I wanted. What are my options for... Alright, so there are 3 tall doors. I need a 3 tall door in oak. Three tall door oak. Okay, that's not... I need fucking... Well, I gotta get those anyway. I gotta get the nails anyway. Alright, we'll figure that out. We need to go get metal, chat. We need to go get metal. We will figure it out somehow, one way or another. I'm just waiting for Lady Danger to be ready to go on an adventure. We're gonna figure it out. Could you replace the top block with a solid trapdoor instead? I guess I theoretically could, but then I wouldn't be able to duck under, or I'd still have to duck under it unless I wanted to hit extra buttons, and that's just annoying, you know? At that point, I should just go ahead and work on making the 3 tall. We'll get to it. Not a whole lot I can do while I'm inside. How's this food over here doing? Oh my god, closing that gap immediately, like, registered this is an indoor space. That's wild. That is wild. I hate that that immediately made this an indoor space. I should probably go ahead and redo my torches, I guess, while I'm waiting. It's fine. And eventually I'll have to get the torch holders. Here we go. One of these is I'm gonna forget one of these torches and then be too lazy to reset it. And I'm gonna be so mad. Welcome back, Lycan. Congratulations on food. We enjoy food. Chat, eating, very good and important, would recommend. Please eat. Please take care of yourselves. Easier said than done, I know, but like self-care is so valid and important. Alright. We've redone all of our torches. Beautiful. Beautiful. A piece of the routine completed. Is the sun rising yet? Almost. It's starting to get later out. Crops all doing okay. You're stunted due to cold, but that's fine. You grow so much anyway that it does not matter. What do we got going on over here? Our flax is looking pretty good. Alright, alright. I share baked bacon mac and cheese. Thank you. I would love baked bacon mac and cheese. That sounds fucking delicious, actually. Holy shit. That sounds absolutely incredible. Yeah, I'm jealous as well. Fucking hell. That's a lot of animals. Okay, he did not like me getting that close. Alright, alright. I might need to find out who owns these animals and see if I can partner up with them, just build a larger ranch and eventually use some of them for my tanning business. I might have to look into that. Now, what can I do with hides after I'm done? What do I do with my hides after I finish doing stuff with them? Yeah, because I can use leather to do all sorts of things. But what do I do once? Okay, you can do a ton of things with it actually. All right. All kinds of ooh, I can make an antler mount. That's cool as shit. All right. Can make all sorts of armor, bows, a handful of resources, backpacks, etc. Okay. So you can do a fair bit with it. Nice. Welcome back. I wonder if I can like display hides on my wall. Is there a way to display hides publicly? I guess maybe if you prepare it in some particular way, you might be able to do it in a way where you can like display it. Nego's doing animals too because I have some animal competition. We'll figure things out. I just think it'd be very cool to be able to display a hide on my wall. I'm very tempted to talk about an impulse purchase I once almost made and then didn't make, but kinda wish I had made. You know? Very tempted to talk about an impulse purchase that I did not make, but really wanted to. I'm so bad at the spears in this. Fucking hell. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. You know what? You know what? I'm rushing you. Fuck off. Ha! Fuck you. I did it! I just killed that thing for the hell of it. I think it'd just be really cool to be able to like put a hide up on my wall. So one time I almost made a purchase. I was out at a Ren fair, chat. I was out at a Ren fair and I am hanging out by this one seller who is particularly selling animal hides and stuff. And for those who aren't super familiar with me, I am low-key a big fan of not just of like, how do I say? Like, I'm a big fan of leather and furs and similar materials. I do quite enjoy them. And they had a couple fox hides, and I was so deeply tempted to buy a $200 fox hide. This was a few years ago. I did not buy the $200 fox hide, but I will not pretend that the temptation did not exist within me for a great while. Just imagine that. That'd be so cool. Boy was gonna wear his own pelt sulky style. Yeah, can you blame me? Can you blame me? But soft fox fur? See, definitely recognize the flaws within like these industries, but I am somewhat of an apologist of like the fur and leather industry. I do believe that while harm is done to animals through them, and that does matter and suck, they are ultimately significantly less harmful than any kind of plastic alternative. As things stand, any like faux leathers or faux furs you are finding online, they are made out of cheap plastics that ultimately do far more environmental harm than the production of real leathers and furs do. And for that reason, I will always opt for the real deal. I try to buy, used when possible, secondhand, but I will always opt for like real leather over any form of leather. I am a big fan of leather as a material, and if that new leather is going to last me years, which it does, I have multiple pieces of leather that are from the 1980s or even earlier. If that stuff's going to last me years, then I think it is far more sustainable than any plastic alternative. Hello, Twilight Walker. Love thrift store for real invalid. Also, fur trade is making use of more of the animal than most people will ever use while doing their own personal hunting and such. Agreed, yeah. The thing I take issue with is of farming animals for their fur. That I am not fond of. I don't like, the use of, you raise an animal with the intention of taking its hide later in its life. That does make me uncomfortable. But I am of the general belief that, like, the use of real leather and fur products is by far more sustainable than the use of plastic alternatives. But no. That one fox hide may one day be mine. Sounds like a great purchase and very on brand. Perhaps one of these days if I have the expendable income, one of these days, should I feel comfortable enough in my finances that I feel I can make purchases like that, I might consider it. Have a real leather belt I paid good money for and lasted me like 6 years so far. Hell fucking yeah. Hello, Jelly Goober. Motherfucker's gonna take my hide while I'm talking about my opinions on animal fur and leather. God damn, I see how it is. What do you mean you're gonna take my hide? But nah, I have a leather jacket from the 1990s. I have a pair of leather boots from the 1980s. They're old military boots, they're Corcorans. I have a pair of leather roller skates that are from like the 60s. I have another leather jacket from the late 80s, early 90s as well. Do I own any other leather? That's most of my, I have a leather bag. Don't know how old that one is. Maybe chew on it a little. You're gonna chew on my hide? Rude. You're not even gonna like use it to make a nice coat or something? Motherfucker's gonna steal my hide and not even like use it to make something nice. Can you believe this shit? But no, I'm a big leather enjoyer. Anyone know how long is left on the microwave? Big leather enjoyer. The vast majority of my leather is used, but like fuck pleather. It's so deeply environmentally harmful. Fuck that shit. Why do you have no nitrogen while you're not even growing? What the fuck? Maybe I should just try to figure out how to do this on my own. I love leather. I wonder if I can find any of those markers that that Mal left. See, you know I'm not a Selkie because I don't like the ocean. I'm not a big fan of swimming. I don't like getting wet. You know I'm a Selkie because I don't like getting wet. It is really interesting to me how much Celtic folklore has ties to water, because that's a very commonplace theme you'll find. A lot of Celtic mythology is very heavily tied to like the ocean and whatnot. What do we have here? Because that's a really okay. So yeah, someone did this. Okay. I don't know where I find any of Mal's markers. Not a soggy boy indeed, not a soggy boy. This boy is I'm about to starve to death. I forgot to grab food. God fucking damn it. I need food if I'm going to survive this. I won't complain about more loose flint. One sec. You live in a coastal state. Why don't you swim? It's because of your heart thing? Oh, I just don't like getting wet. I'm just not a fan. I find it to be relatively unpleasant. Not a big fan. I'm also terrified of jellyfish. I think that's also important to mention. I'm fucking petrified of jellyfish, actually. They are the worst. I don't like them. I don't like jellyfish. So no Subnautica stream? I mean, actually, I have considered streaming Subnautica. I would not be opposed to potentially doing so. I just need to research or remember why I didn't in the first place, because I considered it for a while. It was on my list. I need to go back and look and see why it was I decided not to. Because I think I still would like to eventually. Why is the door so small? Is this some kind of house for ants? No, I'm just a giant. Hello there. Hi. Love seeing you always have to duck to go through doors. I'm very tall. But no, I just don't like swimming very much. Got a video about ants to send to someone who's scared of them. Want to watch something? No! No, not the ants! I don't like them. Why, hello there. What brings you to my humble abode? Why is it you find yourself outside my home? Good. You should feel fear. No, I feel me. I'm like, were you here for the prospecting adventure? Were you here for my prospecting adventure? Yes? Alright, let's prospecting adventure. I think Lady in Danger is gonna be a while. How does a bitch learn how to prospect? I'm here to help prospect, yay! Headcan and Fen used a spray bottle whenever he was being difficult. Yeah, no worries, Lady Danger, do what you gotta do. Chat, we're gonna learn how to prospect. I think we find a flat area. My stream is delayed, so it may take some time to respond to questions. No worries. Expecting your pros, you're so right. It would be easier if I had BC on here. My one thing is if I had BC, people would be interrupting constantly. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Barber Bite Bite. It's time to learn to prospect. Be gone. Are you assembling a team for prospecting? Basically, yes. There are two modes, the long range and the short range. Such I can't vintage with the stories. I'm gonna play Skyrim while watching. Hell yeah! On the long mode, you need 3 samples. Okay. So I presume we walk away and we find somewhere to sample. And we take those 3 samples, question mark. Can't be closer than 3 blocks together. Alright. Not further than 16 blocks. Let's see what we got. We're gonna figure it out. Oh, am I freezing in games? That's what's happening. It's probably fine. So I'm going to hole dig. That's a, you know what, that's pretty deep to get to stone. I need stone. I need accessible stone. What do we have here? Getting distracted. Hello there. Oh my god, it's Neko Boy Blue! Hello there, sir. What do you got? Ooh, I can get the sewing kit here. Okay. I will have to come back for that at some point. I don't have any gears right now, but noted. Okay. So this is one. We'll walk away a little bit. We'll dig another hole. Because we're hole moding. One more sample. Let's just like walk over here and hole. Oh, hello stone. And over here we found Very poor borax, very poor cinnabar, very poor graphite. So nothing of interest here. Hello, McDonda. Welcome on in. Barbara Bye Bye. Nothing of interest here. Cool. We keep walking. I'm doing this correctly, yes? Ooh, I can like do something in the wall here. Actually, that feels like a bad idea. You're doing this correctly, thank you. Incredible. I'm so good at video games. We've walked a little ways away. I don't know if I've walked far enough for it to matter, but I've walked a little ways away. I'm gonna go ahead and cover a few things of stone. Beautiful. To be honest, caves good. Caves kind of goated. I am way too scared to go in those caves. I think I will perish. Borax, graphite. Alright. Nothing that we particularly care about right now. It looks like we might be heading in the right direction with the borax though, which is pretty cool. I don't know if anyone on the server needs borax, but that is good to know. I'm currently like freezing to hell and back out here, but that's fine. I do that in IRL too. I do that in the IRL as well. Alright. Fills your caves with the goats? Listen, if the caves had goats, I'd be a lot less scared of them. I don't think the caves have goats. I don't think that's what's waiting for me inside. If I was just going to the goat zone, I wouldn't be so worried. I would love to enter your goat cave. I don't think I'm going to be entering your goat cave. You want borax because it's used for tanning? I already have my tanning setup put together, I think, currently. I get a lot of lime from breaking the animals down. Very poor borax, very poor bismonite. Alright, still nothing I'm interested in. I still despise this model. I think it's silly. I think it's silly. I like it. We're walking into a forest, which is definitely a smart choice that will not backfire. Totally 100%. I won't regret this. Hello, mushroom. You're gonna kill me. It's an SCP? What do you mean? I'm not an SCP. I'm just a— oh, hello there, wolf. Bull. No, let me take it. Haha. He's in my inventory now. Should I worry about the fact that I left a fucking scraped fox or a scraped wolf in my house? It'll be fine. We won't be out long enough for it to matter. I'll try a few more samples, and if I don't get anything good popping up, I will just assume that I know how to prospect now. It's fine. Alright. Alright, one more sample. Oh, spelt. Nice. Very poor hematite. Yeah, nothing of interest here, unfortunately. Nothing of interest here. I'm really not getting anything of interest in these areas, huh? Also, there will be an ad hitting soon. I do apologize, folks. Twitch just forced me to run ads. Y'all get the gist by now. Y'all get the... Ooh, native silver. So does that mean that there would be silver below us? Oh, am I freezing to death? Is that what's happening right now? There's silver below you then. Okay, okay. That's cool as shit. I left a waypoint. I need to stop freezing to death. Yeah, I marked it on my map, so we should be able to get back here. Hello. Who are panning they gold? Who are vintaging they story? I think I understand the basics of prospecting now. I think I've kind of figured it out, more or less. Enough so that I can figure it out more later. And that, gamers, is a win. Home is back this way, okay. We're figuring it out. Eventually, I want to know this game as well as I know games like Minecraft, you know? Especially because, fuck Microsoft, but also just because I want to understand it. It seems like a game that is worth learning and understanding and coming to figure out. I want to understand this game like the back of my hand, and I hope one day I will. Oh, I need to check something. Who up panning they gold? I just need to get home before I freeze to death. Lulled them out. I kind of wish we could like more easily share waypoints on this. I'd like to have an easier time with sharing waypoints with others in this. I suppose we do have coordinates that we can use, but still, regardless. And there might be a way that I'm just not aware of, but I think being able to more easily share waypoints would be pretty cool for stuff like this. Alright, we're figuring it out. I think there's a mod for that. Noted. I can definitely look into, because like, I'm not opposed to adding more mods to the server. It literally is super easy the way that it is set up with Vintage Story. So I'm definitely not opposed to that. But I'd be willing to look into it, absolutely. Alright. The one issue just being that I barely know what I'm doing. We did it! Now I can stop. What the fuck? Why are you in my house? What? Motherfucker was just sitting at my goddamn table? Motherfucker was sitting all politely at my table too. Someone clip that, please. Bro wanted some oatmeal, apparently. Someone fucking clip that. Why was that low-key, like, perfect? He wanted to chill out. Well, he doesn't belong here. He's not welcome here. Alright, alright, alright. This is not a safe zone. I hate that they take up the inventory slot and that I can't do it more easily. Alright. Oh, beautiful. Just want to chill out and then, cold outside is the best spot. Imagine you just walk inside and there's a random stranger sitting at your table. Imagine that. That's what just happened to me. Cure- Ooh, apparently I can cure these. Suitable for food ripening, so not curing. I'll have to find a different way to cure those. Alright, alright, alright. If you're cold, they are cold. Hello, thank you for the hydrate, J Crispy. If you're cold, they're cold. Let them inside your house. Oh, beautiful. My prepared hide are here. We can put them in this one now. Everything's moving along the production line. Oh, right, I need to script these first. Are you enjoying that seat, Monster Kicker? On my butchering table, where I definitely do not butcher people. Smiles. I like how I basically created a serial killer setup here. It's really funny to me. This feels like a fucking, like, serial killer's fucking ideal setup. Hey, I'm the serial killer of the server. Back off! I mean, I totally don't put people in my wine press, to make, vino humano. Good thing neither of us are human. Alright, alright, alright. I love my basement. Nothing will ever perish here. Why are you only fresh for 4 days even though we're under here? What the hell? I need to go ahead and cook you, I guess, then. I'll take some raw primate. Yeah, we'll make do. I can cook something with this. Oh, hello, Twilight Walker. Welcome on inside. Hello, hello. Welcome to my humble abode where no one ever gets murdered. I would never commit murder. That'd be unethical. Alright, there we go. Oh, you take care, get some good sleep, mannequin. All the best, all the best. Self-care is very important. As a serial killer vibe, if we're talking actual design and appeal, yours is better. There we go. Alright. And we're fucking cooking with gas, chat. I got food going. It's gonna be so tasty and delicious. I'm making food. My meat's gonna expire soon, so I gotta turn it into food. And then I'll put it into containers and store those containers down here where they'll last for months. The Fops is both hot and charming. I'm glad you think so. How are you doing? Alright. There we are. I put my bones and stuff in here. I put my actual meat in here. Alright. Seems like even under here it's only fresh for a couple days, so we'll have to cook as much of that as I can soon. Which is unfortunate, but alas. I'll have to get some smelt doing stuff as well soon. Alright. The setup is pretty solid right now. How do I cure things? That's an interesting question. I'll have to figure that out at some point. My body finally contains proper insulin and food for once today. Congratulations! I'm so proud of you for eating. What do you mean it's just time? I just went on an adventure to learn how to prospect with Bark Bark Bite Bite with Monster Kicker, but we can actually try and find things now. Oh my god, you did it! You lived! You survived! The skin of iron, talons of steel. Chat. We're gonna find some metal soon. I'm gonna call it a night. You take care. Bye 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 bye. Don't let the Betty E bite or eat you in your sleep. Only a little bit. I'll only do a little bit of that. Through these, this world shall be ours again. Beautiful. Absolutely incredible. Collapse. Applause. Alright, alright, alright. So finding any kind of metal would be good. Copper is kind of priority, but like we'll figure things out. Let me just real quickly put my new soup in here. There we go, soup. Soup. I'm gonna chop more firewood soon. There we go. Let me grab a little bit of a road snack as well. One moment. I would like a road snack. There we are. This is a killer's basement? Don't worry about it. I'm not a serial killer. When have I ever serial killed anybody? When have I ever serial killed anybody? I'm fine and normal. I don't serial kill people in my serial killer basement. Alright, it's time for an adventure. Let's go find metal. You're moving really fast. Alright, alright, alright. Killer's basement? Who would ever have one of those? Oh, hello there. Hi there. Hey, buddy. Oh! Whoops. I'm not a serial killer, I promise. It was an accident. It has nothing to do with my serial killer basement. I'm not a murderer. I'm not a murderer, I promise, I swear. When have I ever serial killed? He says following the molding of flags. I did nothing wrong. Whoopsie. The comedic timing on that was too good. I'm mad about it. I'm not a murderer. He says after murder. I didn't. It was an accident. You have to believe me. Then why is there blood on your lips and teeth? I didn't mean to kill her. Hello, hopefully free. How are you? Bites. I didn't mean to do it. It was an accident. I didn't mean to kill Lady Danger. Honestly, this is kind of making me wish this was an RP server, but also, I know Stella's going to be opening her RP server soon, and once she reopens her RP server, I'm going to be so busy RPing on there. I'm not a murderer, he says after committing a manslaughter. Listen, we're doing our best out here, okay? Yeah, one of my friends is gonna be opening up a Vintage Story RP server soon. It is specifically, I believe, a content creator thing. So unfortunately, not for the non-creators. It is kind of a closed, trusted folks thing. But there is a part of me that wishes this was an RP server, because God, I love roleplay. I miss role-playing with people. Like, big fan of narrative storytelling, etc. Was that clipped? I don't know if anyone clipped that. I hope someone clipped that. There's been a lot of very good clippable moments in the last, like, hour. I'm normal and can be trusted with narratives. I miss you. Alright. I need metal. I must acquire copper. Oh, I do have your torch. One moment. My PC froze when I tried to clip. No, this is so sad. Wait, is there a temporal storm? Copper node. Okay. I mean, we can go after the copper node. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna go on this adventure with Lady Danger. And we're gonna hope that I don't get caught in the storm. Especially because I only have like half an hour left in stream. I want to create a whole path from like the spawn valley towards the river town, and I want to make a big arching wall that kind of follows the natural groove of the mountain. I have a lot of thoughts and plans in regards to it. It's gonna take a while for me to bring them to fruition, but I have thoughts. I'm going to make it. Rather, there might already be a tunnel. I don't know much about the tunnel. Is this part of the tunnel? Huh. Oh, it's your secret windmill. Understood. Why do you have one? Weather forecast. Fucky weather soon. You're so right. The weather do be fucky. You'll see the Druid Tower. That is massive. You'll notice the pile of rotting corpses out front. Guess I'm not the only murderer around here. Couple beasties on ya. Huh. Alright then. Those sure are some rotting corpses. This is my evil fuck-ass tower? Real as shit. We love an evil fuck-ass tower. Got a smithy, very fancy. Beautiful. It's okay, the doors don't have to be me size, I can crouch. I love being abnormally tall, it's really funny. The stairs are gonna be a problem for me. Can I get upstairs? I actually barely can. I can barely make it upstairs. Cool. There's so many evil fuckers in Spawn Valley, it makes me so happy. Why is everyone evil? You know what? Maybe this will become an RP server. Maybe we need lore for like this weird conflict between the Spawn Valley and the River Town. Maybe we need to like figure this out, chat. What's the lore here? Didn't bring enough food for the trip back. Chat, what's the lore for the conflict between Spawn Valley? Steel and cranberry wine. The lore is that someone lied about steel? Really? Okay, okay. We could build something about that. We could build lore about that, chat. We could turn that into lore. Like, a war over fucking steel? Yeah, we could do that. This could be a narrative about repairing the relationship. Clearly the river towns seceded from the valley. I think you might be right. Oh, if I die now, I'm gonna be very far away from home. Okay, one sec. Shit. Oh my god, that's so much damage. What the fuck? I have blocks. I can block us in. If you get out of the way, I can block us in. It's not much, but we're safe for now. Welcome on in, call me Snow Kid. Thank you for the raid. Hi, we're currently in nightmare hell. I'm experiencing my first, whatever, the temporal storm. Hello everybody, mods, can we get a shout out? Hi folks. I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream not cool retro games and do art here on Twitch.tv. Things are happening. Things are happening right now. But you know what? We're having a good time. We're playing some Vintage Story on the community server. If anyone would like to join, the IP should be pinned. We're gonna be on here for another half an hour. Oh fuck, they're spawning in here too? I didn't know they could spawn in here too. It's okay, I have more blocks. I have more blocks. Or whatever works. What are the odds they get us in here? You know, we'll be fine. They won't get us. Oh, hi. Welcome on in. So how was your day today? What have y'all been up to lately? Hello, Ampers as well. Need food bouts? Will be going with Raiden Larkin. No worries, I appreciate the hell of it regardless. So this is an adventure. Indeed it is! This is not what I expected when we decided to go on a mining trip. It's fine. Maybe we should have stayed in Lake Town. Hello, Gleep Glorp. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. How are you doing tonight? Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm definitely not suffering right now. Maybe we should have stayed in the Lake Town. Maybe this was a mistake. I'm so heavily fighting the urge to turn this into an RP server in this very fucking moment, chat. I keep impulsively almost jumping into a character. Rated here from Night a while back. Well, welcome on in. It's a pleasure to have you. Transnight's a good friend of mine. Hope you're doing well. What's wrong with Valley Town? Nothing inherently, except the fact that we get here and immediately something has to go amiss. I can't help but wonder if this was intentional. Thank you for the hydrate tunnels. Bark bark bite bite. I can't help but wonder if this was planned. I'm being silly. I'm being silly. There's the temptation for RP shit. Feels like forever since I've been here. Lovely to see you, tunnels. Ah, rah, 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 rah. Can't account for the weather, I suppose. So funny story about the lie. The lie was basically that you needed a more expensive type of brick to make steel, which would delay progress on Lake Town's steel process, which gave me time to beat them to steel. Huh. Interesting. Were we the one who started this conflict then? The grumbling talking in the distance is actually terrifying. Just saying Mozart for 3 hours and now I'm sleepy. Congratulations. Conflict started when I made... The conflict was started when I made when only to find Lake Town beat me to wine, then solidified when Lake Town reached iron. I see. Huh. Alright. For clarification, where do you live, Monster Kicker? It's actually really fun singing with an orchestra. I can imagine. I miss doing classical singing stuff. Story time is hard with the text. No worries. Spawn Valley, I see. And here I am in the home of the enemy. For however you want to say it. Well, as long as I survive this, we'll figure out this larger conflict eventually. So how long do temporal storms normally last, by the way? Game is no longer letting me play. Oh no! That is very unfortunate. Most of a day or so. I see. Can't say I've ever been in the heart of one of these before. Should be waiting soon. Okay. At least we have that. Appreciated. I guess we got through this in one piece. I made the temporal storm and I crashed my game. No! Hello! Matinks, welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. Hello. Frogs in my area? Are the frogs gay? Are the frogs gay? Very important question. Welcome on in, mods. Thank you for the shout out right there. Hello everybody, hi, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream not commercial games and do art here in twitch.tv. I'm a loud punk bastard, talk about queer shit, leftist shit. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them. How goes it? You know the frogs are gay? Fuck yeah, we love gay frogs. We love gay frogs around here. We're currently playing some Vintage Story on my community server. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Hope you had an incredible stream. What were you up to tonight? Bark, bite, bite. Hello, Drakensword. Thank you for making me normal, Ollie B. Alright, we survived. We live to see another day, or whatever the fuck. Are you good? Are you chilling? I love when games bug out at very funny moments. Moonwalking but forward. Playing Minecraft, draining an ocean monument. Got a square around the thing drain, and now I'm starting a larger circle drain around it. Good luck, you got this. All the best. Probably about to crash. Oh no! To be fair, Vintage Story is not the most stable game in the world, being perfectly honest. Oh! She lives. Alright, so now that that debacle is over, I guess we can get to fucking business. This doesn't switch to RP mode and you act like a total rat. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Fuck you. Listen, I am playing a character who has unintentionally ended up in the midst of a conflict. I need to figure out what my character's place would be if I properly go into RP mode with this, but... in case you can take what provisions you need. I wouldn't exactly say no to more food. I'm not sure what it is that you've got. Your place would be as a third party. I feel perhaps I'm an outsider who has recently found my way into the lake town for whatever reason. I could come up with a backstory from there. It's fine. I have carrots. Perhaps I'm a third party who has found myself in the midst of this conflict more recently. Not sure what the hell I was walking into. Marat mentioned, oh, thank you for the bark boy bark, Groggy for the arp, 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 arp. Listen, I don't talk too much about my personal leanings and interests here, but I will have you know that I am a Switch. Boldly to not assume that I was immediately pulled into a character with the Force of the Sun. Oh, listen, I will absolutely start RPing on here if it becomes like a viable thing. I just need to create a character backstory and whatnot. I need to sort out who exactly I am. I think perhaps an outsider that has stumbled into this situation with no knowledge or understanding of what's happening perhaps may be fitting. I think that I think that perhaps an outsider who's finding their place may be meaningful. Someone who was accepted by the lake town, but hasn't quite figured things out yet. But I picked up on that. Hee smiles. Smiles! Because when I spawned, there was no one or no thing but the trader, and it was night. So I feel if I participate in the RP, it's gonna be my backstory, real and valid. I suppose I see what you mean. I suppose I see what you mean. I certainly have a fair bit of thinking to do. I think, though, we should attend to the task at hand. That copper. Do kind of love temporal storms this game because they give you a reason to get cozy in your house with other people and sit in chairs. I think it is really funny that it's just you kind of just gotta deal with it wherever you are type of situation. But I definitely need to figure out how to spawn proof my home. Did you see the note I pointed out earlier? I did not. No, I missed it. I think it's a fun mechanic. Should be... I will say, I might turn down the frequency of storms in the setting at some point because people were complaining they were having a bit too frequently, but I'd like to get more people's opinions on that for sure. So here? If I dig here, am I going to find it? I guess it's the right to lead to an unexploited bit of native copper. Alright then. Suppose there's only one way to find out. Hello, Alex Banana! You take a good night. You have a good night. Take care of yourself. Bark bite bite. I suppose, for once, someone told me the truth. A could be like Dastier in the Witcher Saga, a bard who got caught up in things bigger than himself. I think that might also be like part of the kind of route I go to. I think I'm an outsider who for some reason ended up in the river town, and is just trying to figure things out, not really knowing what I'm doing for whatever reason. I might have to look more into the lore of Vintage Story itself to really figure out the details there. But in any case, really does not know these inter society politics that are ongoing, and I do vibe with that quite a bit. It's poor quality copper, but it's copper. I did find some copper. Expected it to be greener? Why? It's underground. We are currently underground. Need this to annihilated. This is too much sass. What do you mean? The little character I'm leaning into being a little bit like aggressive and untrusting and bratty. What? Am I putting on too much? Thought you were in the clouds? Oh, no. I heard the :3 and what? Excuse you. Since we were gonna get an RP server, folks, listen, I'm turning this into an RP server. I've decided. There's no obligation to be super heavy on the RP, but like, I'm gonna bring in some elements. I'm gonna write backstory. I'm making this happen. You can't stop me. You can't fucking stop me. I love writing in character. I apologize that the little bit of character that I'm putting on for this is leaning into it and putting it on a little heavy, but come on. Can you blame me? I enjoy, okay, there's a couple genres of character that I really enjoy playing in like RPs and whatnot. Some of my favorites are the one that I did in the old Barotrauma RP, God rest that fucking series. I'm so sad we never got to do more of it, but also fuck a lot of the people involved. But like, my little bright-eyed boy who didn't know what the hell he was getting into. Oh my god, hi! How can I be of help? He was just this bright-eyed young dumbass of a boy. And then just absolute fucking assholes. Those are some of my favorite genres of characters to portray and to play. It's a bit of copper. It's not much, but it's something. You played Barotrauma? I was briefly part of a Barotrauma RP server, or series rather, that imploded quite horribly. I mentioned earlier some folks who had spread some shit about my name. That's related. Now you only need a buff magically enhanced single dad who ghosted you after some adventures with and they were roommates energy. I do love a Barotrauma. I'm a big enjoyer of Barotrauma, but it is admittedly a bit hard to approach after those people fucked me over so badly, you know? Like, I lost a lot of people I really cared about to a handful of very, very petty people who fucking refused to have a conversation. And that sucks. That always sucks. Losing people is never easy. Barotrauma is a really lovely game, though. I would love to play it again one of these days. I suppose with that, though, we say goodbye to the spawn village for now. I need to make it home. Especially because I'm only going to be on for another like 15 minutes. This is where I depart for now. You take care, Lady Danger. We'll talk again soon. Listen, I don't know what the deal is yet with this conflict, and I can't say I like it much, but the people of the lake town have been kind to me. So I suppose I know where my loyalties rest for now. There's some fucked up lore around my tower. I can tell that much already. Oh, 100%. We'll figure it out. Actually, Usus has still developed a relatively low stakes Barra mods. Campaign format I ran a while back was when Rura sub was low-key build as you go. That is really cool though. No, I miss Barrow Trauma. I wish, you know, I could still do the RP in it, but I enjoyed my bright-eyed dumbass of a boy. His name was Tegan Winters. He was this young, like 19-year-old bright-eyed kid who had no clue what he was getting into. Who like there are worlds that are so absolutely, you know, full of misery. And you have to wonder what happens to someone when that misery is all they've ever known. You know? Does a person who is generations into this society of absolute fucking misery really feel that misery anymore? He is this young, bright-eyed, boy who is just so happy to be leaving his home and getting to explore and hoping to live up to stories. He also fancied himself a bit of a poet. So canonically he was a writer and a poet, aside of all of it. He enjoyed, or he was so excited to go on this adventure and get to be that, you know, explore and to tell stories. And that was like his primary his primary, motivation. This bright-eyed young kid who had no clue what he was doing but was just excited to be part of something as big as the stories he grew up on. As far as other characters I enjoy playing, some of my favorite like D&D characters I played, one was my first ever D&D character, who was a wood elf rogue. He had a really interesting complex around growing up in that he basically fucking refused to. His entire, like, core theme as a character is a refusal to emotionally and mentally grow up and take responsibility for your actions. So he, you know, made a series of mistakes in his life, the reason why he lost his family, the reason why he ended up, you know, out on adventures, the reason he got into thievery, and he consistently throughout it all refuses to take responsibility for his actions, refuses to grow up. Affectionately, you would play a wood elf rogue? Fuck you. Like, he's this, absolute meow meow, miserable ass character who refuses to show it, cause he can cover it all up with his ego and energy and whatnot. But he is miserable. You ever play a character and go, I like that aspect's a part of me now? I'm not sure if I have. But he's definitely your characteristic, just jackass rogue type, and I enjoy him greatly for that. And then there was my Warlock of the Raven Queen. She was a, oh god, what are they called? There's, the specific, I don't think I think, did they ever, yeah, they did eventually, I think, actually get released as a, proper, race in or sub-race for elves in Dungeons and Dragons, but when I made my character, they were still, Unearthed Arcana, like, testing material. They were the Shadarkai, I think is what they were called. They were a, like, sub-race of the elves that come from the Shadowfell and are heavily associated with the Raven Queen. So basically everything about her, like, she is a servant of the Raven Queen from the Shadowfell, etc, etc. And the thing with the Shadowkai is, if I recall correctly, because of it was something along the lines of like their tie to the Shadowfell is so strong and whatnot, etc., that like they struggle to exist to some extent in the material plane. And if you look at like older versions of the lore, they have this interesting thing where like they are constantly seeking heights of pleasure and pain in order to just like ground themselves. If I recall correctly, and I did steal some of that stuff from like the earlier editions in her in writing her, because I thought it was quite fascinating. She was a very stoic, emotionless sort, except for when she was angry. And also when she was drunk, but when she was drunk, she was usually angry. She was a character where the only emotion she really knew how to express was anger. She did not know how to do softness or gentleness. And endlessly loyal as well. A lot of her character arc, actually, the core theme ended up following, because initially she was this extremely devoted and loyal servant of the Raven Queen. And eventually, she comes to this point, this decision, where she decides that she wants to live for herself. She goes from this thing that will happily throw her life away for the service of this god that she adores, to realizing that she has family still. She finds living family of hers. And further along from there ends up uncovering details and secrets of her past memories that have been taken, because one detail of the Raven Queen people don't really talk about is that the Raven Queen also collects and steals memories. That's the whole thing. So she ends up encountering and uncovering memories that had been taken from her. And she decides, as she starts to understand this version of herself, that she wants to live. For the first time in her life, she wants to be. And I always found that very particularly emotional and powerful. This character who goes from so heavily devoted to the service of something to realizing that they want to live for themselves for the first time ever. She means a lot to me. I miss playing her quite a bit. Oh, she was such a problem too, especially in the early phases. She became a much more nuanced character later on, but earlier she was just this very single-minded, like, fuck you, I'm on a mission type. Oh, I miss making characters and playing them. I miss writing. I used to be much better at it than I am, though I know it's a practice skill, and I'm trying to get back into it, hence why I was scripting some stuff for my upcoming event earlier. Y'all should definitely be here in 2 weeks. Y'all should definitely, absolutely, please be here in a couple weeks. Hehe. Oh yeah, in 2018, and re-released in Monsters of Multiverse. So at the very least, as far as 5e was concerned, when I was playing this character, this would have been like 2016, 2017. It was before it got officially released, but while it was considered Unearthed Arcana material, but the Shadow Archive existed also in, earlier editions. So they're not like just a 5e thing. What characters are in particular? Oh, she was lovely to play. I miss it. I've always been particularly fond— oh, hello there, sir. What are you doing in my house? I need to figure out how I get y'all to stop spawning inside my house. How do I make these guys stop spawning in my house? That'd be very nice. Alright, we won't be going on for too much longer, because I do have a collab I have to go attend. that we will be raiding into that collab relatively shortly. Hee hee. Soup. Get head to bed, no worries, Ollie B. You take care of yourself. Alright, I'm just gonna take this food and bring it downstairs and hope that it doesn't rot too badly. Between now and my next play session. I might hop on sometime soon. It doesn't look like that saves it for very long. We'll see if I end up playing in the next 24 in-game days. Alright, I have someone I gotta go raid though, because I'm gonna be playing Silent Hill 2 with the Prince over on Safi Atkins' channel. Let's go say hello to the Prince. Do stick around over on Safi's end because I will be on with Safi in like literally a few minutes, or rather with the Prince on Safi's channel in literally a few minutes. As far as when I'll next be on my own channel, I will next be live on Saturday at 7 p.m. EST. After that, Monday, Wednesday. Next week is another Monday, Wednesday, Saturday week. However, there will also be a watch party in the Discord on Thursday. I'll announce all of that relatively soon. In any case, hope to see y'all on Saturday. If I don't see you then, hope to see you again sometime in the near future. God, I hope one of these days I can get back to streaming 4 times a week, because I miss it. I miss streaming 4 times a week, chat. I miss it. Y'all take care of yourselves. I got a bunch of stuff I'm working on in the background, big events, next video essay, etc. I'll post more news and updates and whatnot in the Discord when I get a chance. Appreciate y'all endlessly. Y'all take care of yourselves, alright? Good night.